might be kind of like indistinguishable from that of someone who's bigoted against Jews.
Okay, let's go back a little bit.
Okay.
Is that what your position is?
So I can probably fast forward
guesses in the chat.
2 or 3 steps of this conversation if you want. So if the majority of Jews actually wanted to just kill like 5 million fucking Arabs, would that make them, would it make you anti-Semitic to not like that, to think like you've got a really big issue with most Jews? Like you think most Jews are basically on the same level as Nazis? And then I would say, well, your behavior might be kind of like indistinguishable from that of someone who's bigoted against Jews, because you'd be discriminating against them. You would probably be like red flagging every other fucking Jew that you see, because it's a majority of them. You'd also be having to wonder, why is the majority of this particular ethno-religious group like wanting to just murder 5 million people? That's kind of crazy.
There's like already so many assumptions baked into like that reading of what this person is saying. Because he's saying, so if the majority of Jews favored killing and displacing all Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank, and I say that's a fascist position, you're saying that would make me an anti-Semite? And he said, functionally, that's your output on the world, which I kind of get, because he's saying that like you end up disagreeing with a majority. I don't agree with it, but I can like follow the logic. But what I can't follow is that can't you understand that you hold basically a huge disagreement with a group of people or a certain demographic, but still individually treat each person from that demographic as like basically 1, with a clean slate, 2, not making any assumptions, or 3, not letting it really impact your personal interactions with them?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. This is like, and this is what we do. This is what we do when it comes to, first of all, polling all the time, because the only way that you could ever know that statistically speaking, a group of people thinks X thing is by doing that polling, right? That's the only way you could ever know. So this is the same thing where, if we see some polling, this was like, years and years ago, that Harris thing about, X percent of Muslims believes, I don't know, in jihad or something or whatever in some context. Yeah. And it's like we contextualize these things. And it's like, okay, some amount of violence to uphold a worldview, we contextualize that against, okay, when the US does some kind of violence, it's to uphold, democracy and capitalism or whatever. And so, okay, all groups of people maybe have some kind of beliefs, whatever. This is a position that maybe we don't like, but we don't, other people or see them as essentially evil or, incompatible with civilization or any of those things, to say that like, this is just not what these terms mean when we're talking about anti-Semitism. We're not talking about, I disagree. I disagree with, statistically speaking, a majority of Jews. Like that's just not what that means.
And this is off the back of the Ethan Klein, Sam Cedar conversation, I believe, because so the logic that Ethan used was that, so he showed some clip of Hassan saying that in an ideal world, and he said, regardless of background, anybody who expresses like support for Zionism would not even be allowed to be like the local dog catcher, as in they wouldn't even be allowed to hold like the lowest form of elected office. So Ethan shows this to Sam, and then he says, isn't that a bigoted statement against Jews? Because like over 73% of Jews identify as Zionists. And Sam says, no, because that term is going to end up encompassing so many more people, because you're talking about like an ideology that has a relationship to Judaism, but it's not intrinsically linked to it. He doesn't say this, but like that's what I took from his argument as to why it wasn't, which is that it's not intrinsically linked. If you're expressing support for Israel now, and Hassan was speaking, I think, too generally, because he was like, or like at any point, but Sam was like hyperbole aside, if he, whether he means like all time or now, what he's saying is a statement that wouldn't just encompass like American Jews. It would also encompass like American Christians or really anybody that says they subscribe to Zionism.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, first of all, because what anybody means by Zionism, it feels like it's such a case-by-case basis. If you talk to somebody and you're like, oh, Zionism to you means an ethno-state, then you can say, yes, I think that's like a fascist belief or whatever. It's like, it's pretty straightforward. I don't think 73% of Jews identify as Zionists. I don't think that's,
well, usually people say the statement people say is 90%. But what that stat says is that, like, I think at most 90% of Jews say that they have some sort of like relationship or positive feelings to Israel, which is still going to be probably a separate question to like whether or not they're identifying themselves as a Zionist. And then I think 73% of respondents said that like maybe they of who they polled like identified with the label or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
But,
I mean, some people might describe like someone as a Zionist if they literally say, "Oh, I believe that Israel has a right to exist as like a nation," which, you know, you can be a lefty and believe in land back and say, "I think the United States has a right to exist as a nation." Right? Like these lines matter. Yeah, I don't know. But
Then
yeah,
the
it can
counter to that
continue.
would be, well, you're not really hating them for their immutable characteristics. You're hating them for something that is just a political opinion that they hold, but they don't necessarily have to hold. And then I would respond to that by saying, that's probably fair. It's not the same as hating them because of an immutable characteristic. But then it circles back to the actual conversation, which is if a slight sympathy for Israel makes you a neo-Nazi, then the question would be that if the majority of Jews have a slight sympathy for Israel, which I think they do, I think it's quite clear, then is it anti-Semitic to call that neo-Nazism? And I would say that that is because there is something about the general experience.
Okay?
Of most
Just
Jews
when
that
you
would make them
okay, just
lean
I
towards
don't
Zionism.
have the rest of this exchange in front of me right now, so just try and get some context on the rest of what you're saying here. Is roughly the conversation happening here? Is it about that polling where that is used to say basically 90% of Jews are Zionists?
It's not 90, it's like 70 something.
Or whether I hear it get quoted as 90 by like a bunch of people, but yeah, basically there's this polling that says that most Jews doesn't say most Jews are Zionist. It says like it's about positive feelings towards Israel or something, and people take that to mean most Jews are Zionists, right?
Depends on which poll you look for, because like for American polls,
Wait, can you pause that there?
yeah.
I mean, some positive feelings, like so you could have some positive feelings, you could have only negative feelings, you could have no feelings at all. I feel like most people about most countries have no feelings at all. There's some countries that maybe, you know, a lot of people have a lot of negative feelings about, but have like some positive feelings about. It's insane to say that that's identical to
Zionism.
like to Zionism of believing that Israel has a mandate to do whatever it wants in Gaza or something. Like I'm guessing
you
like,
just never use this logic for like anything else. Like what I'm thinking is like if somebody says, "Oh, I have positive feelings for America," I don't take that to mean, "Oh, they endorse everything that Donald Trump's doing," you know?
Yeah, exactly.
But I interrupted you. What were you going to say?
No, I mean, I can say, you know, like as a Jew, the way I would interpret that question is like, oh, like, do you feel like you have some connection whatsoever? And my guess is that people who feel strongly about protesting against Israel are probably the people who have some kind of positive feeling. Because if you like it's like saying, you know, if you have a friend who is like in jail or something because they murdered somebody, it's like, do you have some positive feelings? So it's like, of course, it's complicated. They're my friend. They did something
so you
wrong.
like that they murdered someone?
Like, yeah, exactly. You know, you endorse what they did. Helter skelter. That's nonsensical.
Okay, so this comes from this Gallup poll. I didn't even see when it was conducted. It says, my recent review of the available data shows that about 9 in 10 American Jews are more sympathetic to Israel than to the Palestinians. That compares to about 6 in 10 of all Americans. Additionally, 95% of Jews have favorable views of Israel. So that's where I think only over 90% of American Jews are Zionists comes from, because they're conflating Jews reporting, like the overwhelming majority of Jews reporting a favorable view of Israel with an ideological commitment or predisposition or endorsement of like Zionism or everything that goes on under the umbrella of what is now understood as Zionism, which is like, it's more of a lack of understanding because it's an archaic term anyway. While 10% have favorable views of the PA, significantly more pro-Israel than the overall national averages of 71% favorable views of Israel and 21% favorable views of the Palestinian Authority. So this is where that's coming from. But again, it's like that's not. Does it? I don't even think that this poll anywhere says the word Zion had the word Zionist in it. So, you know, especially if you're going to be like citing, you know, citing this to make an argument about Zionism, the data that you're using to support that should probably at least touch on it, but it didn't even touch on it.
It should mention it. But I mean, to poll like American Jews and say like, do you have more positive feelings about Israel or the Palestinian Authority? Like, I don't know why that's like a surprising. Oh wow.
Yeah, it's a general statement.
There are polls that will just say like most Jews believe that Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state, so that would be Zionist.
Sure,
but
then
70% say they're Zionist.
So
yeah.
what definition of Zionist?
It's just not.
And I think Ethan is like silly serious, but Ethan is suggesting that Hassan is suggesting that Zionism is as simple as good feelings towards Israel. And I really don't think like, yeah, especially in that clip or whatever, when he was saying that like, if you've ever had any like, you know, feelings about Zionism, like you'd never be able to hold office. But I don't think he's saying that like, if you've ever expressed positive feelings towards Israel, like maybe if he said now, right, like that I could see being something that he meant or whatever. But like if he means ever, then yeah, maybe there's more of a case that it was some sort of like microaggression.
Zionism do you use? I thought
Israel has a. Yeah,
I thought so. Your position is Zionism is just Israel has a right to exist, not that there has to be an expansionist element to Zionism.
No, it's Zionism is Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state. You can be a Zionist who opposes the settlements in the West Bank. You can be a Zionist who supports them. Yeah.
So you don't think that Zionism? Okay, so if you believe, let's say this, would you say this is a Zionist position that, in theory, it should be a one state, one person, one vote, but that's not possible right now? Is that considered a Zionist position to you?
That's very difficult because
I feel like that's where like most people land. Most even like not most, I wouldn't say, but a lot of Western Jews are going to land in that position where they understand the legitimate security fears that Israel has. In the current situation, but don't believe in an ethno-state.
Wait, can
and
you,
so
can you
I
pause
feel
that for a second?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like he just said the opposite of what he's talking about. One state with one person, one vote. That's like the lefty one state.
Yeah,
Am I
but
crazy?
he's saying that he doesn't believe that if you are not prepared to embrace that solution right now, but are ambivalent towards Israel at some point moving towards that you're not really even like a Zionist at that point, because if you were truly like a committed Zionist, regardless of security circumstances or not, you would never be open to that, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Well,
that makes sense.
And so he's saying that like if the term Zionist is going to be used as simply like anyone like to apply to somebody who's like not willing to embrace like the one state tomorrow, then like yeah, it's like functionally useless in that context or whatever.
It's just being used as like a slur, like woke or something. It's just
there's a game being played by almost both sides in different directions where everyone's trying to conflate Jew with Zionist, and the basis that's being used, sort of it feels like from you guys' direction, is oh well, most Jews have a positive sentiment towards Israel. So if you say that thinking Israel should be an ethno-state is a Nazi position, then you hate Jews. It feels like is what's basically going on.
Well, where's this? Are you suggesting there's a majority of Western Jews who believe in a one person, one vote, one state solution?
No, I'm not suggesting. I don't know whether there's a majority. I'm saying a lot positive sentiment towards land on that position. A lot of those people who say, I have a positive feeling towards Israel, probably don't principally believe in the idea of ethno-states. Especially not more secular liberal Jews, I'm imagining.
I think my understanding of like most Western Jews as well is like when they say Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state, that the Jewish state implies that it's majority Jewish. Yeah, or at least Israel.
So what polling is there? So what's the polling? How many Jews agree with the idea that Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state? What's the polling on that?
I can find my little thread on it.
Because the one I always see cited is the one where it's just positive feelings towards Israel, and people use that to completely astroturf and act like every Jew is a Zionist.
Okay. This might take me a minute to find it. because it's on a Twitter thread, so I don't know how to search my own fucking tweets. Is it French Jews I was talking about?
So with this
Jews.
Petri Club
French
person,
Jews.
that helps.
What's that?
He's saying, oh, maybe it's a poll from French Jews.
Who's that?
I'm saying what the you're replying to in
Okay.
screenshot is.
Oh no, it's not that. This isn't.
I mean, neither of these people are American, so would it be crazy to like start pulling? Like, I shouldn't default to being like, now you're getting really specific just because you're not defaulting to, you know, the opinions, like looking at the surveys of like Americans specifically, because I guess France would still probably be still considered the West or whatever. But then you are getting, you know,
wait,
far
there's
more
a really
specific
old
because there's going to be
about
less
this.
Jewish people there.
Yeah,
Uh,
much
Was it
smaller
America I did
subset
that?
of people.
Like
that
way less, yeah.
way less.
It
Yeah.
was around April 2024. Okay, it's gonna take me fucking ages. Maybe find the recent Pew one on Israel. That might be a start for America. Pew research. American Jews. Israel. Okay, so this is Pew in April 2024. There's probably some inferences we can make here, but if you disagree with any of them, you can. I'll maybe send this to you. This is mostly about the war, but I think even if you look at where they're leaning just in terms of the war, I think it's probably safe to infer that most of these people are not going to be like one stayers. Like
It was really interesting. Like I'm looking at, I don't know that I've pulled up the same one that he has, but it is like a Pew data talking about this, and the closest that this, you know, fairly comprehensive research gets to even addressing the question of like surveying Jews' opinions of like Zionism is one, it's mentioned once and they're not asking the question, a rabbi is bringing it up. And two, I guess it says like 1 in 3 Jews believe God gave the land that is now Israel to the Jewish people. But even then, this is going to encompass Orthodox Jews that may not consider themselves Zionist, you know, or like a supporter of the Zionist project.
Yeah, there are some like ultra Orthodox Jews who are against the state of Israel because on religious grounds.
Yeah, because of like it's too soon or the Messiah hasn't come back or something like that. They're like they can agree with this. They'll agree with this premise that like, yes, the land of Israel, like what we understand is like Israel, mandate Palestine, whatever, like that is there is like a spiritual connection to the land there, but it doesn't follow from that you would be in support of like the nation already being established. But that is pretty crazy.
There's like there's a kind of sleight of hand that I don't know if Lonerbox is intentionally doing this, but this kind of question of like should Israel be a Jewish state? It's like you can be a lefty and feel like sure, Israel can be a Jewish state. There's also a Palestinian state, and that's fine. That also doesn't make you a Zionist, which is also a term that I think doesn't mean something so consistently.
It doesn't mean anything really, as far as how it's used currently. It usually, I used to think that it was so useful to try to insert a discussion about the ideology of Zionism into any of these conversations, and I've since been blackpilled on that because first you're exhuming what is to most Americans this like old ideology, and then you have to unpack what it entails, and then it's like, okay, well, first you have to define what is a Jew, you know, like is a Jewish person like, are Jews a race, are they a nation, are they a people, are are you referring to a nationality, are you referring to like it's impossible to get people to have a consensus on what that part of it means. And then it kind of just from there becomes this like eternal, like almost like navel gazing, you know? Yeah. And I just think that you get lost in the sauce, you get lost in the weeds. And it's like, wait, now we're trying to understand like this old ideology that you don't need to understand to ask people, like, do you agree with, are you against ethnic cleansing? Are you against segregation and apartheid? Are you against like a military occupation that's been going on for decades? Like those are way more important and relevant questions, and they really have nothing to do with like, or you don't need to establish if someone is a Zionist to get the answers to those, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So when it comes to even just like sympathy for the Israeli government, you get like 54% with a favorable view of this government, like which is probably one of the most right-wing governments, or the most right-wing government Israel's ever
Yeah.
had.
So I mean, or yeah. So I'm just saying, even under this, it's like,
I mean, that's really
I'll
low.
agree. I totally agree.
What was the percentage?
He said 54%. I mean, that's a super low number, right?
It's only
it
a
says
slight
something that's that
majority.
low. Yeah. So the fact that people have the fact that, you know, whatever 70% of Jews feel some positive feelings toward Israel, but, you know, that drops by 20% when you ask about this government, probably indicates that a lot of, you know, a lot of people who even do have some positive feelings really don't like this government. I mean, I feel like that makes the opposite point.
Yeah.
Significant, probably at least half of Jews would be.
Or you could have a generally favorable view of, like, it wouldn't be incompatible to say, I have a favorable view of Democrats, but then if you break it down issue by issue, I will have a favorable view of like their tax policy relative to Republicans. But then if you ask me, like, how do you feel about their stance on like the ACA or Medicare in the United States, I would probably have like a horrible view of it. But it wouldn't mean overall I didn't have a positive view of them, you know?
To Zionist under the definition we're using right now. If you're assuming that, you know, what does it say? 62% of Jewish adults in the US see the way Israel is carrying out its response to Hamas as acceptable. If you're polling acceptable in April, this is April 2024.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a little bit different. I don't know. I don't know if I draw such a strong inference on that. I thought this was like super recent. I don't know. I feel like there's plenty of people who could have seen it as acceptable in April 2024 who aren't principally ethno-state supporters.
When you say ethno-state, though, like that's the thing I don't get, is because if we're talking about most Jews in America or even in France, Britain, etc., saying that they have favorable views towards the state of Israel and that they feel like it's an important part of their Jewish identity, like Israel implies Jewish state. Like that's very implied. It's going to be a...
Oh God, hold on. There's an ad. I pause it because there's an ad break going, but I'll pause it for now. But we can still talk.
Well, yeah, I don't. What is this guy doing right now? First of all, yeah, can we get Lonerbox? Not like tonight, but I've actually probably got to head out in just a bit. But can we get him on? Because I don't know what the hell he's on about right now. It's like Israel implies an ethnos. It's like, what are you talking about? It's just like his assumptions are getting more and more and more out there. For what? But I feel like he's also arguing against his own worldview as well. So I'm really confused because I thought he's like not that lefty on this. And so why is he arguing that like the existence of Israel in any form has to be an ethno-state when he thinks that Israel isn't that bad?
Well, if the first premise is that you can't disagree with the majority of Jews, and he has a very particular understanding of what the consensus is among like international Jewry on what that even constitutes, then I guess it would follow that like, yeah, you have to be, I guess, in favor of preserving the ethnic like the Jewish character of the state with like demographic majorities.
The only way to parse what he's saying in a logically consistent way is that Lonerbox thinks that Jews are bad and he's anti-Semitic and he agrees with their viewpoint also. Like that's the only logically consistent way through this. Which for clarity, I don't think that that's what he believes at all. Feel free to clip me or whatever, but yeah, what he's saying, it just doesn't make sense.
A Jewish majority state, because the only Israel that's not a Jewish majority state is one that somehow has been fucking couped by a minority, or it's one that's dissolved itself and turned into a single one state with Palestine. So I think I think Israel is kind of quite implied to be.
But when you just say positive feelings towards Israel, this is such a vacuous poll question. That's not saying. There's so many different things we can connect to that, where someone's got family members that are from Israel, or they've been to Israel at some point in their life, or they see Israel as like, I don't like what they do. I wish it could be one person, one vote. But I see Israel as like, I like the fact that the Jews have the ability to go to a state that isn't in the West, where we've been fucking holocausted before. There's lots of reasons that people can have positive feelings towards Israel that don't necessarily mean I think this country should be an ethno-state into perpetuity, right? I think if the idea of believing in ethno-states, fundamentally, this is a fascist belief, right?
What? Believing in an ethnic majority?
Believing
As a
in an enforced
historically perceived as a fascist belief.
enforced ethnic majority, enforced ethnic lines to maintain the presence of an ethnicity and supremacy of an ethnicity in an area. That's like a fascist.
Okay, so I'll cut out a few of those words because it really just means to preserve an ethnic majority, right? That's what it actually means. Not like
Yeah, but that maintains
supremacy,
the ethnic supremacy. Like if you've got anytime where you're going to be any rules that you craft to maintain ethnic majority there are going to have a knock-on of ethnic supremacy. No.
If you mean supremacy in the sense that like you probably like the main
You're
ethnic group would
raised
have like
above,
slightly
yeah.
more economic advantages and things like that. But when people say supremacy, I feel like they're always invoking things like fucking Jim Crow and shit. Like
Okay,
that,
well,
which
I'm not
isn't
invoking that.
necessarily
I'm not like
okay.
a retard
Okay.
lefty, so I'm not invoking that. I'm using very,
Okay.
clinical supremacy that is in one ethnicity will be raised up above the others in that society.
Okay. So the question is what about if it's like inherently fascistic to want to maintain an ethnic majority in a particular area, right?
Yeah, to enforce that. Yeah.
Okay. Does it matter why they want it?
Yeah, I think it does to some extent. That's why I say I understand. Like, I wouldn't necessarily call someone fascist for this position, right? Where someone says, I don't believe that it's possible to have a one state, one vote situation right now. I think that'll be a horrible safety situation for both people, for both peoples. So I don't think that's possible right now. But in theory, I principally believe in one state, one person, one vote, right? That would be totally reasonable. That's like, yeah, you can't have these people living together right now, but there's no principal commitment to the maintenance of an ethnic majority.
Yeah,
That's his TTS. Sorry.
position as well. Like it shouldn't be for its own sake.
Sure. But if
yeah.
like let's say, so if most Jews believed no, we just want this to be for the Jews, and you said, okay, that's fascist. Even if most Jews believe that, would that make you anti-Semitic if you took that position towards them?
If someone said that they wanted Israel to remain like a Jewish majority state, like has a right to exist as a Jewish majority state, and I said that's fascist, then I would say that that's like, I don't know, it's not inherently anti-Semitic. I guess it depends on like how much you've kind of ignored to why you say it. But yeah, I think there is to some degree to have that like anti-Zionist position of this idea that like it's like you can only want a Jewish majority state in that region because you're a fascist. If that's your only explanation for it, then yeah, that probably would be anti-Semitic.
Sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
because you have to deny a lot of Jewish history to believe
Yeah,
that.
can we pause this?
Mm-hmm.
This is just one of these like thought terminating phrases and like conversation terminating phrases, because it's like you can have like two lines of conversation and sort out what's going on, or you can have half of a line of conversation and just stop it there and label it or whatever. And it's like, okay, well, I want this country to remain, with these demographics, whatever. It's like, okay, I think that's fascist belief. It's like, oh, okay, like, let's talk about that. Like, why do you think that? Or, oh, I can see why you might think that, but I want it for these reasons, not these reasons. Oh, that's reasonable. Okay, resolved.
Mhm.
Like, these are just so simple to resolve. I don't know why.
Well, I
Again,
actually
like,
do
this is
think that
where-
there is a strain of like what online thought on like I'm seeing more and more that like people that and they're operating off of a specific definition of Zionism. You won't know what it is until it ends like they explain it, but they may not be interested. People I think are less and less interested in hearing out like what the reason is somebody is identifying themselves as a Zionist, whether it be like generational trauma, whether it be just a product of like the environment that they were raised in, whether it be like none of that, and they actually just find the ideas appealing. I think to most anti-Zionists, they're not going to be interested in hearing that, because it's like, regardless of what the reason or backstory is, it is what you believe. You choose to believe that, and I don't really care about the justifications for it.
But if you self-describe as a Zionist,
Mhm.
then like I understand probably any internet lefty, whatever, is gonna probably not like see that in a favorable light. But if you I don't know, I've had whatever conversations with people on Facebook where I'm like, yeah, I don't know if it makes sense to like abolish Israel, and I don't think it's like realistic, because it's like a nuclear armed state, and you're like, okay, Facebook, I don't really know what like path you have to go do that. Good luck, I guess. But like, in the same way that someone's like, oh, I'm an anarchist, I think, the United States should just dissolve or something. It's like, okay, that's
Epic.
one fun thing. But
Yeah,
like,
that's cool for you.
all right, cool. Right. And it's like, I can see some, logical or moral consistency that could reside in those beliefs.
Mhm.
But I don't really know what to do with those kind of sentiments. And like, I talked to someone about that, and they're like, "Oh, that's like a colonizer worldview. You've got to like get rid of these colonizer beliefs, whatever." I'm like, "Okay, cool,
Yeah.
good talking."
You have to kill the cop in your head.
Exactly right. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people out there who are not reasonable or well intentioned. My general view of people like that is that they don't really care that much about Palestinians. They just want to kind of
LARP.
dog on people or virtue signal LARP. Exactly.
Well, I guess I can break that into like
I shouldn't even say
two.
virtue signal because it's
Oh, what? It's not a virtue to want to destroy Israel. Okay, dang. I thought I was talking to a leftist.
Mhm.
But have you ever heard this quote by Stokely Carmichael, where he says, "If a white man has the power to lynch me, or if what is it? No. It's like if a person wants to lynch me, that's his problem. If a person has the power to lynch me, that's my problem."
Yeah.
And I feel like a lot of those types of sentiments, as inflammatory, incorrect, anti-Semitic, whatever pejorative or label you want to slap onto it, there is at least the comfort to some, or maybe to the dismay of others, that like that is like a thing that you believe in your head, but it's not really an actionable or practical goal, So the fear of it being something that people think could materialize, like you're saying, like all of these constraints. It's like Israel's a state under international law. Israel is backed by the United States. Israel is a nuclear armed state. Like all of these things, and I'm like, they're like, this is not really like up for debate, like whether or not somebody in their heart of hearts thinks Israel has a right to exist or doesn't. It's like Israel does exist, it's a state. It exists. It's backed by a very powerful Western nation, and it has the means to defend itself in some capacity, right? Not maybe, without the support of the US, it couldn't defend itself, quote unquote, in the capacity that it's currently doing now, but it could to a certain extent.
Defend itself if this tweet gets 20,000 likes. I don't know about that.
Yeah, exactly. So,
I mean, it's worse than that though, because unfortunately for us and for Palestinians, for people who want to advocate actually for Palestinians, every time I talk to somebody who is kind of on the fence or has heard different things, and I'm like, oh, from the river to the sea means like human right, like everybody gets human rights from the river to the sea, and then like this other guy shows up and he's like, no, it means like no Jews from the river to the sea. I'm like, no, stop. What are you doing?
yeah.
I thought that people didn't actually believe that. Like, stop being the caricature. Stop being the Fox News Antifa super soldier. Don't. Why are you actually doing that? It's so unhelpful.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying that, so let's say someone in England says, I think England should be English majority and we should make sure it's always English majority. And I don't mean English like, civic English. I mean English like ethnic English. We should always be English. And I call them a fascist. Would I be Anglophobic?
No.
Okay, well, why are the rules different for the Jews versus the whites?
Because the Jews have had different rules as long as they've existed. They've always been treated.
Well, I know. I think a lot of people are
persecuted.
sick of
They've
that,
always
yeah.
been treated. Yeah. What?
I think a lot of people are sick of the rules being different for Jews. I was joking. I'm just pissing around.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, but that's the thing. Is like people complain about whatever they call like Jewish exceptionalism. Whatever. It's like, yeah, motherfucker. If a group is treated exceptionally, like by the entire world,
I do
Muslim
think
yeah,
this is like retarded thinking. I think this sort of thinking does just fuel anti-Semitism more than anything.
Yeah, because wait, what argument?
The argument you're making right now. You're making like you're saying, well, Jews have been treated different, so they get special rules now. Sorry, guys, we're letting the Jews do extra now. You guys don't get to go, but the Jews
What
do.
special rules though?
But you're saying that ethno-states are fine when they're for Jews, basically, right? That's the point.
You realize I would say the same for Palestinians as well, right? Like,
see, like in the context of this conversation or whatever, I think that doesn't make like that's problematic or doesn't make sense or whatever. But I don't think it's intrinsically like I can follow where he's saying.
What he's saying makes sense. I think.
Maybe.
Yeah, like especially
But
if
it's
we're
kind of
talking
disagreeing
about
with the wrong things.
How do you mean?
Maybe too vulgar.
So what he just said is that this isn't a fascist belief, is what he's saying. That's what he actually wants to argue about. But what he's instead making this point that like, oh, actually lots of Jews believe in this, and so it's anti-Semitic to criticize this belief. That's not the relevant piece. He thinks that it's not fascist to hold this belief for this reason. That should be the topic of conversation, and I think there are reasonable arguments about that. I don't know why he pivoted to this.
But I could see.
Super odd.
Is it? I don't know if it's the Steel Man, but like an offshoot of this way of thinking, because I agree with the arguments that Kuihman's advancing here, but I've heard similar arguments used against like arguments for like reparations or like affirmative action, because they're saying basically if you have eliminated like racist institutions, laws, policies, etc., then it would be equally as inappropriate to attempt to rectify racial injustice, like using the same systems that you just abolished, because they see like affirmative action as a racist policy, because it's like whether it's for a virtuous reason or not, it's still factoring in race, you know? And so is that not like a kind of textbook objective definition of like what constitutes racism rather than like a more functional one about like, okay, so maybe it's like that's technically like racist against white people, but then you think about like, is it possible to really like institutionalize racism against white people? Like, you know, these sorts of arguments start to pop up, and it's like I'm really not even in disagreement that like, there's several, I guess, like constitutional arguments for like why you can't have these sorts of policies under like the framework as we understand it, right? But I guess if we're talking more on like a philosophical or moral basis, if I really think that it's like racist to have affirmative action, it's like no, because I see that I see there being a difference between policies that are designed to like discriminate and oppress and subjugate versus policies that are race conscious and understand, like take into account like history and context. Yes, like the reality of the way like racial dynamics play out in the United States.
It's so frustrating the way the Supreme Court took laws or concepts that were put on the books to say that we should have integration, and then something like affirmative action that helps integration occur. In reality, they're like, well, this is racist because it's this is against the spirit of like integration, because even though it's in principle increasing integration, it's using race as a mechanism to enforce that. It's utterly, it's like it's so blatantly bad faith.
It's bad faith, and it's also like I feel like the snuck premise is also the assumption that like all we would need to do is remove the like racist institutions, policies, etc., and there would never be a need for the state to intervene and kind of try to put the momentum on the pathway towards integration. Like it suddenly the state becomes agnostic on the question of like how should we actually realize integration? You know, like it should just be enough for there to be kind of like the abolition of racist policies, but the state should not be kind of like tipping the scales to enforce that outcome, which is weird. You know.
Yeah.
But
okay,
you know,
I think sports is starting to happen in this room.
Okay.
I've got to jump off. This is really fun.
Okay. Do you want to finish it tomorrow? I can message Lonerbox and ask if he's like down for a conversation.
That would be great. I feel like if we can, corner him and make him feel very comfortable and welcome, and we can.
Though it'll be the world's friendliest 2v1.
Yeah. sit down and have a coffee for this interrogation.
All right, you want to
I'm
shout
kidding.
yourself out before you go?
Yeah, for sure. Socrates here, Socrates TV. Yeah, I do politics, philosophy, science. I do debates, but I like to try to find the empathy in these conversations and try to get beyond those kind of thought terminating things that happen and uncover some real generally shared human experience and get to the bottom of what people are actually thinking and talking about. If you're conservative, if you're anti-trans, come find me and we can talk and we can try to understand each other. I find those conversations really interesting. So
Yeah, thanks for coming on. We'll finish it tomorrow.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right,
All right,
bye.
bye. Bye, chat.
Sorry, guys, we spent so much time fucking around with fucking around with the Discord audio and stuff. It ate into the time that he had to sit down and react to it with me, but we can finish it tomorrow because this is not actually, I don't believe this conversation is that long. But we love Socrates. He'll be on the stream, I'm sure, on and off. But if he wants to talk to Lonerbox, maybe should we should I finish it myself and then I can message Lonerbox and see if he'd come on stream tomorrow or something and we can talk? What should we do? I think I'm going to do that. So I'm going to keep watching it. I'll give my hot takes on it. Yeah.
If Palestinians got a state, I would be very fucking skeptical of someone who was saying that, they should just have open borders and allow any migration group to come in and out and write out their majority as well. A Palestinian state, why is it called a Palestinian state? Because it'd be majority Palestinian Arabs.
Right. Yeah. Sure.
Is that fascist?
Well, no, but the point is that you have a principled commitment to the maintenance of the ethnicity, right? Assumedly, the idea of starting a Palestinian state isn't this place is going to be into perpetuity, majority Palestinian, enshrined in law, majority Palestinian. It's for the Palestinians forever. This is now their homeland that no one else that you can't immigrate to if you're going to fuck up the ethnic makeup. You can't that's not the idea that I think anyone's saying when they say they want a Palestinian state. I think they're saying that the people there right now should have the ability to start a sovereign nation, to have a sovereign nation that is recognized under international law. It's not saying they should get an ethno-state forever.
Okay, we're not talking about forever. Okay, let's say.
Well, we're not
Israel
talking about. Okay,
succeeded
so maybe I've missed a point I meant to make here. I'm sort of trying to shave off I think there's safety concerns right now, so I don't think.
Just have open borders. What an incredible straw man. There are some people who when you ask them what their thoughts are as far as implementation of the one state solution, I can totally understand the sentiment that they're talking about. But when you have to remember is that when you step outside of, if you find yourself in the company of ideological compatriots, people that agree there should be one binational state, one person, one vote, equal rights, democracy, et cetera, that's all well and good. But then you're going to have to address the other side because everybody's going to hear, especially a public conversation about this stuff, they're going to hear all sides of the debate. And they're going to a lot of people are going to interpret that as, oh, you just want to destroy Israel and you're talking about something that is not practical to implement, and how would you implement it, But I usually find, I guess, in some sense, I think it is useful to want to know the answers to those questions. In another sense, I feel like it's almost like kicking the can down the road because the people that are bringing this up are probably already, not all the time, but sometimes kind of ideologically closed off from that ever being a possibility within Israel, Palestine, whatever, that general geographic area. And so when they're asking you like what steps would you take to make this a reality, it's not always coming from a place of curiosity. And in my experience, it's usually not coming from a place of curiosity. It's kind of coming to like shut down what you're saying because they don't want to they're trying to get you to answer for yourself like the absurdity of the position.
I think there should be one nation, one person, one vote. Right? I'm shaving off that position, and the person we're talking about who is advocating for an ethno-state believes in an ethno-state for that people. Okay, not just for some limited time safety issue, but as a principle, they believe in the ethno-state.
Well, yeah, having it for its own sake when there's literally no other reason. If you live in a world where that level of discrimination and fear and persecution doesn't exist, then yeah, of course it doesn't make sense. That's why it doesn't make sense for the English. But obviously for the Jews, especially in the Middle East, that we're not in that world. We're not going to be in that world for probably most of our lifetime.
So under your perspective, totally fine if someone says, I'm a Jew, I believe in the right for Jews to have their homeland in Israel. I think Israel should be for the Jews, majority Jews. And no, that's not because I'm worried about safety right now. I am worried about safety right now, but also I just think it should be for the Jews forever. You would say,
and yes, this is to me like if somebody asked me what my understanding of Zionism is, it would be this. It would be somebody that's principally committed to the maintenance of an ethno-state for Jews in Israel.
You're a fascist. Would that be fine?
Like regardless of any security considerations, any circumstance, whether they are positive or negative, that is a priority to them.
Yeah, that's fine to call them fascist for that.
Okay. Because I think that's where a lot of people are coming at this from. I feel like that there's something that's happening is, I said essentially the same thing to you before, is people here say Hassan or someone talk about something like this, and then they get the response from the more lib side, and the more lib side is skipping 50 steps where it's like, well, I've spoken to lefties before. They actually think that it's fascist just to think that Israel should be allowed to maintain its borders for now and maintain the majority right now. They think that's fascist. So I'm assuming that when someone says it's fascist for Jews to want an ethno-state, what they actually mean is a tool and not the idea that a principled ethno-state should be maintained into perpetuity as a homeland for the Jews. So it's like there's like 20 steps between the points where we're at, where basically in your head you've already narrowed down this statement about, or like you've excluded other motivations for this statement that I think a lot of people actually do hold. That is their actual motivation for calling these things fascist. They do.
Yeah, no, so I do consider a lot of different motivations. That's why that's why I don't say, oh, anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, because there are a million reasons you can be anti-Zionist that aren't anti-Semitic. That's the reason when it comes to someone like Hassan, I held off on. I used to fight people on my own server who called him anti-Semitic because I just didn't buy that conclusion. As the more I watch of him and the more I see just how flagrantly he denies anti-Semitism and the Middle East, concerns about demographics that actually are very valid right now for Jews in the Middle East. And
I'm like, I can't speak to this because I have not watched nearly as much Hassan as Lonerbox.
The amount of denial that he does on Jewish history and like how like Middle Eastern Jews ended up in Israel, then from after hearing like where he's coming from with that and like that whole crowd, like because this crowd is not saying keep your ethnic majority now until it's safe to get rid of it. They want Israel destroyed like fucking yesterday. So
and the other thing was like with respect to denial, I can't really. It's hard to know what, when people are talking about history or whatever, the extent to which, to me, like denial would mean, somebody is aware of facts that contradict what they are saying or are deliberately closing themselves off to being exposed to information that challenges their preconceived beliefs, right? So if he feels that Hassan fits this criteria, I'm not really in a position to judge if it's accurate because I don't watch Hassan. But I do think that there's a difference between being denialist versus being ignorant, having a bad understanding or not entirely informed understanding, especially on a conflict like this, is not difficult to do. I think you can make the argument that like Hassan has the responsibility to know more, especially with the amount of like the audience that he commands, and I wouldn't disagree with that. But I don't know if it constitutes denialism any more than like Ethan's, some of like the factual statements that Ethan was making in the debate that he had with Hassan constitute like denialism intentionally. More so it's like he could still be incorrect, but I don't really like load the intentionality into it, I suppose.
Yeah, I understand
that's
that,
why I think
but
it's
then,
anti-Semitic. Yeah.
okay. So So you think it's anti-Semitic?
Did you watch Hassan versus Ethan? I did. Because Loner is referring to Hassan talking about the Nakba versus the Iraqi Jews exodus. I know, and they got tripped up on that, but it's like they were talking about the specifics of the like push and pull factors that resulted in Jewish migration, expulsion. These things overlapped from Iraq to what is now known as the State of Israel, what was then like understood to the Arab world, quote unquote, is like Palestine still. But I don't like. I didn't get the sense that like Hassan was like denying things. There were ways that he was like framing things that were technically true in a way that I thought was oversimplistic or like gave the wrong impression. But you know, I'm no expert.
To believe one person, one vote now.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so you think that is an anti-Semitic belief, not just anti-Semitic in practice, but anti-Semitic in motivation?
I don't think it has to be in motivation. Most people have no fucking idea.
But you think because that would lead to the death of Jews in Israel, that's anti-Semitic?
Yeah. It would be like, here's the counter. Is like, let's say that Israel succeeds in their big project of like, they want every Jew to return to the homeland, right? So it's like, you've actually got like 16 million fucking Jews living from the river to the sea. And then they say, okay, well, since now we're basically like 2/3 or 3/4 of the population, even with the West Bank and Gaza, and they say, all right, now we'll do one state solution. Let's go one person, one vote. Okay, because it's 25% Palestinian. What are they going to do anyway? Israel already kind of has that. And then Palestinians say, wait, fuck off. Like, we don't want to just have like be brought into this democracy with the country that has treated us like shit for the last 75 years, just so that we can exist as a minority and not like live the way that we want to in our own different society. And they would actually rather have a two-state. I would not call them fascist for one thing. That I think they'd be very within their rights to oppose that. Do you?
Yeah. Well, no. So obviously, fascist. The part that I'm saying is fascist is the maintenance of the ethnic majority. I think ultimately that there's some calculation you have to do with.
And it also remains to be seen whether or not the, you know, Palestinian state, if it ever comes to fruition, if something that's going to be baked into it is the demand or, you know, the desire on the part of Palestinians or Palestinian leadership to always maintain a demographic majority of like Palestinians. That may not be the case. Could be the case, but it may not be.
The creation of the actual creation of a nation where it's like there's some balance between the sovereignty of the people that are there, the international law that already exists, and like some moral consideration about like whether they should be recognized. And yeah, if there's like a huge population in a landmass that have a radically different way of wanting to live their life to the other people, then yeah, you would probably want them to have their own sovereignty to be able to distinguish themselves and not, you know, kill each other basically. I totally agree with that, and I agree with the idea of, so you don't have to convince me on like Israel probably needs to exist right now. You don't need to convince me on that. And I'm not like against that or calling that fascist. My issue is calling the people who think it should be one nation, one vote, person, one vote, calling those people fascist. The people that think it should be like that right now, calling those people anti-Semitic rather. I don't think that's necessarily anti-Semitic. I don't think usually we would look at.
Yeah, I don't think that there's a good basis to say that like if somebody wants one person, one vote tomorrow, like just do it, bro. No, you know, rhyme or reason or like I guess thought. Like I just don't see what that has to do with anti-Semitism. You could say it's impractical or it's unrealistic or it's not, there's no legal basis for it. There's like a million other arguments for it, but it just would never occur to me to say it's anti-Semitic.
Say the outcomes for a country that is sort of representative of a people and say that if you have a policy position that would be bad for that country but isn't motivated by wanting bad in that country, you are then somehow bigoted against the people that are represented by that country. I don't see. Okay. We don't usually do that.
Can't we take what other surrounding nations in the region do as a metric of what Palestine would possibly do? You can use it to try to make speculations or whatever, but this is, I think that's all it's going to help you do. You know, like a lot of these Arab nations, you know, collectively, like what, again, is understood in the West as like the Arab world. It's just this like monolithic block of Arabs, TM. And there's no interrogation of like understanding of like the ethnic divides between all of these Arab nations, the cultural differences, and the ways that all of these groups of people see themselves as distinct from one another. You know, From the outsider, I'm sure people, conceive as like Westerners all being the same, right? But if you actually speak to any individual West, like if you tried to just kind of flatten the West down into like and speak in very vague generalities or whatever, like you might be somewhat correct, but you're probably going to be more wrong, because Americans see themselves as distinct from Canadians, who see themselves as distinct from French people, who see themselves distinct from people in Germany. And all of this is considered like the West. And they all see themselves as distinct from like Australia, for example. And even people within those countries, there's cultural and ethnic divides, especially when you're talking about America that has hundreds of millions of people, many from different ethnic backgrounds. Like even just trying to isolate a single ethnicity in like US Census data is like highly problematic and not always representative of like the people that you're talking about. Like the example I've used before is like Asian American. Like what white people in America understand is like Asian American. Speak to any Asian person in America, they will not call themselves Asian American first. Most Asian Americans will identify themselves among like an ethnic lines and conceive of themselves as like, if you're speaking to somebody who's Korean, who also happens to be Korean, they will say, I'm Korean American, or I'm Chinese American, I'm Japanese American. But this is all getting like flattened and obscured into this umbrella of like Asian American. And you're going to miss important like nuance and like context that would be necessary to have like a productive conversation about like the opinion of these groups of people and like where there's, similarities and dissimilarities, and bringing that back to whether or not you can look at the surrounding like Arab nations as as kind of like a rubric for what a future Palestinian state would look like. Like, would it surprise me if it ended up replicating it or having resemblance to those states in significant ways? No. But I also wouldn't use it to try to make concrete predictions, because Palestinians are Palestinians, and they're just distinct from Egyptians. They're distinct from Iraq. They're distinct from Jordan. They're distinct from Yemen. Like, these are just very, very different groups of people.
I don't think that's a way we look at bigotry normally.
Yeah, which is why, like, even though, so let's say I have someone come over and they say that they want the one person, one vote thing, I'm probably not going to call them anti-Semitic. I'm probably not even going to tell them I think this would lead to anti-Semitic outcomes, even though I do. I'd probably just engage with them on why they think that and if they've considered this or that or this or that. That's generally why with the anti-Semitic thing, I have a quite high threshold for throwing that accusation out.
Sure, but it seemed like you were saying that position is anti-Semitic, one person, one vote.
If you want it to happen right now, it would yield anti-Semitic outcomes. Yeah.
Sure, but I wouldn't say that.
So
makes
it's kind of, it does make it.
I wouldn't. We wouldn't say. I don't think we would say that for pretty much anything else, right? If someone said, like,
if someone actually wanted to solve this problem and believed it's unsafe to give Palestinians full rights / the vote, you would gradually give them reasons to like and respect you by helping them, teaching them that you're a friend, not an enemy, not to keep them indefinitely pissed off at you. Yes. I mean, I agree, but always easier said than done.
What's a good example?
It's like there exists, if people in America can understand the strife that exists, maybe not always interpersonally, but you can acknowledge that there is like racial tension in America between different demographics, and then that compounds with your economic status. If you can understand that like that tension exists within one country, then it certainly exists between two groups of people, Israeli Jews and Palestinian Arabs, especially when there is like really no contact between these people, and to the extent that there is, it's not positive.
Here, if someone in the UK said,
for a lot of reasons, but regardless of the reasons, that is the outcome, and it's going to inform how they understand one another and relate to one another.
Oh, I think we should get rid of all the speech restrictions in the UK.
Thanks to an apartheid, yes.
You wouldn't then turn around to them and go, oh, so you're racist then, because that would lead to racist outcomes.
No, but I don't think that's quite the same, because, well, first of all, with the speech restrictions, it's not quite as clear as just saying like, because one is like literally like abolishing a country. So
yeah, but I
don't think that's quite like a good analogy.
I mean, where's the disanalogy? But I just don't see that we would ever usually do this. The idea that, oh, you have a belief that things in this era or in this way should be fair among all people, that actually means you're a bigot.
Yeah, but that's why I told you I don't think when people say they want a one-state solution with voting rights, I might think that it's like anti-Semitic as a position, but I don't think that the
Well,
person
just
saying it
change my language here
necessarily
slightly. Then. We wouldn't say that's a bigoted position. We wouldn't say, oh, you want things to be fair among all people in this area. That's a bigoted position.
Wait,
But when
I
they say they
wanna
want
go
it
back
now,
and hear this again. Hold on. Does it feel like that's contradicting what he wrote in the tweet?
Where's the disanalogous part? I just don't see that we would ever usually do this. The idea that, oh, you have a belief that things in this area or in this way should be fair among all people, that actually means you're a bigot.
yeah, but that's why I told you I don't think when people say they want a one-state solution with voting rights, I might think that it's like anti-Semitic as a position, but I don't think that the person
Just
saying it
change my language here
necessarily
slightly. Then. We wouldn't say that's a bigoted position. We wouldn't say, oh, you want things to be fair among
Wait, how could you say it's anti-Semitic, but it's not? Okay, I'm
all
so
people in
confused
this
at this
area.
point.
That's a bigoted position.
But when they say they want it now, right? That's when they say they want to go right now into one person, one vote.
Yeah, I wouldn't usually say that's a bigoted position. Even if there's some potential negative outcome, I wouldn't state that's a bigoted position.
Do you think it would currently have would you say they would have bigoted outcomes?
I feel like that's like moving the goalpost to, I guess, try to get him to come to that, his side of the argument. Like, I feel like Lonerbox knows he's not going to be able to get him to say it's bigoted conceptually, but I guess he's trying to draw him to like, it's going to be bigoted in practice because it's going to lead to violence. But like, if that is your understanding of this, then where's the other side of this where, there's far more violence going in one direction right now, so you would also have to argue the other side of that, which would be just like one state, one vote, or one person, one vote in a one state solution is also Islamophobic because it's going to lead to like Arab persecution.
Bigoted outcomes? I mean, there would be like hate crimes and stuff like that, but I don't know what's bigoted outcomes mean.
Although I've never heard anybody say I am principally against the one state solution because it's going to be Islamophobic in practice and therefore it's bigoted.
There would be.
I usually exclusively hear people on the other side of this issue kind of argue that with respect to Israeli Jews.
More ethnic and religious violence as a result of that. Probably, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I think that's.
Lonerbox.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Like to say like, but that's just kind of like going between whether or not you think someone opposing it, like, are they supporting this position, which might lead to bigoted outcomes for a bigoted reason, like for a non-bigoted reason? Well, then they're not bigoted, but the position might lead to bigoted outcomes. But is the position itself bigoted? Like, I guess probably not, because it would depend on where it's coming from.
The current one state is Islamophobic. It is, and it's never conceived of as that way. Most Westerners, I think, people in the West are the lens that they view it is from the perspective of like putting themselves in the shoes of like Israeli Jews for the most part. It doesn't occur to them to think of themselves as like a Palestinian. But that's Americans don't usually picture themselves on the outside of the fence. The same way that like when you talk about like tax policy and wealth redistribution or whatever, people don't think about it in terms of like, how would this policy, if it were implemented, impact me right now? For whatever reason, people start having fantasies about, well, if I had a lot of money, would I find that fair? Instead of looking at it as like, do I find it fair now?
Yeah, so that's all. My issue is it feels like in these tweets and a couple times in conversations, you're saying that the position is bigoted. But I don't really see that we would ever apply that with other cases, with other ethnic groups. I think it's only happening because it's Israel. I don't think we would usually use this the way you're using anti-Semitism. We wouldn't usually.
It would be bigoted in like the most micro way. So I would say this if it were the case that, say, Israel did manage to get like 16, 17 million Jews between the river and the sea, and then they said one state solution. Again, they can say it's equal rights and everyone being treated fairly, but in a sense, like, that's to me that would be like an anti-Palestinian measure, like, because it would be. I probably wouldn't say it in that way to someone. I'm just saying it to you just because it's like a frank conversation. But like, I wouldn't say, but that's not the position I've been saying on Twitter or like on my stream or anything. I haven't been saying that just because you say this, like, I'm going to call it a bigoted position. It's just a split between.
Well, he doesn't go around saying it, but in this tweet, is he not revealing that that's what he is thinking when he encounters those sentiments or thoughts on Twitter,
whether or not
or just out on social media
makes it a big position or not? So as far as, I'm not doing it just for Israel, I'm saying it would be the same if it was reversed on Palestinians as well.
That might be the case. I guess it's hard to even. There's not as much scrutiny on the, ultimately you're out there defending Israel's actions because you're fighting with the lefties who are crazy on the other side, and so everything you're saying about it, I'm aware that everything you say about this, like you're always you're put in a position where you're more likely to say things that are defensive of Israel just because of the type of engagements you're having. So I can't look at something and say, oh, well, here's him saying the exact same thing for people saying things about Palestine. It's kind of difficult for me to get an anchor point there to know if you're like.
It's just like a hypothetical because obviously we don't live in a world where there's 20 million Jews in Palestine and then they can actually, and the whole region can become one state. Yeah. But I don't know. I mean, last video I did was about the fucking offensive plan and how horrible that is. So the Zionists are very angry with me for that. But in any case, as far as what I was actually talking about that you were referring to on Twitter, that wasn't even about one person, one vote being a bigoted position. That was about specifically people saying that if you've even had the slightest sympathy with Israel, you should be treated like a Nazi. That was kind of where I came from.
The context of this? To me, like the context of this, I have to say, does not make it much better to me or a more compelling argument. It just seems weird that this is the conclusion of, even if that's the starting point. Let's see. Oh, might have to think about it. There we go. Okay. So the images. Hassan on November 23rd, 2024, I did this. And he is posting a screenshot of an article that says 1/3 of Jewish American teens say they sympathize with Hamas. Israeli government poll shows. The survey shows 66% of Jewish teens in the US say they sympathize with the Palestinian people. Even that framing. Even I almost never, the way that they conduct these things, like, to me, these are like separate questions. 1/3 of these are yeah, they're separate questions. Like, do you sympathize with Hamas? And then another question of like, do you sympathize with Palestinians? Obviously, all of Hamas is Palestinian, but not all Palestinians are Hamas. And then I guess from within it, it says still a significant majority of those polled say they had pro-Israel sentiments. What is it? 62% of American Jewish teens consider themselves to be Zionists, while 84% said they believe Israel has the right to exist as a Jewish state. Okay. And then Lonerbox put, even this dumbass headline Hassan likes to cite shows most American youth would easily cross his threshold to be treated as neo-Nazis. Sam can deflect from that all he wants, but the sentiment here is simply, we don't hate Jews, we only most of them. But this would still be a bad argument. This is still an argument from majority. Especially like this like rests upon the assumption that like you can make the leap from like Zionist, like the term Zionist being completely interchangeable with Jew, and that should be the case because when you poll Jewish Americans, they have like a favorable view of Israel, but that poll doesn't actually like says nothing more than that. It doesn't really talk about Zionism. Because he would like if this were, I guess, to me a more accurate understanding of like what Hassan was saying, and that it was like we don't hate all Zionists, only most of it. Like not even that. It's just like it resting upon this assumption makes it difficult to extrapolate any arguments from it. How far does your logic go? If 70% of Jews supported the complete ethnic cleansing of Gaza and the West Bank, would it be anti-Semitic to call it a fascist project? Are bad things not bad regardless of the opinions of historically oppressed groups? Lonerbox, the slightest sympathy for Israel is not the same as supporting the complete ethnic cleansing of Palestine, but I'll put that aside, which I agree with. Yes, if you follow the logic above, you'd have to admit you believe the majority of Jews on Earth are as good as neo-Nazis, no? And he said, you have to put it aside because I'm asking you a hypothetical, lol. So if the majority of Jews favored killing and displacing all the Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank, and I said that is a fascist position, you're saying that would make me anti-Semitic, just clarifying. Might have to think about it, but you probably would be. If the majority of Jews seriously wanted to kill and displace 5 million people, it would be justified to think there's something wrong with them, unless you think you can hate most Jews without being a Jew hater, lol. And then they put, sorry, maybe I'm reading the last 2 sentences wrong because they seem to be contradictory unless I'm off base. Are you saying it would be justified to call it a fascist position, or it would not be justified and it would be anti-Semitic? I don't know that they kept going.
Yeah.
Well,
I know that's not why the original conversation.
I thought I would get more context to that. Like, I didn't. I still am just dumbfounded by this being the like how that interaction went.
Came up from. I saw this part of it and I was like, the reasoning wasn't it was rubbing me the wrong way.
What reasoning? My one.
Yeah. Just you saying that it was made this last week. You might have to think about it more, but you probably would be if the majority of Jews seriously wanted to kill and displace 5 million people. It'd be justified to think there's something wrong with them, unless you think you can hate most.
To be honest, Ethan asking leading questions and making blanket assumptions of Hassan didn't exactly help Hassan when he was answering. We should have unpacked the assumptions more. But it was too difficult to. And he didn't really try to.
Jews without being a Jew hater, lol. So like
this
whole idea of like, so the example I thought of was like, immediately, like, let's imagine, I don't know what the stats are on this. I'm sure this isn't the fucking case. I'm just like straight hypothetical. I'm trying not to be a total fucking racist here, but it's going to sound racist as fuck. Imagine like most Muslims were supportive of FGM. I don't know if that's the case worldwide or what, but imagine most Muslims worldwide support FGM, and you're like, dude, that's a despicable, barbaric practice. FGM is fucking, dude, that's insane. That's fucking disgusting. That's insane. I wouldn't call you Islam.
Are we all on the same page with what FGM means? Think for a second if you don't know. FGM. I don't know if I can say it
Phobic,
on Twitch.
For having that response and thinking that anyone that practices that is like barbaric and disgusting, just because most Muslims believe in it. You know, I wouldn't say, oh, you're an Islamophobe. So the idea that at the end here you're saying, unless you think you can hate most Jews without being a Jew hater, it's like, well, yeah, kind of. If most Jews were like full-blown Nazis for Israel, like actual, like, you know, full-blown Nazis, then yeah, you could kind of have a negative impression of them without being a Jew hater. You could actually be a very liberal, progressive person, and you hate them because they're anti that.
Yeah, this is like with the neo-Nazi argument, you know, that Hassan, I guess, was making in that clip, right, where he was like, if you've expressed sympathies for these sorts of beliefs, he said at any point, if he really truly meant at any point, I would disagree with him. If he means since October 7th, there's like Israel's response to October 7th, the ongoing genocide, then I get where he's coming from far more. But, you know, like Nazism is not intrinsically linked to German people. So if you find yourself at odds with the majority of Germans in Nazi Germany, that would not really be the product. And like you're stating, it's on the basis of the fact that they hold despicable beliefs and uphold a certain ideology. That would not be like racist or like xenophobic against Germans, if that makes sense. Because like you're drawing like somebody would be making like an intrinsic connection between things that don't exist, you know? And in this case, it's like this intrinsic relationship between like Jews and Zionism.
Yeah, but you'd still be like, that's again just this, like the semantics of like you hating, but you're still hating most Jews, right? Like, so
that doesn't mean you have
the way I say it is when I see fucking all these videos of Israeli settlers doing their fucking shit, and I'm like, oh God, if I actually did watch enough of this stuff, I probably would become anti-Semitic, because it's like, you know, they keep on doing it with like.
But here's the thing: it's like, just hating most of a group doesn't mean you hate the group, right? And I think reducing it like that, I understand you don't really fully commit here, but this is like,
it's like even that. He's joking, but to me, it's like a wild statement. It would never. I would not. I've seen plenty of videos of settlers being settlers being absolutely fucking horrible, but like it doesn't, in my mind at least, or you know, as far as you can make a self-assessment and do a vibe check on yourself on these things, like it never occurs to me to like extrapolate that out to Jews more broadly.
not how I've ever looked at this stuff.
And you also see that reflected even somewhat in Israeli society, because there are not nearly enough, but there are a sizable amount of Israelis that don't like the sellers.
I've never heard other people look at stuff like this either. It just seems so bizarre to go, oh, if most of a group hold this position, hold this belief, and you hate that belief, you therefore hate this group. It's like, no, you don't hate the group. You can hate the belief and think the people who practice that belief, help put that belief into practice, are despicable. But that doesn't mean you hate the group. That's not the case. It never. I don't think that's ever been the case. I've never heard people argue that before. That's crazy.
I don't know. I kind of hate evangelicals.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean you. Does that mean you? But does that? Okay, so you kind of hate evangelicals. Okay, but
he would not. You can. How does? It's hard to, I guess, like with Christians, sure, okay. So you hate evangelicals, but would it occur to you, because you know that you hate the majority of evangelicals, that if you met somebody who is an evangelical, that you would automatically hate them, or you would not treat them with like respect, or you would be like immediately hostile or suspect towards them, you know?
If someone says they're an evangelical, are you going to treat them poorly?
Yes, like this. Like, is that like, can't you hold hatred for their beliefs or whatever and still like not let that impact even like the way that you interact with them? Or like, yeah, I hate evangelicals, but I also think that they should still have First Amendment protections to practice their stupid religion, you know?
Do you have a negative disposition towards them, or
no,
is
I
it
wouldn't,
just?
but that's why the context of this tweet thread is different, because it's in the context of someone saying that if you've even had the slightest sympathy with Israel, you should be treated like a Nazi. In which case, it's like, whoa. But yeah, no, I know what you're saying. I know. That's why
But religion is one of those things that it's like, it's a set of beliefs, but it's still understood to be like an immutable characteristic in America. And in some ways that like, that's kind of tricky. And this is why like Islamophobia to me, like I really don't like using the term Islamophobia, because there are things that go on, like what some people would consider Islamophobia to me is like valid criticisms of the religion itself, the doctrine, the ideology, the hadiths, all of the Quran, etc., versus like anti-Muslim bigotry, which I find far more useful to use, because there are some things that get laundered into the definition of Islamophobia that I'm like, that's not Islamophobia. That's a valid criticism that you could make without being bigoted towards these people, you know?
so yeah, like, because it's the whole distinction is basically between whether or not you hate them because of that particular identity, like inherently, or whether or not you hate them.
But I mean, because it's not even you're not even hating the people. You hate a belief. You hate a belief, and you think people who see, there's a more complex argument with the Israel thing, I think, because the thing is, if you say it's a very stupid, like that the phrasing that person's used, I imagine there's probably some fucking stronger point you could construct here. But that the idea, any sympathy with Israel, well, I'm sure probably fucking most of the Jewish diaspora around the world has had some positive feelings towards Israel at some point. There's a lot of even if you want to take like the most, like, let's fully accept the pro-Palestinian activist account of history and the world and reality. Even with all of that, as a Jew, you would be subject to atrocity propaganda or whatever that makes you feel like Israel is like this safe place. And at some point in your life, some point recently maybe even, you would have felt like someone's gonna be like, oh, I'm glad Israel's there, because if that ever happens to us again around the world, at least that there's probably something like we've got family member or whatever. So just from like the interconnectedness of the world and knowing people, knowing family, having connections to different countries, you probably as a Jew have had some sympathy towards Israel at some point. So you are basically writing off all Jews with that statement, essentially. So there is like a little bit of an extra, but there's probably a stronger point that you could make there, where it's like, if you've been supportive of Israel's actions since the ground invasion post October 7th, you should be treated similarly to a Nazi. Now, this one, I could probably construct. There's probably a bit more of an argument here that you're not being anti-Semitic there, because it's like there is an active. It's people, not just Jews, people who have had a positive feeling, expressed positive support towards a specific military action. At that point, it's not some vague feeling of sympathy. It's a specific. There is a position. There is a plan, or well, kind of a plan. There's a event being laid out in front.
Yes, like what somebody at that point is avowing support for is not like you're not gesturing at like a national pride that endures through hardship and torment and like the high and low points of a country. You're talking about being supportive and backing particular policies, you know?
Front of you.
You're talking about like what the things people are choosing to believe, choosing to back, regardless of what it's based on and like informed by. It is a choice to believe and like uphold those things and support them.
You support it or not. I've got a moral judgment about this event.
Yeah, I agree. But to be charitable to Hassan, would you agree that Ethan singling out the Arabs when he said the fucking Arabs is also a bit of a reach later in their debate? I feel like he could have clarified it better. Did Hassan call it out? I mean, I thought he totally could have had he would have had grounds to call it out, because I don't think that sort of language would have been acceptable from Hassan, and I think Ethan wouldn't have, you know, wouldn't have hesitated to call it out, so I thought he should have called it out.
And okay, I've got a moral judgment of you based on whether you support this event. And I don't see how that...
And I think it's a bit of a blind spot from Ethan, the fact that he did not really see like an issue with like phrasing it that way. Hassan called it out, Ethan dismissed it as ridiculous. To me, it was, you know, it was very easily racist.
Like, if it was rephrased something like that, I wouldn't really see that as anti-Semitic. I would think, you know, probably most people.
But I feel like it just goes undetected, because it's kind of just a given that like people understand Arab people as like this monolith. So when he says that, it's him just being general as opposed to him being like hostile.
People around the world who supported the Israeli military action on post October 7th probably aren't Jewish. It's probably the Jews are probably outweighed by people of other backgrounds, and they would probably still hate them all the same. So I don't see it as an anti-Semitic belief in that case.
If you add in all that qualification and just disconnect the person who said it from...
I don't think these are qualifiers. I think that these are reasonable underlying assumptions that you can glean from what people are saying and where they're coming from.
All the stuff that they say about Jewish history.
I feel like his quote, you know, qualifications for the way that he constructs this argument is far more, you know, is based on way more shaky ground and far more fallacious.
Anything else in Zionism in general, then yeah, that would probably be different. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but then this one it feels like I feel like you argue, but this is the thing. I feel like you're arguing so often. Your arguments are about you'll argue something based on like the statement, but the real argument is about the person. I feel like it's happened last time.
Isn't Kuihman a lolly defender? That Yeet account on Twitter exposed him? No idea. No idea.
It's about the
I think I have that account muted.
About the wealth of opinion that comes from that person, right?
Yeah, but we can look at a person and we can go, okay, you're saying something that could be benign, but like...
How many stuffies do you have? I hate when people call them stuffies. Way too many. Way too many.
I know you. I know you're a piece of shit, so I know that's not benign. But then... Yeah,
like I understand the context in which th're saying it, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But it feels like you will defend the judgment of the statement more.
What do you mean? Like I would take the statement more literally, or the way? Yeah, you would defend the judgment of the statement because the.
Also, I just want to go back on something, because there was something that. Okay.
If you add in all that qualification and just disconnect the person who said it from all the stuff that they say about Jewish history and everything else and Zionism in general, then yeah, that would probably be different. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but then this one is, it feels like
okay. A really, really big, not big, but common, accusation of anti-Semitism towards people that are purportedly pro-Palestine, or what people understand is being anti-Israel, anti-Zionist, whatever. The people in that camp, one way that people try to get the anti-Semitism accusation to stick is that they feel that Israel is being held to a very specific standard that is distinct and apart from from the standard that we apply to other countries, and they say therefore it's anti-Semitic. But what Lonerbox has argued here is that you should not be making these these statements on this without having this kind of like vast knowledge of Zionism and the history of the Jewish people and this and this and that. And I'm thinking, like, aren't you, I'm not characterizing it as anti-Semitic, but I feel like it's like, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You cannot ask people as a precondition for them not be, as a precondition for you not calling them anti-Semitic, you can't in one breath say that you need to not hold Israel Zionists, Jews, etc., to different and specific standards that you're not applying consistently to everybody else. But then you can't also ask them for what would be, specific knowledge on this. I agree that people ought to have informed opinions, and they should have at least some, a factual basis on these, like a general factual basis for the claims that they are making. But people make, if we're talking about that being like exceptional, people make generalized statements and avow support for things that they know far less on. And it's never looked at as sideways. It's never looked at sideways. It's never side-eyed. That's what I mean to say. It's never side-eyed. There's people that will make generalized statements about Russians and Ukrainians, but I don't ever hear the parameters being put on what is acceptable criticism of Russia before you start getting into like Ruskophobia. What would this be? What would bigotry against Russian people be?
You argue, but this is the thing. I feel like you're arguing so often. Your arguments are about you'll argue something based on like the statement, but the real argument is about the person. I feel like it's happened last time.
It's about the statement. It's about the wealth of opinion that comes from that person, right?
Yeah, but we can look at a person and we can go, okay, you're saying something that could be benign, but I know you. I know you're a piece of shit, so I know that's not benign. But then
I understand the context in which they're saying it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But it feels like you will defend the judgment of the statement more.
What do you mean? Like I would take the statement more literally, or the way? Yeah, you would defend the judgment of the statement because the person who says it is like saying it from a place that would.
A GF has all that knowledge and she is very pro-Palestine, etc. LOL, but Loner would just shift the goalposts. Well, I feel like when he's saying that, like, sure, you can make that statement, but it like flies in the face of like the history of Zionism and the Jewish people and Israel and anti-Semitism and like all of this. And I feel like the assumption is that like if you knew all of these things, that you'd naturally be led to the conclusion that you'd be in support of Zionism, but I don't think that follows from that.
Like back up the opinion that it's
There's plenty of people that the more they learn about Zionism, the less they like it.
coming from a bad place, rather than concerns about the war. Is that what you mean?
No, I'm saying like it feels like you will stake a position like, unless you think you can hate most Jews without being a Jew hater, you've staked that position on to defend your read of a statement, but it feels like you never even need to get to that argument because fundamentally your argument isn't about that statement so much. The statement could be totally benign. It's about the person making it and the fact that that's.
He has the assumption of anti-Semitism until you prove otherwise. A bit. Because he is saying that like he views a lot of these statements, which to me are like very benign or neutral on their face until you have reason to believe that they're coming from like a bigoted point of view. He views them kind of like as inherently suspect.
Statement has room to be malicious. And I know you're in that room because you're a piece of shit. That's what your real argument is, but you've instead staked this firm position that, oh, well, if you hate most Jews, you must be a Jew hater.
I don't know. Like, I feel like in that stage, you get to a position where it's like, the question is like, would it be okay to hate most of the Jews if they actually all became genocidal? I'm like, yeah, probably would be. Yeah, but fucking.
It wouldn't be okay to be an anti-Semite. Even if most Jews were Jewish.
Yeah, I know, because it's not an inherent quality to like. Yeah, it's not inherent to being Jewish like, to believe those things.
Yeah. It wouldn't suddenly become it wouldn't suddenly become justified to turn around and be like, oh no, I hate Jews and Jews suck. It's because of their religion. It's because of their ethnicity. Yeah, it wouldn't be okay to suddenly turn around and do that just because most Jews are genocidal, right?
I think that's why I said at the beginning. I think that's fair. Yeah, like I get that, which is why I would come back to what was actually being said, which was this opinion that like sympathy for Israel or even like just being a Zionist in general should be akin to being a Nazi, which I just don't think is.
Sure. Did this come up in the Ethan and Sam debate? Did Ethan? I feel like, or was it Ethan Sam Cedar? I can't remember. Didn't Ethan argue that if you hate Zionists and most Jews are Zionists and you hate Jews?
I don't know if he said it in that way.
Yes, he did. That was it. That was what he said. Let's see. Let's pull it up. Let's pull it up so we can be correct. Ethan v. Sam Cedar.
Cedar, what a fucking nightmare.
How have you been, Sam, since we ruined Steven Crowder's?
In some fashion.
and more so
Okay,
the
where
West
is-
Bank at that time.
Where does he show the
And so
clip?
I think it's hard to make an argument. And look, I would make a even, you know,
We gotta find where he like says it. There's the clip. Okay.
Care, I know.
I don't care. I don't.
And, that,
I
and why should you? I don't blame you. We talked about anti-Semitism, and you think that I don't want to put words in your mouth, right? But you seem to have conveyed that, you know, compared to the destruction and everything happening, the genocide, the loss of life in Gaza, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, that obviously that's way more important. So let me show you an example of something. And again, I know you don't care about the drama. To me, this isn't drama. This is one of the biggest, most influential streamers spreading something that I think is really dangerous. And you can agree or disagree, but it's a short clip. I'll show it to you, and you tell me what you think.
This will never happen, but in a totally just world, any kind of, regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi. And you shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher as Felix was posting. If they've ever exhibited
I found it, Banana Boy.
any sort of like positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this.
And the funny thing is that like the fact that Hassan goes out of his way to say regardless of your background, that just gets like ignored, or I guess Ethan assumes he's not being genuine when he says that.
By the way, he didn't misspeak. He doubled down on it yesterday. He said, no, I agree. That's what I think. Now, just to recap, he says, anyone that's had positive feelings at any point about the state of Israel is a neo-Nazi.
Like, again, see? He left it out. He said anyone who's had this, and he did not. He misrepresented what Hassan just said, which is that anyone, regardless of their background, if you have expressed positive like sentiments for, again, did he say Zionism or Israel?
This will never happen, but in a totally just world, any kind of, regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi. And you shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher as Felix was posting. If they've ever exhibited any sort of like positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this.
Now, by the way, he didn't misspeak. He doubled down on it yesterday. He said, no, I agree. That's what I think. Now, just to recap, he says, anyone that's had positive feelings at any point about the state of
Just to recap, let me, mischaracterize what he said, and we can just go from there.
Israel is a neo-Nazi that's not fit to be a dog walker. Now, to me, that seems like extremely dangerous.
It never stops being funny to me that he kept saying dog walker when Hassan was saying dog catcher. Dog catcher, not dog walker.
This dehumanizing language about what could arguably be 70% of the Jewish diaspora, and certainly probably people you know in your family.
I'll tell you.
And again, that stat says, do we still have it up? From 2013, 76% of Jews identified by region said that they were at least somewhat emotionally attached to Israel. And that doesn't... Israel refers to... You could ask that question to like Christians or Catholics, for example. You know, Catholics have attachment to like Sepulchre and Bethlehem. But I guess like, so if you're talking about like Israel and like the they could be referring to the geographic region, or they could be referring to the state, you know? Like I would expect this because there are like religious ties to that geographical area, but that is not even necessarily denoting a positive feeling, like an emotional attachment to the state of Israel, unless it's qualified as such. But maybe that's the context of this pupil. I'd have to like look into it. And then 95% of Jews have favorable views of Israel, and then, you know, but again, this is not talking about like Zionism.
Anyone that's had positive feelings at any point about the state of Israel is a neo-Nazi that's not fit to be a dog walker. Now, to me, that seems like extremely dangerous, dehumanizing language about what could arguably be 70% of the Jewish diaspora, and certainly probably people you know in your family.
I'll tell you. There's some hyperbole there, but
and like just that, you know, like that what Hassan said again. Regardless of the background, if you've expressed sympathy like towards like Zionism and like had positive feelings towards the state of Israel, he said, I guess at any point or whatever, maybe that's the hyperbole that Sam's referring to. He's talking about like, yeah, people's ideological commitments to that project, not groups of people. He's talking about the things that they choose to believe in.
I think the dispute was over whether or not like
on debate. Did Ethan? I feel like, or was it Ethan Samsen? I can't remember. Didn't.
And then again, Ethan's making also like an erroneous like conflation between like Zionism and Jews and like Judaism when Zionism also has like a lot of evangelical support.
Ethan argue that if you hate Zionists and most Jews are Zionists and you hate Jews.
I don't know if he said it in that way. I think the dispute was over whether or not like because I don't know what were they talking about. They're talking about how people like to hold up JVP as if they're representative of any kind of like majority or substantial part of Jewish opinion, which they're not. I think Sam.
But should they be disregarded?
See, whatever they were saying, Sam Cedar said like it's dangerous for you to conflate Zionism with Judaism. I think that was the whole thing. That was like the essential core of the argument that Sam was. I can't remember what Ethan was saying, but I remember that was what Sam's response was.
Yeah, I felt like
it sounds like that's what you're saying as well. The conflation of Zionism with Judaism.
Yeah. It feels like it's happening a lot. It feels like Ethan does that. It feels like that's going around right now a lot.
Okay, why do you think Zionism and Judaism overlap so much? Do you think they overlap a lot, or?
What do you mean? I mean, I think there's several reasons why Zionism and Judaism overlap so much. I mean, there's like
they overlap, but they're not intrinsically linked.
Obviously biblical reasoning, and then there's the more recent last century of historical reasoning, and then
and even then, like the biblical reasoning, but like the founders of Israel were like Theodore Herzl was secular.
I don't really know what you're asking me, I guess.
Because the question is there's nothing artificial, there's nothing like forced about someone conflating Zionism with Judaism when they say like most Jews would probably cross the threshold for being considered Zionists given their views on Israel. I think that's probably fair if you consider Zionist from like the actual definition, which is like right.
Yeah, but you should. Yeah, but that's not the same as conflating Judaism with Zionism. Saying most Jews are Zionists is not the same as conflating Judaism with Zionism.
Correct.
Well, that's what I would say as well, because I don't think Ethan, or definitely not me, I don't think all Jews are Zionists. But when I say, so if I put forward a position when I say that like anti-Zionism.
So if he knows that, then why? If he knows that like not all Jews are Zionists, then why is it anti-Semitic to disagree with the majority of Jews or the majority of Zionists?
It's not inherently anti-Semitic.
I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Okay, popular. I feel like Ethan.
Okay, well he clarifies that it's not inherently, so it's like suggesting that like it just is most of the time.
He doesn't say all Jews are Zionist. I feel like he pushed 90% as a figure at some point in one of those debates, and I would have to go back and look. I'm pretty sure there was a point where he said basically that fundamentally the way I came away from an argument he made, I think it's the one where Sam Cedar said it's dangerous to conflate the two. The way I came away from it was basically most Jews are Zionists. And he didn't say these words, obviously. Most Jews are Zionists. Therefore, if you're anti-Zionist, you're anti-Jew. That's basically how I came away from reading roughly the essence of his argument. So I thought there is a conflate. It feels like to me. I have to go back and look for the exact wording. I forgot that. I didn't think to bring this up with you specifically today. But yeah, it does feel like there is a conflation happening there, and that is the point where it's conflating. Where you are making the argument that you taking baseline anti-Zionist positions, believing in one person, one vote, or whatever, that is inherently anti-Semitic because most Jews are Zionists, and therefore, if you're anti-Zionist, you're anti-Semitic. That feels like the reasoning we've fallen into in a lot of the discussion right now.
Yeah.
Okay, well, so I don't believe that personally. The way I put it is that Zionism is not inherently anti-Semitic, but typically today, the popular anti-Zionist movement and their beliefs and actions, there's a Venn diagram between anti-Zionism and Semitism.
Yeah, obviously.
Like,
yeah.
And I think that can come from the left, it can come from the right, and I think it does in both cases. Yeah.
I wish Kuihman had asked him, does he think that like the Jews that are part of like Jewish Voice for Peace, are they anti-Semites? Because they disagree with the majority of Jews, you know? And if he thinks that, like, has he ever spoken to somebody like a representative or a person within those organizations and like how they feel about being met with that accusation?
And I think it's something that anti-Zionists don't really like to address.
And like, to be clear, you can absolutely be, you can be black and you can be racist. You can be a woman, you can be misogynistic. You can be Jewish and you can be anti-Semitic. It's not mutually exclusive, but like it is, especially with like it's not, you know, the majority of Jews or anything like that. But with a growing number of like anti-Zionist Jews, well, at some point, would he drop this, I guess? Like if at some point, let's say in 10 years, the majority of like not just 51%, but the overwhelming majority of Jews in America became anti-Zionist, would it cease to be anti-Semitic?
Yes, because they just keep saying, stop conflating anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. Like you're the one making Jews unsafe by commenting on the fact that it's like, of course, like Jews and Zionism, because of their entire history, have like, that is going to be connected. There's a reason for that. There's a reason that these two things are like connected quite closely. Yeah. Whereas people will say like Zionism has nothing to do with Judaism, which is kind of mental. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's obviously absurd to say Zionism has absolutely nothing to do with Judaism. That's like, that is totally absurd. I suppose,
I feel like that usually when people saying like Zionism has nothing to do with Judaism, it's not really an observation of like fact. It's more of like an aspirational thing. In the same way that people are like, they look at instances of like police brutality or racism in America, and they're like, this is not what America is. And you can make a pretty strong case that like historically, given the racist, past and present of this country, this kind of is that is what America is, But I think if you're engaging more charitably with that person, what they're attempting to say is that this is not what America ought to be, And when people are saying that like, anti-Zionism has nothing to do with Judaism, it usually comes off as like an ought statement to me. Like it should not have anything to do with it.
So the thing I'd say is, I agree that the lefties don't want to address, pro-Pally lefties don't want to address the fact that there is underlying anti-Semitism, or that they fall adjacent to anti-Semitism a lot of the time, because they feel like any looking around or self-scrutiny weakens their case or cause or whatever. So they just allow it to run, to keep going. I agree with that point, but I think that what happens when you have people firmly stating, like the perspective that if you're against Israel or against Israel being an ethno-state, you're in some way anti-Semitic. I think when that position is being argued, I suddenly understand the lefty argument more, that people making that argument are creating a dangerous situation for Jews, because I think any time you attempt to link Jews in Western countries so directly to Israel, you are baiting essentially blowback in a way. I think the conflation between, or the linking of,
and that already exists, anytime, this is not just like in light of the genocide in Gaza or just post October 7th. Anytime there are like there have been Israeli onslaughts that have taken place in either the West Bank or Gaza, there has always been like a spike in like anti-Semitism
of Western Jews to Israel so strongly.
And that is not, despite the best efforts of the Israeli government and leadership attempting to disaggregate the Jewish identity from Zionism and the state of Israel. That is by design. That is because of that conflation in a lot of ways.
I think does create a dangerous environment. I think that is people start.
And this is what Sam Cedar was saying, which is that like he was saying when he said like it's enabled Donald Trump to do the shit that he's doing. He's saying like it's been weaponized. It's been weaponized to say that like if you disagree with the military actions in Israel, then you're putting yourself at odds with like the Jewish community, quote unquote, and therefore you are anti-Semitic. Like that's the leap that's being made there. But conversely, just the objective outcome of like the insistence that people should see Judaism and Zionism as intrinsically linked, then you are asking people to assume that there is a dual loyalty between like American Jews in Israel or European Jews in Israel. Like Jews anywhere have a dual loyalty and allegiance to Israel, regardless of what their personal feelings on Israel actually are.
I think this is pretty historically proven that when Israel do crazy shit, anti-Semitism in other countries increases. So I think the more you link Jews in other places to Israel, you're worsening that. I think Ethan does that pretty badly.
Interesting. I'm guessing we would say the same with groups that call themselves like Islamic, and then they do like ISIS shit.
Yes,
they're making the world say unsafe for Muslims. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. I think the one difference is if we get to so.
And yes, there's a strong argument to make that like places like Iran, you know, if you recognize the existence of the Iranian state, you are recognizing it as an Islamic state because their official title is not just the state of Iran, it's the Islamic Republic of Iran. So de facto, you're doing that, you know? And you're leading people to make assumptions about American Muslims and their, and because they're affiliated with Islam, like to question if they have like an allegiance to Iran or like different Muslim majority countries.
One of these polls is like 65% of British Jews describing themselves just as Zionists, like flat out. I guess the question is, if linking Jews to Israel is dangerous for Jews, at what point is it also safe to say that 65% of British Jews are making things themselves unsafe by identifying as Zionists?
Yeah, but that's a personal choice that they make. Ultimately, they're not making themselves unsafe as Jews. They're making themselves unsafe as Zionists. They are choosing to support the foreign policy of a country that has huge negatives for the people affected by it, potentially huge positives for the people enacting it. You are choosing to advocate for that position, and you are saying, "I advocate for this position, come what criticism may." That's
you have to support Israel's foreign policy to identify.
And it's like, I hear this about like MAGA talking about like MAGA and like conservative discrimination, or like there's been an uptick in discourse about like discrimination against conservatives by liberals or, you know, by women or whatever on dating apps. And it's like, yeah, but to be a conservative is not like, that's not a mutable characteristic. You know, you're choosing to believe those things. It's a set of beliefs.
As a Zionist.
You
can be the biggest fucking government hater.
Okay, sure. Well, I suppose I literally whenever I think using Zionism personally for me, I think using Zionism to describe people who believe in just temporary two-state, you know, they need to be safe, etc. The position we discussed before. I think using Zionist for those people is kind of retarded Zionist definition. To me, Zionism does require some like this land was promised me 4,000 years ago, or I should be able to expand out in this land. There's got to be something else there where you principally believe that land belongs to you in some way.
But why? This wasn't the case when obviously when Zionists began. It wasn't about the land being promised to them or anything. Like, it wasn't religious.
No, it's not. I'm not saying it has to be religious. I'm humorously presenting the idea of entitlement to the land, belief that they should be the dominant ethnicity there.
Yeah, but that's the problem, though, right?
Because there's a difference.
Zionism is defined that way.
Well, I don't know. What is that?
I think it's people who mischaracterize Zionism. No. The fact that Zionism can be a broad church all the way from the crazy revisionists and settlers back into the labor lefty ones who want a two-state solution. Like the fact all these people are Zionists, like all of them.
Well, I mean, I thought you can do this.
And then I think at that point you're playing fast and loose with the term, and it's being, you know, broadened out or narrowed depending on what your agenda is, you know.
But like every hot button political word, no, they all get bastardized.
Yeah,
everyone's a racist, Zionism, everyone's a Nazi, everyone's a Zionist, everyone's a I know.
Yeah, but I think Zionism gets bastardized mostly by the people who are like the anti-Zionist types, because they tried to make Zionism always like it has to have like the worst implications of
true. I think people on the other side are motivated to expand the definition of Zionism too, because they catch more people and manage to bring them in and support the idea with them. And I think there's a motivation.
That's not historical though, right? Because the political Zionists, like the first ones, that even back to the ones who opposed the initial evictions in the 20s, like the most basic, like just buying land and evicting the tenants, even the ones who opposed that, like they were still Zionists. The ones who Chomsky at one point was a Zionist because what he wanted was like Palestinian workers and Jewish workers to form their own little socialist state in Palestine. Like that was still Zionist. So no, it's not Zionist.
My issue is
always been
broad. Here's my problem. Sure. Here's my problem is that it's not a Zionist position to.
This is exactly the issue that I was laying out to Socrates about like why defining Zionism just kind of ends up being this like navel gazing exercise. This like because you have to understand like who constitutes like a Jewish person or whatever. And it's like, yeah, good luck finding two people that agree with that.
Like
you can find it's much easier to find consensus on like other things.
Come to
like other demographics, but like Jews in particular can be very difficult.
Situation where there are people who have like any situation where there are people who have been born here. This isn't just settlement saying, well, this isn't just people coming from European countries and going over there and buying land from rich landowners. It isn't that. People are already there. You've come to the situation. Someone born in the last 30 or so years, and there are people there who have been born very recently too.
Zionism is wanting workers' rights in Israel. I think what he's saying is that even secular and left, there have that Zionism is one not incompatible with being a leftist or whatever, and that there are different strains of Zionism such that to the point that even the founders of the state of Israel are not Theodore Herzl are not are atheists, but they're still considered Zionists. You can be a Jewish atheist.
That's all they know. You come to the situation, you think, okay, there are people in
so
this.
He's trying to illustrate the diversity of thought that exists within Zionism
area. We shouldn't displace people. We should come up with the best solution for the people in this area so they can have maximum sovereignty and self-determination and safety. That's not a Zionist. I don't see that you would label that as Zionist. Labeling that as a specific thing seems insane to me, and it feels like it's just trying to get people on board with some specific project. When that's not, I think, most people's outlook. I think that's the general outlook that people should have or do have in at least liberals when they come to this sort of thing. I think that the general outlook is you come to the best situation for the people that are there right now. Regardless of any history, you try and come up with the best solution for the people that are there right now. And labeling that as Zionist is absurd to me. To me, Zionism has to have some specific principled belief in the state of Israel as a Jewish state, at least, at bare minimum. Principled belief in Israel as a Jewish state. It can't just be, I think right now, these populations can't mix, but I believe, that doesn't make any sense to me. That you would label that as a specific thing, when that is just it's the baseline liberal worldview to any conflict where people are being displaced. It's not a specific thing. It's just we need to come up with the best solution for these people right now.
I don't really know what else to say apart from what I've already said, so I'll just say it one more time, which is just the fact that this is what Zionism was from its inception. It was always a broad church. It was always people arguing about whether or not there should be
there's a difference
more expansion or less expansion.
I love a semantic debate. Love it.
That's the thing, is that you can say back 100 years ago that's what Zionism was, but Israel was not fucking founded 100 years ago.
But even now it is, right? Even within Israel, they're in Israel, the people will fight over whether or not they want to unilaterally just opt out of Gaza and the West Bank and just give it all back, and that's two states, and then we've got ours, they've got theirs. But if they want one vote, it's
just call them occupiers. You can do that, but I find it to be unproductive because terms like Zionism, this is why. I don't find it productive to use terms like Zionists and occupiers because they just end up, the whole point of language is to be able to communicate with one another. And I find that saying these things, saying these terms, speaking in broad generalities like this ends up obscuring and confusing far more than it does elucidating or explaining anything to the person you're speaking to.
at some point in the future and it's safe, we'll do that. Those people will call themselves Zionists. That's what 90% of the country calls themselves Zionists, even though it's very broad.
But then at this point, you're just saying, yeah, it is bastardized. Yeah, the term is bastardized. I like the bastardized version. No, I think it should be more.
No, it's not bastardized. That's what the term's always meant. That's what the term's always been. It's always been just that one baseline.
So anyone that thinks that Jews should be in that area at all, even if they think it should be a socialist worker state of Palestinians and Israelis.
No, that one is probably not the case anymore. But it
see, but when he says not the case anymore, I can't think of any, maybe, and Lonerbox definitely knows more about this than I do. I can't think of any Zionist founder or leader that at any point was arguing for those sorts of leftist principles to be applied equally between Jews and non-Jews.
The baseline being Jews have a right to exist as that Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state, even if it's for the foreseeable future, that's still a Zionist position. Yeah, because the way I see it is
they wanted those types of Zionists, these secular, even socialist Zionists, that was going to exclude, they wanted it to almost exclusively apply to Jews.
That there are two camps that are really the big kind of issue and the big conflict in the Middle East with Israel is that there's the one side that thinks.
Exactly. Do you think one of the main contentions is that people have gotten used to taking sides, that it's hard to engage with then also clearly both sides issue like Zionism, especially the broad difference between its origin, meaning, identity, and actions? It always ends up being a non sequitur. I do think that this is a really there is a growing frustration, especially in light of everything that's taken place since October 7th, with attempting to have conversations like this one, or between people that identify themselves as Zionists and non-Zionists. They feel that a threshold has been reached and a point has been tipped where it's unimportant to have those conversations. It's unimportant to try to relate. They don't want to hear the explanation. They need to be just outright opposed, sanctioned, disagreed with, not entertained, and basically shunned, you know? And I can understand that desire, but that's not the way that I see it, and it's not the way that I approach it. Because I think that is just a race to the bottom. That is just a like a kind of a recipe for a polarization, and a negative polarization that is, I do not see anything productive coming out of it.
Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state.
You know, if somebody could demonstrate to me how that sort of like isolation and polarization ends up being positive, like leading to a positive outcome in this particular circumstance, I would be open to it, but it would be very hard to convince me of that.
Whether it's inherently or forever or temporarily.
Because
the other
if you
side,
believe,
that once Israel destroyed.
if you believe right now that
You know, but I'm also sympathetic to why people feel polarized, because there have been, you know, people that feel that they have attempted to engage in good faith with Zionists, with Israelis, with supporters of Israel, and despite how careful they're trying to be and how sensitive they're trying to be to the way that this to acknowledge like the way it overlaps with Judaism, they are nonetheless called an anti-Semite. So I think that the feeling and the thinking, which is not something that people should succumb to, but I know what they're thinking, is, well, fuck it. You know, if even when I'm attempting to be sensitive and hear somebody out and be thoughtful in my criticisms and engagements with this group of people that I disagree with, I'm getting labeled an anti-Semite, then fuck it. That word doesn't mean anything, and I'm not going to, you know, let my speech be defined by people that clearly don't agree with me, are not interested in hearing where I'm coming from, and just want to hurl insults at me, you know?
No, that's okay.
So I understand that frustration, but I think it's a frustration that people should resist kind of feeding into.
It's just so ridiculous. If you believe,
that's the conflict in the Middle East.
If you believe, okay, I understand, but that's not the conversation in West countries. If you believe that Israel has a right to exist right now in a way that is safe for its people, okay, but fundamentally you principally believe in anti-Zionism. You believe that Israel, fundamentally, it should not be an ethnic state. Jews do not have a right to that land for it to be an ethnic state for them into perpetuity. They do not have a right. You would be fundamentally anti-Zionist, even if you don't believe in the immediate destruction of the state of Israel. You would fundamentally be anti-Zionist. So calling that a Zionist position, that you believe that there is a temporary need to not have these populations mix, but fundamentally you're against an ethnic state, to call that a Zionist position is ridiculous to me. We're not in the same position that we were in the fucking 1920s. There aren't Jews moving over there right now to try and set up a state. It's not back then saying, yeah, Israel should exist at all, and calling that Zionist, that makes sense, because it's not fucking founded yet. You're saying it should be founded. That makes sense to me. Calling it now, saying now, there are already people here, they shouldn't be displaced, they shouldn't be killed, they shouldn't have their borders dropped so that everyone from surrounding countries can come in. They saying that now, that's not a specific thing. That's just a baseline liberal outlook to how population should be treated. That's not a specific thing. You could still be anti-Zionist even if you believe.
The observation I'm going to make is one that has far more to do with like semantics and labels and categories, and not comparisons between like the ideologies of Zionism and Nazism. But I see this sort of pedantic argument kind of wheeled out when it comes to labeling people like Fuentes like neo-Nazis and stuff like that. And it's like, well, technically nobody is a Nazi now, because when you look at the ideological history of Nazism, that was pertaining specifically to the Aryan race, and that was a very specific conception of like a particular racial pool, and it had to do with Germany, and like it's starting to make the definition of it so discrete that it wouldn't apply to anybody today. But obviously, most people have a general understanding of what is being said and meant when you're saying someone like Fuentes is like a neo-Nazi, you know?
That those people shouldn't have their country stripped away from them right now.
And just because there have been like changes in the way that the ideology has evolved over time, it doesn't mean it can't be applied today, or there can't be modern uses of it, or it's like even as confusing as people think.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and I'm saying that if you want to hold that position, like you want to say that, because that's basically my position. My position is that they have that need all the way up until it's no longer an issue in terms of safety. Like once the safety issue's gone, then just open borders, do what the fuck you want.
Hell yeah.
But if you take that position, people who are on the anti-Zionist wing are going to call you a Zionist, right? Because
okay, but that doesn't mean I have to call myself a Zionist. That doesn't mean I'm going to.
You don't have to.
That doesn't mean I'm going to go. Oh,
wait,
yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I'm a Zionist, guys.
Yeah, okay.
Even if you believe that those people shouldn't have their country stripped away from them right now.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and I'm saying that if you want to hold that position, like you want to say that, because that's basically my position. My position is that they have that need all the way up until it's no longer an issue in terms of safety. Like once the safety issue's gone, then just open borders, do what the fuck you want. But if you take that position, people who are on the anti-Zionist wing are going to call you a Zionist, right? Because
but that doesn't mean I have to call myself a Zionist. That doesn't mean I'm.
Oh, I see. Okay. He's saying people that are anti-Zionists would call you a Zionist. I thought he was saying. I thought
you don't have to.
That doesn't mean I'm going to go. Oh yeah, I'm a Zionist, guys. I freaking love Israel. No, I'm going to be like, no, fuck Israel, but also
post-crypto Zionism. I mean, there is such a thing as post-Zionists, who their conception and understanding of what it means for a state to have a quote-unquote Jewish character can be something that is cultural and not demographic, or that the founding tenets of Zionism have been fulfilled, and therefore you can move past it. Therefore, you can be a post-Zionist because the state of Israel has been established. It exists. It's a homeland for Jews. Like there's, you can move past it. But of course, it's met with the same sorts of criticisms.
So you guys are fucking insane.
That it's, post-Zionism is anti-Zionism and whatnot.
But it's like, I don't see the need to suddenly coalesce into a fucking, like a Zionist versus anti-Zionist camp when no, I don't fundamentally agree with either position.
Yeah, you're at both sides. You're welcome to the club.
Okay, but it feels like okay, I worry, Lonerbox. I feel like you.
Now take that exact same logic and apply it to the poll that Ethan brought up with Jews and Israel support. What are you getting at? What do you think the conclusion would be if you applied my logic?
You've been pushed into the Zionist camp. I feel like you've done the thing that why I left the left, but with anti-Zionism, all the anti-Zionists are fucking insane assholes, and you've been pushed into this camp where you're defending things I don't think you otherwise would.
Like what?
It feels like I've sort of pulled teeth to get through this Zionism bit, where it's like I feel like it's a pretty common outlook that the people there should have the best situation for them right now, but fundamentally I don't believe in the FSA. It's a very common outlook. But when I first pitched this to you, you seem to be saying, oh, no, that's Zionism. You're part of the club. You're Zionist.
So I think in every meaningful sense of practicality, it is Zionist, because like it's only in the sense that this future where the Middle East is so unrecognizably changed, so that Jews can live as a minority in one of these countries and actually be safe and be equals. Like that's just not happening anytime soon. So it's just weird that you would convince yourself to like a proper like an anti-Zionist.
This is like saying it's a capitalist position to think we shouldn't have a communist revolution right now.
You should be pedantic about it. Oh, I wasn't arguing that you ought to be pedantic about it. I was not. I was trying to demonstrate the opposite. I was trying to demonstrate the futility of it.
It's like that doesn't necessarily mean you're a capitalist, does it? Just because you don't think it should be a violent communist revolution right now.
Yeah, like when you get like reformists who are just like, oh yeah, I'm a very anti-capitalist, but I just don't see it.
Oh, then you shouldn't be pedantic about it. Jews support the nation of Israel to a large extent. I don't think that doesn't necessarily. I don't think it would be applicable in this case, though.
Any like form of it happening right now, but then it's like, yeah, then some people who like, if you're
because again, like another premise that I already laid out was that I don't think that Zionism is really like. I think this conversation's almost entirely useless. It's useless. I don't think Zionism is useful to talk about.
Capitalist until a better system comes.
I find it worthy to talk about Nazism and neo-Nazism. And you're seeing the resurgence of that, in America. I do not see it. I do not see a useful Zionism.
Along, then yeah, you kind of are a capitalist, right? Like yeah, until the
because it's like there are tenants affiliated with Nazism that are just going to automatically negate any or make it impossible for them to call themselves like Nazis and also hold other positions that I'm going to agree with. But the same cannot be said of Zionists. Because regardless of whether or not somebody self-identifies as a Zionist or an anti-Zionist, if they principally agree with me that people should have equal rights, if they agree that the illegal occupation should be ended, if they agree that the blockade should be ended, if they agree that there should not be apartheid in this region, if they agree in Palestine with me on like Palestinian liberation, like, you know, if they're open to hearing these things, then I'm not really interested in whether like, then it ceases to matter if they identify as a Zionist or not. You know, it's more important to me that they agree with the other things, you know, and it doesn't, them calling the, like, that doesn't, it's not mutually exclusive to me.
You're not married to it.
In practice, you know.
But until the foreseeable future, until something actually comes up, then you might as well be, right? What's the meaningful difference?
Okay, so you would say Ethan is a Zionist?
In a sense, yeah.
So wait, so when they were all calling him a Zionist, and he was getting mad about that, he was unjustified?
No, the problem is that the word Zionist gets butchered. Like people shoehorn it into thinking that you support the government and the settlements and the expansion. So if you're going by like the typical...
I don't think it matters if the term is butchered if Ethan is a Zionist, objectively a Zionist.
Like Western online definition of Zionism, then yeah, that's like they conflate Zionism with like Kahanism. That's what they think it means. But
I don't think that's true. I don't think they necessarily think it means the most extreme version every time, but they were calling him a Zionist. It seems like you agree.
Yeah, I mean, if you think Israel has a right to exist now as a Jewish state, and if conditions change, then that right would go away because of like if the safety issue is gone, then you can say that probably would make most people see you as a Zionist because that's the world we live in.
Even the like, I hate the right to exist line, the right to exist discourse. It's another like nothing statement. It's just this completely vacuous and like empty virtue signal that is like affirmed, like it's like this affirmation, but it doesn't mean anything because there's not anywhere in international law is there a right to, is there an abstract or inherent right for any state to exist? Not just Israel, that's any state, you know, before Mexico does any sort of deal with the United States, there is not like this acknowledgement that the USA has a right to exist, you know? Does Palestine have a right to exist? No. No state does. States do not exist because of like a written rights. They exist because of force. And your ability to exert that right, you know?
Than now, yeah.
Well, no, you think
is why it doesn't matter that de jure there are hundreds of countries, as far as I know, in the UN that recognize Palestine as a state. It doesn't matter that legally or like technically to some states in the UN they are, you know, they are a state because it's like if they can't enforce that, then they're not.
Not most people see you as you think he is a Zionist.
Yeah.
So yeah. So what was the problem with him being called one?
Yeah, because it's usually not just does Israel have a right to exist. It's like Israel has a right to exist as like an ethno state or as the homeland for the Jewish people, and that interpretation of homeland is almost exclusively used to mean a demographic supermajority.
Because I don't think
sovereignty is a right, self-determination is a right, but you have to win. You have to win your self-determination. You know.
Ethan or the people attacking him necessarily agree on what they mean by calling each other Zionists. Like that's the problem. Like that's just why I do it as well. Like,
well I mean, loads of people online.
You don't,
loads of people online don't agree on the definition of Zionism. Like there's going to be a million different definitions if you ask a bunch of different people, but or like their perspectives on it, whether they view it as like
regardless of whether or not somebody believes Israel does or does not have the right to exist, Israel exists. There's nothing that somebody could say or to undermine that state of affairs. You know. It's a state under international law. They have nukes. They have the ability to enforce their rights, and they're backed by the United States.
Like the most extreme version, or if they've got a more very view on it. There's going to be a huge variance in internet commenters and content creators between exactly where they land on that scale. They're all spectrums ultimately. So I don't understand really what.
And that really like kind of belies the myth that we like the myth of human rights in the sense that like if you don't have citizenship to a state that is recognized by Western powers and you don't have money, you don't exist. You really just don't exist. You really need these things. You need to be affiliated with a state to have this, or to have these things, to have to have the protections that human rights ought to grant you. Aaron is might makes right. Not morally, but as far as like kind of what ends up being like how things are determined, it's like in that sense, sure.
Where it feels like this the initial grievance there was he's being called a Zionist. He's not a Zionist. He's actually very anti-Israel. He's very pro-Palestine.
If this conflict has shown anything at all, it's that might makes right is truer than people would like to admit. Yes. Like that's what I'm saying.
But no, now we're saying he's not. We're saying he's a Zionist.
Yeah, well, this is where according to the way I understand Zionism, which is just believing that Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state. It doesn't have to be permanent, it doesn't have to be an inherent right. That's how I think it means, because like that's to me what it's always meant. Like, and it's what it's always meant to the people who are closest to it. And it's also in terms of the Middle East, not in Western discourse, because I think it's quite confused. But in the Middle East, that's what the conflict is. The conflict is the ones on one side who think Israel should be allowed to exist, and the other side who think it should fuck off. That state should not exist. So that's how I see it the most. I think it's the simple answer as well, which I think is the best way. But with Ethan, the problem is that at least between him and Hassan, I think when Hassan defined Zionism, I think he described it as what, like a religious, ethno-supremacist, exterminationist, expansionist. I was like, yeah, of course you're not going to call it all those things, right?
Well, yeah, I don't think Hassan was calling him a Zionist initially, right? That's not when it started.
No, that was his audience, right? Because obviously, but that definition that Hassan gave of Zionist is like, yeah, of course you don't want to be called that, yeah.
Sure.
And I don't think you are, even though I can.
If that is the case, then what Israel is doing makes total sense and shouldn't logically let Palestine be created, right? I mean, no. I don't think that follows from that at all. I think that the never-ending occupation, like the never-ending occupation and continued dispossession of these people is creating the conditions that lead to things like October 7th. You are creating the circumstances that lead to backlash. It is a pressure cooker that leads people, people to behave that way. Like, what is in the interest of like Israeli security, if you're asking me, an American who has no stake in this conflict beyond just like the fact that I'm a taxpayer and so my tax dollars go to it. Every year that Israel refuses to help create the Palestinian state, they're enhancing terror in that region because they are fomenting instability that always has blowback.
Consider your position that Israel has a right to exist now as a Jewish state, at least until conditions change. I would consider that Zionist, but I think most of the anti-Zionist crowd would, when they think Zionist, they think it has to imply all the other things because they think a lot of these actions with Israel are inherent to it. They think a lot of the excesses are like Israel is inherently exterminationist. It was always going to do the Nakba, regardless of what the Arab leaders were doing, or it was always going to do the 67 war. Like it was always going to do these things, regardless of what anyone else was choosing. That's why I think there's the disconnect, maybe.
I agree with some parts of that. Some parts of it I don't. It didn't necessarily need to do like the 67 war or whatever, but yes, baked into Zionism is dispossession and transfer. How else are you supposed to establish a majority Jewish state in an area that's primarily and overwhelmingly Arab?
Okay.
The project of Zionism is not outlining a recipe for Arabs and Jews or Israelis to coexist. It was to dominate in that region.
The way as well, if you support a Palestinian state, lots of far-right Israelis are like, well, you're not a Zionist because you're just going to allow a Hamas stand in the West Bank and then they'll just destroy Israel in the 9-mile wide strip and shit. So yeah, it's fucking stupid. That's why I don't like it's just, arguing over what is and isn't a Zionist in Western circles is a pretty fucking shit show.
Sure, yeah, okay. Sort of unrelated. Who do you think is worse, Hassan or Nick Fuentes?
The U.S. destroyed the native groups enough to prevent instability today. Shouldn't Israel follow that model? No. Why should they be replicating it? Again, like so much of the assumptions baked into the questions that you're asking me is to me the false belief that the oppression of Palestinians is something that is beneficial for even for Israelis in like the long term. And I just don't think it is.
It does.
Cool. Good answer.
Yeah.
Hassan or Asmongold?
Probably Asmongold, yeah.
Okay. You're still with us. You're still with us. That's good to hear.
Sounds pretty bad though,
Yeah, look, Hassan's pretty bad, but unfortunately he's funny, and also everyone else is getting so much worse around him.
No, I mean, according to if you asked Ethan, he'd proudly tell you that Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes are not as bad as Hassan. Oh yeah.
Sure. Okay. Here's this is a totally unrelated conversation. Shifting topic. I try to know what you think about this sort of thing. I used to hate Hassan. I used to.
Ooh, what does this mean? Thank you for the cheers.
Actually,
I've never, until I started streaming, I almost exclusively watch them on YouTube. So thank you.
like I totally get why people look at Hassan and Seethe. I can't bring myself to do it at this point. Every other
Hassan,
like the biggest political streamer now is Asmongold. So even though they're like a reach argument, the idea that Hassan's got so much more reach than everyone else. So
I don't know who you are, what your politics are, but it appears you supports Palestinians. That's all I need to hear. Thank you.
So he can have so much more of a negative effect. That's kind of fallen flat because Asmongold totally rapes him on reach now. And is worse than him in terms of commentary significantly. Because like Hassan won't sit there and just cheer on Americans' rights being taken away day in, day out, and Asmongold will. So that's, you know, immediately I'm less sympathetic to Asmongold. You know, there's obviously some streamers have been exposed as being pedophiles or sex pests, borderline, you know, consent violators, some would say. It seems like everyone else, like who is better than Hassan right now? Who is worse than Hassan? No, who is better? Yeah, who is better than Hassan right now of his level? Like who is there?
In streaming or commentary or
in streaming, yeah, in streaming or political, anything that's not. So it has to be not like non-mainstream, alt media of around his size.
In alt media, I mean,
influence media.
Definitely prefer people like Pac. Well, I can say myself, can I? I can say you.
We're not
you.
Hassan level. Okay, let's take it easy.
Okay, level. Okay, okay.
Around that range, they've got to be in that sort of caliber. You know,
Pacman's a million times better. Brian Tyler Cohen. David Pacman.
Pacman and Brian Tyler Cohen.
Dude, Pacman and Brian Tyler Cohen, if you had to look at the median age of the person that's listening to them, it's like there's no way there's any young people or like it's gonna be mostly like millennials and older, no? I don't think these people have like big Zoomer audiences.
Yep.
These guys aren't, I understand they're like better informationally. They can't do what, you know, Hassan does. You know, David Pacman would never tell someone to kill themselves. Brian Tyler Cohen would never.
They're both dropping massively.
Make a joke about Rick Scott getting killed for Medicaid fraud. Yeah, these guys, they wouldn't do that. You know, I feel like there's something that Hassan captures with younger audiences, or even just like not even younger, with all audiences at this point. Side thought here. I feel like the thing people want more than anything right now is people who hit back. You know, they don't like David Pacman's, who will just sit there and, I'm the bigger man. I'm the lib. I wish we could just all be civil and respectful in politics. No, they like Trump, who makes fun of a disabled guy and does like retarded arm movements and laughs about him. You know, like that's what they want. And Hassan can capture. Hassan does that. Asmongold does that. You know, Destiny obviously does that. Hassan can do that. Brian Tyler Cohen, David Pacman.
They want a bold truth teller.
None of these guys can do that. You know, Fuentes does that. Fuentes is probably the best.
Kuihman is so annoying, though. He's not that bad.
To that.
He's okay.
No one else can do. I don't see the other lefty options that aren't total pieces of shit, that have decent viewership, that can actually operate in the media in a way that an influencer needs to.
So what you're telling me is that you're as a lost left-wing edgy youth like yourself.
I'm gravitating towards Hassan. Yeah, I'm
looking for your Joe Rogan.
I need my Hassan. Yeah, my Joe Rogan left. My Hassan stay.
Listen, it's really funny that you're saying that though, because because from my perspective, in a way, on the one hand, I should be kind of annoyed at Hassan because I think he takes like those left-wing urges and just takes them, puts them through a fucking conveyor belt and turns them into the most useless, retarded, fucking terror simping like shits. Right? So. At the end of the day, what are they doing? They're not fucking doing activism, really.
Oh yeah, so okay, great.
Thank you for subscribing.
Great point. No, this was another thing as well. This was another thing I was thinking about the other day. I don't understand like what people are even worried about happening with Hassan. Like he he says Houthis are awesome. Okay, Hassan says that. What do you think? Hassan audience members are joining the Houthis? That's not fucking happening. There's no way they can vote to send money to the Houthis right now. They can't just go and like.
Can we agree Hassan is shitty at facts and more for fun? Oh, 100%.
You know, there isn't some imminent policy coming up where.
I mean, what's going on these websites is not activism. It's not even like slacktivism. It's content consumption and entertainment first and foremost.
Where the government's thinking, maybe we'll send a bunch of money to the Houthis and help them out. Maybe we'll set them up as the new government of Yemen. That's not happening right now. So what real life consequence are we really worried about from Hassan's audience? Because I don't see that they do fucking anything.
Yeah, this is why. So, okay, for me, I'm in two worlds. So you can tell me which door to go through. So on the one hand, I sometimes think, yeah, maybe like it's just entertainment for me. Like maybe I shouldn't really care.
I reject the idea that Hassan is even fun. Do I need to pull up the 9/11 clip?
in terms of any kind of consequence, because Hassan is actually really good at being a counter-revolutionary. People don't realize this. He pacifies people. He makes people who probably read Marx in fucking first year uni, they get the revolutionary impulses and all that, and then all just get satisfied by them watching him on fucking stream, and then
If you were an aspirational revolutionary and you were extinguished because you watched Hassan Piker, you were always going to be a LARPer, in my opinion. You were never going to actually take real world direct action.
Hassan's not an activist. He's never going to be. He only just justifies his fucking hedonism the whole time. So he just takes them.
Hassan just sits there malding all day. Yeah, but what do you think I'm doing?
And just makes them politically fucking useless and sterile. And all they'll do is just, they'll build up some power on social media, and that's it. So that's one thing. On the other hand, I'm like, well, shouldn't I still be annoyed at him then? Because as a left-leaning person, like a social democrat, and Hassan is kind of a social democrat on Tuesdays and Thursdays, depending on which fucking person's in front of him. Then I'm like, I don't really appreciate someone taking the youths and fucking like turning them into like total shitheads, And I think that's like a loss on my end. So yeah, I don't know. I'm in two worlds about it.
So I don't actually think there's really much like what do you think Hassan should be doing other than just like counting? Why does the state what could or
it's funny that he also says the counter-revolutionary thing, because isn't this I don't know that Lonerbox has made these arguments, but I did see on Twitter the other day, like, let me pull it up. It was a tweet from, I think, Irrelevant. Let's see. We like Irrelevant, but I didn't agree with this. Like this. Hassan is a terrorist, a stochastic terrorist, but nonetheless, his refusal to object to the kidnapping and targeting of civilians for the purpose of political expediency makes him a terrorist. Then as the definition of stochastic terrorism, this looks like a screenshot from Google, a form of political violence instigated by hostile public rhetoric directed at a group or an individual. Unlike incitement to terrorism, stochastic terrorism is accomplished with indirect, vague, or coded language, which grants the instigator plausible deniability for any associated violence. Now, this is a real concept, and it's so funny that this spectrum of like of anti-Hassan thought is ranging from I don't like him because he's a counter-revolutionary all the way to he is literally a terrorist, he's a stochastic terrorist, and his rhetoric is going to get someone killed. Because that is like the antithesis to what Lonerbox is saying here, which is that he might not be doing frequent calls to actions, but his language is so intense and severe that it leads people to feel like they have no choice but to take violent actions against those that he's like ranting against.
Or should.
Oh no, with his ideology, he should.
So that is like almost by definition. I mean, revolutionary in the most neutral sense of the word, as in you are willing to use like violence to have your politics and political goals realized, and disrupt the status quo. That is like kind of radicalizing and like making people revolutionaries in a sense.
Do exactly what he is still doing.
Okay,
for his ideology, he should be buying sports cars and justifying it.
Let's imagine Hassan who was more in tune with your ideology. What should he be doing?
I mean, with the amount of money he has.
If he wasn't a huge streamer, I'd find him funny to laugh at, but his influence is genuinely scary. I'm far more scared of people like Asmongold having as much of an audience as they do. Hassan got Trump to stop bombing the Houthis personally. He is effective, true. The issue with the term stochastic terrorism is that the degree of stochasticness can literally be any non-zero value. Yes. And like, I read excerpts from a book that was titled, hold on. I want to get the title right. Terrorism in America book. Hold on. Let me see if I can't find it. The Age of Lone Wolf Terrorism. That's what it was called. So this book by Mark Ham and Ramon Ayaj, I never knew how to say his name or whatever. They talk about, they're like a criminologist and sociologist that examine like lone wolf terrorism, which is stochastic terrorism in the United States. And the threshold that they put it at before it should be actionable by law was literally like Alex Jones. Alex Jones denying the Sandy Hook massacre, like frequently, and with the audience that he did, was the example. So it's like a pretty high bar. So like when I see stuff like this about like Hassan being that, I'm like, I don't think he's anywhere close to like Alex Jones like levels of trying to like subtly influence and instigate. I feel like maybe the closest thing next would be like Tucker Carlson, but now he's not even on the air, you know?
As it like supporting worker co-ops and startups and things like that would be quite cool, because you want to
hasn't
build parallel
Hassan,
structures.
I've had Hassan fans say to me before that he does actually put more money into things than people usually present, that he has.
Yeah, he doesn't want his name to be attached to it and things like that.
Labor
Yeah.
strikes or some shit like that.
Yeah. Other things might be like, again, I don't know how true most of that is, but we'll see. Take your word for it. If we're going to talk about definitely not doing this fucking, oh, I'll vote for Kamala, but I won't tell anyone I'm doing it. I won't tell anyone who to vote for. I think getting Democrats in now, we should probably be quite clear that it would have been better to keep them in than not. And I don't know if Hassan could have changed that by himself. I don't think he could have, but it's not about that.
Here's my thing with the whole
right?
voting
So,
Kamala thing, is it felt like Hassan basically walked his audience right up to the line of saying Kamala, never actually explicitly said vote for Kamala. And so it's like, I mean, I get that it's like an easy dunk to go, oh, well, you know, you say you care about Gaza, but you let Trump get in. So, and look what's happening now. Enjoy Trump Tower, enjoy the gold Trump Tower, pro-pally retards. I understand that's like an easy dunk to get on people, but it felt like Hassan,
This insufferable dunk.
basically, his stream is him sitting there,
Especially considering the majority of the carnage that's taken place in Gaza occurred under Biden and Harris.
10 hours a day, talking about how terrible Republicans are, how much he hates Republicans, sprinkling in a bit of I hate Dems every once in a while. But then it comes to the election, he says vote against Trump. Well, there's only one vote against Trump, and he spent the entire time talking about how bad Republicans are. So he's basically walked them all up to the line of voting Kamala.
Okay, yeah. So if you've ever, so I'm guessing you've interacted in real life with like socialist or like political youth, right? Like you know that's not good enough, right? People don't need to be convinced that it's a good thing to vote for this person or that person. People need to be inspired to vote. People need to be motivated to vote. I know people who followed like fucking full elections, and then I bump into them on election day at like 9 o'clock, and I had to fucking drag them to the bus to get them to vote because they forgot to, right? Like, yeah, people, yeah, that's not good enough. You can't just be like, oh well, yeah, I think the Holocaust horrors is part of genocide.
I think the assumption that the most, I don't want to say ham-fisted, but like the most forward and like open endorsement necessarily yields the best result. You know, I think it's counterintuitive for sure, but I'm definitely more open to the idea that this sort of like gradual and more subtle signaling, especially as it exists between like, especially when you're talking about like streamers like Hassan that have parasocial relations, like that have fans that have parasocial relationships with him. If we're being honest about what's more influential, I would argue that like him just being principally anti-Trump and making it abundantly clear that like couple his like put a pin in being anti-Trump, but also like apparently he said before that like he thinks he doesn't like Joe Biden, he thinks she's a grifter, that you can actually yield more action, not from like an explicit and overt call to action, but from these like more subtle ways, if that makes sense, you know, especially because that reads as more authentic. Like, I don't like if he became more partisan, I wonder to what extent that would alienate his audience.
Hassan isn't enthusiastic enough about it.
And I guess maybe you could make the argument that if him becoming openly partisan alienates people, then maybe those people just weren't going to be interested in politics ever at all. You know, if it was that easy to alienate them just by making an open endorsement of the Democrats. But I don't know. I feel like there is something to kind of leading people all the way up to the line and just kind of, you know, seeing if they'll jump off.
Electoralism, basically. The idea.
It's like this was the argument against like why you know, SJWs online did not like the skeptic community, or they did not like Jordan Peterson, because Jordan Peterson was never, now he is, but like at that point he would never be like openly or overtly transphobic. He would never avow himself or call himself a transphobe, But all of the things that he focused on and concerned himself with and what he became famous for, they did lead you to like a conservative worldview. And this was where people would talk about like the right wing, like the radicalization pipeline and whatnot, you know, and how people would become like subtly radicalized through these different points of entry. And it's like, okay, if you can recognize that that political transformation occurs on the right, why are you so skeptical that it's not occurring on the left? Or if it is, that it's not resulting in like more people voting? Because I'm like, you know, if I had to have like a gun to my head or something like that, I am positive that more people were influenced to vote Republican because of people like Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro, etc. Despite the fact that they, you know, Ben Shapiro might have done it, but despite, you know, whether they made explicit political endorsements of Donald Trump or not, because that's the track that they've put their audience on. And like similarly, you know, when Hassan so frequently talks about, even if he's talked about like, maybe he's talked about like the limits of electoralism or whatever, so much of what he covers just revolves around like American politics and media that I can't just see it not being ingrained in his viewers' heads that like, yeah, opposing Trump is like number one, you know?
Yeah,
and like leads to more people being interested in voting in civic action.
A Hassan viewer is never going to get the sense that, well, no, I really should go and do this. This is really important. I go and do this.
Yeah, I think that is important. Yeah.
Got you. Okay. I think I can get that.
But most of it's just like the like ideological problems. Like, yeah.
See, I'm less sympathetic towards that because I like having a range of ideologies, and it's very clear that many people have never even considered Hassan's perspective. Like, surely you must see that. I'm sure you've interrogated like a lot of lefty ideas over the.
I think Hassan should be blamed more for cultural damage than harm via stochastic terrorism. Random Americans believing that, e.g., Hezbollah and Hamas aren't that bad at all. It's bad for American culture, but it's not like Americans are going around doing terrorism because of that. Well, not just that, because I think that the steel man of that position of like, what is the worst outcome that you could get from, you know, people in his audience having a neutral to positive view of these militant groups is that the most you could see that realized in American politics, obviously they're not going to be able to like actually join up with these groups, right? So that's off the table. It could lead to them attempting to influence their representatives and politicians, and you're trying to like mainstream that as a position that's acceptable for either Democrats, and it would most likely be Democrats, or Republicans to hold. But it's just the odds of that are just so insurmountable. You know, like the other criticism is that like Hassan has a bunch of people that are just like, you know, watching YouTube and like, you know, thinking that they're doing something or whatever. But then like people bitch slap them back to reality that it's like you watching Hassan or you watching your favorite political creator give the takes that you already agree with or telling you what to think. That's not activism. That's just consumption of a product, you know? So I struggle to see those same people I struggle to see how they reconcile that they understand that like, yeah, this is just like media consumption for the most part at the end of the day, but like how it's going to translate into like real world action or, you know, influence American policy. Like, I just really don't see it happening.
The time you've been thinking about politics, talking about politics. But do you ever get the sense that a lot of the people that are piling onto Hassan saying stuff like terrorist supporter, for instance, they don't really even know what terrorism is. They're just using the US State Department definition, and then they're moralizing that and saying,
I really want to see the left do what the right is doing, making a mini coup, sack the courts and seal them up, including the Supreme Court, eliminating gerrymandering, eliminate the Electoral College. I mean, I don't even disagree with this. When you say mini coup, are you counting like sacking the courts and all of that as like the coup, or do you mean like cooing Trump? Do you not think it's possible that Hassan would rather see the system overturned rather than reformed if you were to mind read him? No, I think Hassan is a reformist. You know, I think that people who think that he wants the like violent abolition and overthrow of the states and the destruction of the commodity form and the abolition of money and stuff like that, I'm like thinking like you're falling for his LARP. You're falling for his LARP, and it's no secret that he's on the left, and I do think that he's on the left, but I think that if he were actually given power to attempt to like realize his political aspirations, I do not think that he would call for this sort of like this revolution, as it were. But that's all conjecture. That's all a mind read of somebody who I don't watch. And even if I did watch, it would just be parasocial mind reading. I don't think they actually have the power to influence politics at that level, though. No level of Israel protest would upset the status quo of unconditional Israel support. Well, it depends, because there are, people think that the lobby kind of has like predetermined everything that's going to happen in American politics with respect to Israel, but it's not as simple as that. The American government, regardless of whether or not AIPAC and J Street exist and these like pro-Israel lobby groups, we would have, there are like kind of realist, realpolitik and like geographical interests that the United States has in that region and would act largely the same way, regardless of whether or not we have these lobbying groups. So there just is a lot of natural overlap. And then the other thing is that there have been times where the United States has, like openly disagreed and like gone against what the most powerful pro-Israel lobbies in America want. And the example that I used most recently is like the Iran nuclear deal. AIPAC put millions into attempting to lobby Democratic politicians to not sign on to to not support the Iran nuclear deal. Bibi Netanyahu addressed Congress without permission from Obama, if I remember correctly, to try to persuade Congress to vote against it, and it didn't work. So, if America's interests are like Israel's interests are interfering with Americans, there have been times when the American government has had no problem doing it, and it's happening even like right now. Trump going over Israel, like making deals with the Houthis or whatever, and not securing Israel's interests in that region.
Dang.
Or like negotiating directly with Hamas for the return of the what was his name? Who was the person that just got returned? Hold on. The prisoner of war. I can't think of his name. American hostage, Israel. This guy. After Hamas release, I'm pretty sure this was like unilaterally negotiated between the United States and Hamas, and Israel was not at the table for that. Let me see if it mentions it anywhere in this. Doesn't, I don't know if it says. Yeah, Hamas leader Mahmoud Marwadi told the Hamas-affiliated Al-Aqsa TV that the militant group, classified as a terrorist org by the U.S. and Israel, directly negotiated with the U.S. to free Alexander in exchange for the resumption of humanitarian aid into Gaza. Witkoff told CNN the talks with Hamas were indirect. But in neither of these does it say that Israel was involved.
Well,
so it's possible for the United States to, disagree with the Israel lobby. Might be a cold / hot take I gave. I don't think protests do anything really. Based if they're, it's more of a metric for like enthusiasm and like kind of seeing where people are at, but I wouldn't discount it entirely. I don't think it's a good characterization. He recognized these groups engaged in bad actions. He just saying that in the context of this Israel-Palestine conflict, they're much better than Israel, meaning the amount of bad, for example, civilians killed, is not really comparable to that done by Israel. Yes, but I don't think that the standard should just be relative to Israel, because it's an incredibly low bar. I think the standard should always be international humanitarian law. And people should recognize that if they're going to express support for these militant groups like the Houthis or whatever, that if they're being principled and they're being consistent about caring about civilian protections, that they would disavow the humanitarian violations and crimes of these groups, of which there are many. Like the Houthis, I think back in January took UN workers hostage, you know? Like I don't think that excuses should be made for that.
The government says they're terrorists. You say they're good, therefore you're bad. And that's the extent of thought. And I feel like that sort of person can probably actually benefit from listening to Hassan for more than 30 minutes talk about this sort of stuff, because, I mean, you need to have your perspective widened a little bit. You need to have these...
America might do things against Israeli interests, I agree, but my point is that it would never be a result of regular people protesting. It's hard because it's usually not just one cause that would lead to that sort of shift reflected in like American politicians. Like they need to be given basically like the courage and like the courage in the sense that they recognize there's a growing public will for there to be a shift in the way the United States approaches policy with Israel before they would be comfortable embracing, more openly embracing newer positions on this. And I think that shift is slowly happening. You know, you have for the first time, hold on. Where is it? Views of Israel. A slight majority of Americans, 53%, now express a somewhat or very unfavorable opinion of Israel. This marks an 11-point increase in unfavorable views since March 2022, when we last asked this question. The share of U.S. adults who voice very unfavorable views of Israel has roughly doubled over this period, from 10% in 2022 to 19% in 2025. Democrats are much more likely to express unfavorable opinions of Israel than Republicans. And people should keep in mind that like this slight majority of Americans expressing this is literally, as far as I know, the first time in history since the formation of Israel. And yeah, since the formation of Israel, that a majority of Americans are expressing an unfavorable view of Israel. That is like unprecedented.
Ideas introduced to you. And that is one way in which I think Hassan is actually a little bit beneficial, is he does make people actually question, you know,
so, you know, I think it's going to be slow, but people protesting would be like one part of that.
Ideas introduced to you. And that is one way in which I think Hassan is actually a little bit beneficial, is he does make people actually question, you know, the lib line, you know, the line that every lib government is going to feed.
Okay, I was with you until that. You're right about one thing. Audiences are fickle. I think probably most people who call Hassan a terrorist supporter don't really know why they're saying it or whatever. That's probably true with everything. Like I think people who call me a Zionist fucking baby killer or whatever, like they don't know they don't know what a Zionist is or like why they think they can do about me.
Yep.
Yeah, that's just audiences are fickle. That's all that is. All of them are. As for the terrorism thing, I mean, if you are someone who just believes the State Department on terrorism and you go to Hassan who tells you something else, you're going to come out more retarded because the State Department is stupid, right? But they are more of a reasonable gauge, I think, than Hassan, who will just say, well, Nelson Mandela was a terrorist 2008, and then you come out thinking like, okay, what? So like Hamas and Mandela are like morally equal? Like that's fucking mental.
No, that's assuming that you take.
I don't know that that's the impression people get when. I mean, maybe, you know, maybe I'm overestimating the average internet user, Hassan viewer, the impression that they get when he inserts like Mandela into these conversations and his like designation as like a terrorist. I think the point is that like, you know, in just a few years, he went from being like a designated terrorist to someone that the United States had to like recognize, and he became like legitimized on the world stage, you know, and a president. So
Everything that Hassan says as law the moment you hear it. But I don't think people just do that, right? I think the point I'm making is that you should be forced by the content. It's good to be forced by content or whatever, by whatever you read or whatever you watch. Obviously, it'd be better if you read a book instead of watching Hassan, but that's not going to happen in most people's cases. It's good to get challenged by a piece of content that brings to you a new idea that you actually have to grapple with. I think people benefit from that a lot. I think Hassan does actually provide that to a lot of people. That there are people who are literally just purely locked into, well, what is a terrorist group? Well, it's a group that the government says is terrorist, and usually they're Muslims. It's like, well, if you have Hassan sit there and explain to you, well, sorry, I'm getting a fucking dono.
So who's having a real effect on change?
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I think if you get someone like Hassan come in and say, basically, you make the argument, hey, isn't your wife kind of a terrorist? And then you see Ethan totally fumble that and you know, try to move on from it and not be able to really contest any meaningful way in the moment. Yeah, that's a good thing for you to see. I think that's good for you to sit there and go, oh, you know, yeah, Hamas is really bad, and I know about all these terrible things that Hamas has done. I've already got a really bad opinion of Hamas. But why is Hassan calling Hitler a terrorist? What does terrorism really actually mean? What definitions is he using there? Why is Ethan struggling to contest with this so much? This is like a good thing for people to think through, I think, because terrorist in most people's mind is, and this isn't just the fickleness of audiences. There's lots of content creators think this too. It is purely thought terminating in their mind. Where the moment a group is terrorists, that's it. You can blow every single one of them up at any time. They're all terrorists.
When are we getting TTS in this stream, BTW, when I finally get on the phone with Wiz and have him help me do it? But I have subs, but like this goal doesn't fill out from Streamlabs, and I've gotten tips and it doesn't show up on my thing, so I guess they're broken or something. But it's TTS is coming soon.
A group is terrorists, that's it. You can blow every single one of them up at any time. They're all terrible people. Everything they've ever done is terrible, and there's no.
Wouldn't the very next logical step of that thought process be, well, maybe since Mandela became internationally recognized as a political leader, Hamas might be as well? I mean, that's just a reality that could happen. You know, do I see it? Do I see it as like a likely one? No, but it could happen, and you're already seeing signaling from like even the Trump administration. Give me a second. I can pull up what I'm talking about. As far as like a moral equivalency, I feel like the train has left the station on that one. I don't think that the last poll that I saw that asked American favorability of Hamas, it was like literally in the single digits, like at 3 or 4%. So I don't see that changing regardless of their partisan affiliation. So I don't see that changing anytime soon. John Bowler. Hamas. Let's see. This was 2 months ago. Or Adam Bowler. It's not John. Sorry, that's what it was. So he is the United States Special Envoy for hostage releases, and he was saying this 2 months ago.
Well, I'll say
I love this. Is U.S. hostage envoy Adam Bowler says another deal between Hamas and Israel could happen within weeks. This was 2 months ago.
a meeting with people, whether they're good people or bad people, is part of my job. I'm the special envoy. I need to go and have dialogue with anybody. And that includes a lot of people that I would classify as not so good people to help other Americans. And so it comes part and parcel of the job. I knew that I was going to meet Hamas as a result of it, and we discussed it. Then I think when you walk and you sit in front of somebody and you know what they've done, it's hard not to think of it. I wouldn't say it's the most productive. The most productive is to realize that every piece of a person is a human and to identify with the human elements of those people and then build from there. But it definitely feels a little odd knowing what they really are. Well, first of all, I want to note the American hostages that are there, one in particular that's alive, Adi Alexander, and 4 dead bodies of Americans, with about 50 killed. And that's just not acceptable. We live in the United States, the strongest country in the world, and there are 6,000 Americans in different countries. So one of my views here is we've got to change that completely. With respect to the Hamas situation, I do think there's hope. I think that Israel has done a wonderful, masterful job eliminating Hamas, Hezbollah, a number of other enemies in the state that makes things possible that weren't possible before. And I think you could see something like a long-term truce where we forgive prisoners, where Hamas lays down their arms, where they agree they're not part of the political party going forward. I think that's a reality. It's real close. I do understand. I spoke with Ron, and I'm sympathetic. He has someone that he doesn't know well, making direct contact with Hamas. Maybe I would see them and say, look, they don't have horns growing out of their head. They're actually guys like us. They're pretty nice guys. So he doesn't know me, and there are big stakes. He lives in a country where if it sets certain precedents, then it will hurt or help a lot of other people. So I understand the consternation and the concern, and I wasn't upset. At the same time, we're the United States. We're not an agent of Israel. We have specific interests at play. And we did communicate back and forth. We had very specific parameters by which we fell. And the reality is what I wanted to do is jumpstart some negotiations that were in a very fragile place. And I wanted to say to Hamas, what is the end game that you want here? Not the dream end game, but what do you think is realistic at this point? Because until we know that, it's very hard to reach some sort of truce or some sort of end to hostility. So in the end, I think it was a very helpful meeting. It was very helpful to hear some back and forth. But I think Israel knows walking out of that, it's not like Hamas got the world because I thought they were a bunch of nice guys. I think something could come together within weeks. I will say that I believe there is enough there to make a deal between what Hamas wants and what they've accepted, and what Israel wants and it's accepted. And I think I think there is a deal where they can get all of the prisoners out, not just the Americans. Truthfully, I don't know whether Austin is still alive, but for me, in my job, it's to bring all Americans home, dead or alive. And so Austin is on my list, and I'm going to go to Syria, and I'm going to do the best I can to find out if he's there. I'm going to bring him home. If he's dead, I'm going to dig up his remains with the FBI. We do it together, and we'll bring them home to his mom, because that's the right thing to do. Our Americans, I don't care where they are, if they're lost somewhere, we're going to come for you. That's one of our ethos. It's one of our most important ethos, and we're going to reclaim that ethos. We lost it a little bit under the Biden administration, but we're going to reclaim that ethos, because in my mind, we should be getting everybody home. We owe it to each other. And I'm
So, like, you know, the United States directly engaging with these people or whatever, like, it is a form of legitimization, you know. Hamas has the monopoly on violence in the Gaza Strip, so they have to be contended with. Should we have a positive opinion of Hamas? No. And okay, but you were referring to how Hassan was equivocating between Mandela and Hamas. I think he does this to draw moral equivalency, not just to criticize the terrorist designation of the state. And maybe. Because again, I don't watch him. So the extent to which I saw him bringing up Mandela into these conversations was because it came up in the conversation between Ethan Klein and Sam Cedar, because Sam Cedar mentioned the ANC, and then it came up in their subsequent conversations. So if he's tried to draw some sort of moral equivalency between them, like on his stream or like on different at different points or whatever, like I wouldn't have seen that.
No way to ever negotiate with them, even though some of the groups have been like taken off the terrorist register and then put back on and taken off and whatever. You know, they're just like it's pure thought terminating. It's just Hassan supports terrorists, Hassan bad, and that's an insanely bad perspective. That's an insanely uneducated, closed-minded American perspective to me. That is just despicable.
Yeah,
I can't stand to hear.
And even this, like, I don't know that he was ever, you know, I'd have to go back and see the specific parts, but I never got the impression that he was equivocating between Mandela and Hamas. I thought if my recollection, you know, is correct, I thought it was a broader discussion about like what constitutes terrorism or whatever. Like that is more of a political calculation than it is an adherence to any sort of like rigorous academic or objective standard.
I mean, I saw a fucking XQC explaining why he didn't like the terrorism thing,
and even though the ANC, you know, disavowed hurting civilians or whatever, like there were people that they killed civilians. There were people, the majority of who they killed was likely civilians. Even despite even like their noble intentions and whatnot. When you actually look at who they said was like a valid military target, sometimes that included like suspected collaborators and people that would unambiguously be considered civilians under international law. No, it was about fighting occupation, maybe. But I think there's a difference. I don't ever remember him drawing the one-to-one between. I remember it being. I thought it was in the context of talking about like Houthis. Houthis, no. Not Hamas, or just broadly like Palestinian resistance and like militancy, but not Hamas specifically.
I heard him explain why it was about attacking civilians on ships and kidnapping them and why that's like Anne Frank and how that's stupid. Yeah, like I heard XQC articulate that fairly well, and I have no idea what he's saying most of the time. So like, yeah, I think some, but I know what you mean. Yeah, if you're saying audiences are fickle, but in terms of what you're saying, it sounds like you're just kind of arguing that.
Thank you for subscribing, Mr. Brain Dead One.
It's good to have like a broad ideological ecosystem. Like it's good to have like a diversity of opinion in social media and stuff like that. Like I agree with that. I don't think Hassan should be banned, but I'm just like, in terms of him like prompting.
Okay. Maybe I've got some preconceptions perspective, because I would have thought I would assume you want Hassan banned. I would have assumed that because that seemed like the train everyone's on. It seems like everyone's on the Hassan should be banned train. Even the people that I usually think are very pro free speech and pro or anti big tech, censorship, whatever. Usually, you know, all those people are on the Hassan ban train. So I kind of, in the back of my mind, not actively, but I kind of.
I feel like to the extent those people call for Hassan to be banned, it's more of like it's an attempt at like a gotcha, pretty much, to like leverage the Twitch TOS that's frequently and disproportionately likely impacted like right wing and conservative creators to like like well, if we're applying this fairly, like in this case it would apply to Hassan, so therefore Hassan should be banned. And then they try to make the argument that that's something that like is brought upon by Hassan himself, given like maybe like past times where he's supported people being banned or like deplatforming or whatever. But I mean, the end result is the same, right? You're still saying someone should be banned. There are a shocking number of people who just think violent resistance of any kind, no matter how horrifically it's done, it's cool and base. They don't add any nuance beside oppressed versus oppressor. I think Hassan is one such person. I mean, maybe because I don't watch him. You know. But that would be silly. I don't think that resistance groups or whatever should be exempt from international law. You know, they have the right to resist, obviously. But it's a separate question entirely of like, is that productive, and is that and then if they do, are you acting in accordance with international law?
Taking you as fully on that train, but I guess not.
No, when I talk about, I don't know if I can speak for other people on this. When I talk about the banning thing, it's like there is something annoying about him just kind of like getting a free pass on Twitch's TOS, but that's not like that's like the hypocrisy. That's not saying
sure.
he
You don't
deserves
actually
to be,
think
like,
that principally he should be banned, and you think that, I assume obviously you think that the idea of using the material support for terrorism law against him would probably be insane as well. And
yeah, I don't know why he was saying that was being used on Mahmoud Khalil. By the way, it wasn't. It was the Secretary of State's fucking. You're at all the foreign.
My understanding is the only time that was used for speech before was when there was some NGO giving like direct training on peace negotiations to some terrorist group. It was like
you have to be a very fucking.
It was like training. That was the speech that was being censored. It was the fact they were verbally training these people. It wasn't like, I think this terrorist group is really awesome on a live stream. It was, hey, here's how you do this thing. Hey, terrorist, here's how you do it. That's like, it's very different. You would be creating new precedent to punish someone for that. I think people have just already signed on to it. I've heard Nick DeOrio saying, I'm not a free speech absolutist, by the way, guys, last night priming people about it. So I'm very blackpilled on the whole Hassan thing right now. It feels like everyone's gone completely insane and just want this guy completely like raped and killed, basically.
Yeah, well, to finish the thing about media ecosystem, well, yeah, but obviously then it's also good that there are people who are also like progressively minded or like social democrat or actually social democrat who can make fun of Hassan whenever he says something retarded, right?
Yeah,
like,
I agree with that. But
I'm quite happy to fill that role because who else is going to explain what the ANC actually did? You know, no one else is doing that.
You might, but I feel like most people who are trying to do that are failing horribly.
Well, yeah, especially because it revolves around Israel-Palestine, and the problem with, and this is why I feel quite bad for like people who are part of the Zionist left, which again I think is a lot of like American Jews and shit like that, is that they don't really have any friends, you know, like apart from the only friends that they can find is like fucking the Daily Mail, and they only identify with like Israel and the Israeli left or whatever because they hate Muslims.
Yeah.
You know, so that's kind of annoying.
But again, it's like I don't know what is meant by like the Zionist left. Like you probably will find yourself at odds with a lot, like an increasing amount of like liberals and progressive in the United States if like what part of your Zionism encompasses is like support for the ongoing genocide and Israeli military actions.
Yeah, like there isn't really much of a social democrat safe space online right now, you know, at least in our area. But the argument I would make with people who just follow the State Department for terrorism and they don't understand what it means, but they'll say it anyway, like uncritically, then I would argue that the response that Hassan has to things like that, or people like Asmongold, is it's like he's not de-radicalizing people, he's re-radicalizing them, and that's where I think I want to play a bit of a role in stopping everyone from going that way, you know.
Sure. Well, fair. I mean, it sounds like you're way more reasonable than a lot of other people in this. I'm not gonna lie.
Listen, it's hard out there.
It is rough out there.
How are you? What's happening with like you and have you like kind of like parted ways with Child Logic over the political leanings, or what's going on there?
No, not at all. No. I got raided by him the stream where we're still.
No, not like parted ways like in terms of rating.
Oh,
just in terms of like politically, or have you always been where you are now?
I've always been where I'm at. Well, Chud's like pretty
The Zionist left are normie moderate dem boomers, maybe, but that doesn't sound like who Lonerbox is talking about. Because I do not think that normie moderate dem boomers are like watching these streams.
Lefty, right? He's just a bit.
Unless you mean, if you said millennials, then maybe I'd agree with you.
He's just anti-trans and a giga immigration guy right now. I'm probably more left than Chud. I am more left than Chud. I've always probably been. Well, not more left. More I don't know what I'd call it.
I'm going to enjoy being in charge of.
He was
Ugh, I can't believe people think I'm compromised just because I have a strong financial interest to publicly defend the Israeli perspective.
The commie, right? At one point, I've never been like a commie. I'm pretty sock damn, but I'm probably more progressive. That's probably the way to put it.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay.
But yeah, I don't know. Significantly parted ways. Really.
I only catch like tiny bits of streams, so I just like every now and then it's just referencing.
Well. Yeah, no, I've parted ways with a lot of the commentary audiences and a couple of content creators at least over the Ethan stuff, just because I think that you know, trying to get people banned from platforms really sucks and is usually against my principles, and throwing out defamation lawsuits over YouTube videos that are fundamentally opinion pieces, I think is really not good. I really hate that. And I think Ethan is being pretty dishonest in some of his argumentation as well with people. Also the collective responsibility stuff with Snark, not a fan of any of that either. Where every content creator is somehow tied to Snark and holds responsibility for the actions of anonymous users. It's the exact same reasoning that's being used against me by Destiny to justify the idea of shooting me in the head. So I'm not a big fan of that reasoning. Same reasoning that was used by Carefuls to justify going after Kiwi Farms and everyone that was associated to it. So I really hate the massive crusade that's happening right now. I think it's complete cancer, and I'm sickened by the people that are cheerleading it.
Would you say it's primarily on the free speech grounds?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I do think that that's something we'll cover next. With the Noah Samsen like update thing, I do think that like the support of Ethan, like what I noticed is that Ethan will criticize Hassan and saying that you are using being pro-Palestinian as like a human shield, because anytime that I try to criticize you or call out what I perceive to be anti-Semitism or general anti-Semitism that I'm getting hurled my way, you say that I'm targeting pro-Palestinian people and that this is not about anti-Semitism. Like I heard that argument effectively from Ethan. But there's like a flip side of that going on. And it's with the defense of Ethan a little bit. Where and like everything is kind of being justified by like using the harassment that I'm sure he's faced. And it's like, I know about the CPS call. I don't think the CPS call was wrong. You know, I have sympathy for that happening to him. You know, I know about like the schools and all of this. Like I'm sympathetic to all of the online harassment, brigading that he's facing, etc. But I don't think it then entitles you to, you know, launch campaigns like send cease and desists to people and like launch campaigns to get people banned and whatnot. Under the guise of like, well, like I'm being harassed, you know, and you're like, if you disagree with me taking these actions, you're not supporting me through this harassment, you know. It's like, no, I think you should be able to have sympathy for that. And also, you know, I don't think that should give you a free pass to be acting like this on the internet. I don't think you should be sending, you know, trying to silence critical speech of you. I don't think you should be sending cease and desists to people that make video essays about you that you don't like.
Fuck. I had a really good question for you. I think it was good. Fuck. Oh, do you have any opinion on why? So if I had to summarize Ethan's positions right now on, like, say, Israel, it seems like what he wants is like he calls the war a genocide. He wants it to stop. He hates Hamas. He hates Hezbollah and all these guys. Seems like he wants a Palestinian state to exist alongside Israel. I think he's okay with Palestinians just like murking all 700,000 of the settlers or kicking them out. Would you say it's like a rough summary of his position on the conflict?
Even with respect to the settlers one, I don't even know if that's true. Oh, thank you for the subscription, EOLS. I just saw it. Thank you. I don't think that's a rough summary of Ethan's beliefs on this. I felt like he was just conceding all of that so he could just argue with Hassan about the more petty shit. I didn't think he was genuinely co-signing those opinions, and that's how he got himself into different. This is how, like, if you just thoughtlessly agree to premises that you don't genuinely believe, it's how you end up saying that the IDF is a terrorist org, but that your wife is somehow exempt from being called a terrorist.
So I would say yes. Here's my issue: is it feels like what I see happen with Ethan in conversations and just in the general discourse is he basically will cede those points as like almost was like a get off my back. Like in the Sam Cedar thing, it was
exactly
something actually. There were a lot of points where it's like, yes,
get off my back, exactly.
Genocide, let's move on, and then just like moves past that. And so I think what ends up happening is basically he's seeded all of these like prescriptive claims as like
Ethan would be getting so much less attention and criticism if he didn't want to so badly be perceived as pro-Palestinian. I think what he wants is to be perceived as like a liberal and a progressive, and he's trying to demonstrate to people that you can be like a progressive Zionist or supporter of Israel right now or whatever, but like it's going to be like really, really difficult to get a lot of people on board with that in his audience.
Things that he thinks might bring him flack, so he seeds all of those. But then we'll get very emotional and defensive if there's sort of like a characterization of.
Wait, has he sent cease and desists to anyone else besides Noah Samsen, Ryan Kavanaugh? Maybe? Do you, Noah Samsen? Do I think I'm guessing what you're saying? Do you think Noah Samsen did nothing wrong or just nothing worth suing over? What did he do wrong? I mean, I didn't watch. I've only seen parts of that video, but I didn't think he did anything wrong. I might not have agreed with like every conclusion or point that he was making in the video, but I don't think it's wrong to like make critical videos of people and like substantively argue them. And like, you know, he was attempting to do that because the video was like an hour long. I don't know that he sent anybody else cease and desists though. He sent a cease and desist to Redditors. I know some Redditors also reported getting, like cease and desists, and like some of the letters were saying like, we need you to like give us any information that you have about the moderators of like Snark. Like, what are we doing here?
Israel that creates some kind of almost like a fundamental moral wrong. He can't handle those perspectives, I don't think. If someone thinks there's like a fundamental moral wrong in the way Israel has operated, it seems like he gets very defensive on those points. So like one of the examples is, I think you know, you're welcome to correct me if you think I'm insane on this, but I fundamentally agree with a lot of people's points about the way Ethan spoken about the Nakba in both the content nuke and in the debate, where it seems like in the content nuke he basically says, he says the line, I think it goes, so people talk about.
But to be clear, Morgan Hong, I think one cease and desist over that video is like one too many. I think it's unambiguously, to me, not defamation and it's protected speech.
The Nakba all the time, but Jews from surrounding countries, there are actually even more Jews displaced from surrounding countries by Arab states or something like that. And basically what's happening there is he's taking an 800,000 displacement that happened to the Palestinian people specifically, and then saying that each of these individual expulsions and exoduses of Jews from these surrounding countries are not just in some way equivalent in the moral weight, but also equivalent in numbers. Whereas the reality is that the expulsion number that he uses for all those Arab states is over a significantly longer time frame. And there were, while I understand there was the Arab League and everything, there were different reasons, different push and pull factors in each of those countries, that it isn't quite the same as having a one focused individual expulsion of 800,000 people, expulsion campaign of 800,000 people. And so to draw that equivalence in that situation, and then also in the debate to go on to say, all of these million Jews or whatever that were expelled from these countries were forced to become Zionists by the Arabs. I think what you're saying there is the moral responsibility for the Nakba does not in any way lie with the Israelis. It actually lies with the Arab League entirely, basically.
Okay. This could either be like a 1 hour conversation or it can just be like 2 minutes. I'll just do 2 minutes. I'll just do it short. Okay. So fuck me. Okay. So I think in the line in this video, I think, he
Yep, because like now they're getting into like very specific like history shit.
said something like he's talking about Israel and how it's like a country of people who are descended from refugees and all this kind of shit. Either they come from Russia or the Holocaust or pogroms, and then and then with the Jewish exodus in the Middle East, there were more people displaced in that exodus than there were during the Nakba, even though it was over a period of I guess 10 years or 5 years rather than 1 or 2. So one of those arguments you said was legitimate to me is the false equivalency, because in the Nakba, it was, for most people, there's a military coming to your village. You know, there's been massacres in other places,
noises and all this shit, trying to drive you out your home. But yeah.
There's like there's a chance they might let you stay. There's also a chance they'll shell you and you've got no defenses. There's also a chance they'll just expel you. There's a chance they'll massacre you, so you're just going to run. Why not? Yeah, and that's not really voluntary. You know, you're clearly running for a good reason. That was most of them. The Jewish displacement, push-pull, you're right. I'm not sure which country it was more pull than push. It was more push than pull, I think, in pretty much all these countries.
Okay, so I mean, my understanding is they're what are the ones they point to? It's like Morocco, I think, tried to keep the Jewish population right. I think there were some others that someone brought up to me, where there were a few countries that were actually trying to keep their Jewish population, at least initially.
So Iraq barred their Jews from leaving and then extorted them by fining them for like
Yeah, well, I know
charges
the
of
Iraq
Zionist
one is
activity.
it's like they try and spin that as though Iraq actually really wanted to keep the Jews, but actually it was like, okay, you're kind of there's a wall being put up and you're being pushed to a
Yeah, Morocco. I don't know if Morocco tried to get the Jews. I mean, most Jews left Morocco after independence, and then there were anti-Jewish riots in the late 40s there. So, yeah, no.
I wish I had a link to the video. Kuihman watched something on stream like a week or two ago that asserted a commonly cited Wikipedia number is actually a misquote of its source if you follow the citation. Do you remember what it was? Was it related to this?
It's mostly, okay, unless you want to go into a further debate, I'm just going to tell you it's more push than pull, okay? And if
well, yeah, I'm sure. I
wants to
don't
contest
doubt
it,
that. I'm sure there was a lot of anti-Semitism surrounding the country. All of this, yeah.
So yeah, but it's still a false equivalency because fleeing persecution or a pogrom that happened a few years ago or riots is not the same as fleeing a fucking military. I get that. That's a false equivalency.
Yeah, like when Ethan made the claim that like, oh, like in the context of like the content nuke, hold on. Another video which I've never seen all the way through. Content nuke, Hassan. Oh, let's see. Was related to the number of Jews registered to leave Iraq before the bombings. Oh, interesting. Let's see. I guess would it be like 900? How would the transcript write it? If I put out the word like if I put the number 900,000, I don't think it's gonna say that. Iraq, maybe. Maybe this is where he says it.
Following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews come from Europe after the Holocaust. They came that there'd be some distrust there. Is it really insane to think that Jews, as an ethnic minority in Israel, would not be safe? After all, Israel is a country of refugees. If the Jews didn't come from Europe after the Holocaust, they came from the surrounding Arab countries that expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba. 1 million Jews. All of these surrounding...
Okay, like that happened over the course of like a decade, as opposed to the Nakba, which happened very, very quickly.
Arab countries had...
Or like the framing of like, in fact, or whatever, it gives, like the impression that it gives is like, actually, these Jews fleeing persecution, like the suffering and Jewish peril that is being endured by these people is more significant than the suffering from the Nakba and the Palestine, what they're facing, you know.
Vibrant Jewish communities.
And that like, it's almost like it eclipses that, you know. If that wasn't the impression that he intended to give, it's the impression that he gives me regardless.
That's like legitimate criticism.
Yep. What about the idea? Okay, so here's so specific point I want to zero in on. If I want to get an answer from you on the idea that you place the moral responsibility for the Nakba.
And like even Lonerbox is recognizing that like fleeing persecution is scary, and you cannot really there's to a large extent, what can you really say that that's entirely voluntary? When you feel like conditions have arisen in your country that make it unlivable or unsafe for you, that's not really like a choice that you're making entirely voluntarily. Versus the Nakba, which was like happening at the end of a gun.
On quote unquote the fucking Arabs forcing the Jews.
I think his point was more Jews were displaced. Yeah, I know, but in the context of what he was explaining within that section or whatever, it's like it's not just this anodyne or neutral insertion of fact. It's like almost trying to say that like well, they were forced to flee the Arab nations or whatever, and that happened because the Arab nations were so anti-Semitic. So they were forced to become Zionists by the Arabs. Therefore, the Nakba is like the Arabs are actually more responsible for it. And Israelis and Jews that settled in Israel either bear no moral culpability or legal culpability, or to the extent that they do, it's minimal in comparison to that which Arab countries bear for expelling these people. Which I don't think that you can correct one injustice with another.
Jews to become Zionists.
Still more, no, that's not your point though. That's not his point either. His point is that, and he is misleading people and framing it a bit disingenuously by comparing two data points that happen over like one data point that encompasses all of these people fleeing over like a 10-year period versus like what happened to the Nakba like instantly, or like what happened to Palestinians almost instantly. Relative to that,
Listen,
what do you think
the fucking
about that?
Jews did the Nakba, and the fucking Arabs got the Jews to leave the Middle East. This is true. It's fucking true. It's not saying all the Arabs. Okay, everyone knows this. That's stupid. Yeah.
But okay, but it's not. But it's not just okay. But it's not just a matter of so it's not just using the fucking Arabs or the fucking Jews as a stand-in. It's there are sort of a couple of things happening there where one, you're saying the Jews were forced to become Zionists by the Arabs, is saying the moral responsibility for the Nakba lies with the Arabs, not the Jews.
Oh no.
Yes. Wow. This is like Kate independently arrived at like the same conclusion. That
this is what I don't get. Like the Nakba happened was done by a mostly Ashkenazi Jewish army, and the Palestinians were the Arabs in Palestine. Like those were the Jewish exodus from the Middle East was different Jews getting kicked out by different Arabs. So I don't really know if it's to say that the Arabs caused the Nakba. I don't think that's where that comes from.
Yeah, but
these are different groups.
Okay, I understand. I think the people I would understand this idea that.
But he was making it sound like they had no choice but to form Israel. It's not true.
This is all sort of like these events are a little bit intertwined because when Jews are expelled from these countries, they move into Israel that has recently expanded due to the Nakba. They are now populating the area that was once the Palestinians, or was very recently the Palestinians. That's
Ethan done a really sloppy job with his content nuke. There's many factually wrong statements in there. I'm not entirely convinced Ethan actually wrote that content nuke, I'll be honest. He does not have a very good command of the facts.
That's the whole idea, right? Is that my understanding is that the Nakba started with Plan Dalet or whatever, where the Israeli Zionists, whatever, thought that had intel or whatever that they were about to be declared war on, that they were between sort of a rock and a hard place, that they had to expand and start taking more area to survive because they couldn't defend.
So where should they have gone? Oh, I'm not gonna get one guide in. Am I gonna get one guide in chat tonight? I don't have an issue with them having gone to what was then considered like British Mandate Palestine. The issue to me was the fact that it wasn't enough to just reside in that area. It was also that they had to expel that and form an ethno-state. They were not interested in living among Palestinians that were already there. They wanted to expel them.
The part they were in or whatever. So the expansion is to avoid the aggression in theory, but then the Jews from these countries move into Israel and now occupy that space. And now at this point, we're in a situation where basically to me, I think this is my vibe, what should have happened really.
They're all ethno-states in that area. One, that wouldn't make it right, and two, that's not even true. You do realize that being a Muslim or like nationalities and religions that are open, that's very different than what Israel demands, right?
It is, okay, so you're going to be attacked by these surrounding countries. You need to take more space. You might be forced to displace people. Now, the moment that's over, the moment you know you're safe, there needs to be some kind of restitution, some reparations. This needs to be now fixed between you and these people. But this now can't be fixed because this other group of people have been pushed away out of their homes, radicalized, and then this new group of people.
Oh, Crab Navy General. I've seen that video, but there was a broken citation in that, or they found it.
Moved into their homes because of this aggression from surrounding countries. So it's almost created a fucked situation where everyone's between a rock and a hard place, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, unfortunately, this has happened in lots of areas in history, and it's not really good for anyone
Sure,
involved.
but my problem is that when you then say, so the expulsion of the the displacement of these Palestinians, and the fact that they can't go back to where they were before or get compensated properly, when you place the entire responsibility for that not in any way on the Israelis, you say no, they were forced to become Zionists by the Arabs, and so the responsibility now is on the Arabs for this.
Yeah.
When no, there is obviously some shared responsibility where there's aggression and expulsions and all stuff, but fundamentally, the Israelis displaced the Palestinians.
Yep.
It has to be
I don't disagree with them here.
made better between those groups, and you can't just appeal to this broad idea of Arabs to almost indicate that the Palestinians had some part in it too. While I understand the Arab Nationalist Arab League were standing with the Palestinians, standing in solidarity to some extent, you can't then you can't place responsibility for this other group's actions on the Palestinians either. And I felt that's basically what happens. Is there's this game that's being played where Israel's responsibility is reduced in favor of placing a burden on these two other groups.
Okay, I don't know if Ethan was making that argument when he mentioned the numbers. I think generally when people talk about the Jewish exodus, they're just talking about
that was about the numbers. No, in the debate he says that the fucking Arabs forced them to become Zionists. I think that sort of phrasing. I understand why someone looks at that sort of phrasing and goes, "Whoa, it seems like you basically think Israel can do no wrong, or have done no wrong in their history."
I just think it's because. No, I think in the context of that argument, Hassan was just like not really. He was trying to think of any excuse for the Jewish flight from the Middle East other than anti-Semitism from the locals.
That's,
the local leaders. That's what was happening, and he was like, "Yeah, it was it was anti-Semitism from fucking the Arabs." Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with saying the fucking Christians did Sabra Shatila.
No, it wasn't. He didn't just say anti-Semitism from the fucking Arabs. He said the fucking Arabs forced them. It was the phrase force them to become Zionists. It's not just the fucking Arabs thing. But the fucking Arabs thing is kind of bad because it's a clumsy generalization that loops in more people than it should. It's not great, but it's not the worst part. The fundamental part that is the problem is saying the Arabs forced them to become Zionists. That is placing the.
Is that not true though? Is that not true that they were forced to become Zionists by their rulers?
Some Jews were forced to become Zionists, but to say that in the context, to place that in the context of the Nakba and say, the exodus of these Jews into this country, and say the whole thing is them being forced. It's like, well, there's some truth to that. Yes, some of them were forced to leave. Yes, I agree. A lot of them were forced to leave, and there was a lot more push factors and pull factors. I agree with all these points. However, to say they were forced, that places no burden on the Zionist forces Israel that were there already, that already kind of wanted to expand a bit, weren't happy with the position they were in because it was hard to defend. And it takes all the responsibility from that group and places it on the Arabs.
Yeah, because the Jews who fled the Middle East,
there is that whole point with
didn't do the Nakba.
My understanding
they
is
were blamed for it anyway.
In that talking point as well, he was. Did Ethan not also? I watched a video on this, and this could be totally wrong. My understanding is that with the timeline, the way Ethan made that argument was also kind of wrong about Iraq with the Avi Shlaim stuff.
Well, I've already had this. So I just predict what you're about to say, and then
just predict what I'm about to say and give me the debunk or whatever it is.
Yeah. Okay. So you're about to say that he said that 105,000 Jews had already registered to leave before the bombings happened. He's talking about the 3 bombings that are ascribed to Zionists by Avi Shlaim. There were 2 bombings before that. So they open a 1-year window saying you can leave within this 1-year window. 2 bombings happened within that window. Neither of them, Avi Shlaim says, were committed by Zionists. After the window closed, at 105,000 Jews already registered to leave, then the 3 bombings happened, which Avi Shlaim thinks was done by Zionists. We're talking about the 3 bombings that were done by Zionists, allegedly.
Yep. So, okay, so
they all happened.
Yeah, this is another thing that Avi Shlaim talks about in that book that they were talking about. I don't believe it's the Iron Wall. It's the other one. I can't remember the name of. Where there's, I think, circumstantial evidence or like historical evidence to believe that that indicates that there were like Zionist groups within Iraq that were intentionally inflaming the conditions there to encourage like Jewish exodus from Iraq to come to Israel.
After the window had closed, after the emigration window was shut, and you couldn't register to leave anymore. Which is why you're like, why the fuck would you bomb places to make people register to leave when they can't register to leave? And most of them already have. Yeah.
So, okay, so you're saying that it was already 100,000 before the 3 Zionist bombings?
Didlin Dan, I don't know how to say your name. Do those Arabs have equal rights in Israel? I can ask leading questions too.
Yes, the alleged, because no one.
Oh, alleged, yeah. The ones that Avi Shlaim says are 3 Zionist bombings, but they've never been proven because, So.
More than Jews in Jordan. See, but all of your answers are like, you're just constantly trying to equivocate and pivot to other things that are like totally irrelevant when trying to make moral justifications for some of your arguments.
Okay, so what's the claim that those Zionist bombings encouraged Exodus? How do we?
That's just made by partisan fucking retards who misquote Avi Shlaim.
But Avi Shlaim does.
That is false. Avi Shlaim does claim one of those bombs was orchestrated by Zionists underground before expiration of law. Wait, that's what I was saying. context in geopolitics is important. Okay, what you're talking about though, you're not interested in context nor geopolitics. You're interested in pretending like you're having a real dialogue, but you're just hectoring people with these like pointed leading questions that don't even lead to the answers that you want, or that you think that they do, nor justify the things that you're attempting to.
So he doesn't argue that it did cause, but they were intended to cause.
It sounds like he's saying that, yeah.
Because my understanding is that Avi Shlaim actually...
Because what you're like listening to, this is an exploration of that context and the geopolitics in that region that led to those things. Jordan Fentomas, what does that have to do with anything? I meant Lonerbox's statement was false. Oh, gotcha.
Look, even in the stuff that Ethan was showing, I wasn't convinced of Ethan's point by the stuff Avi Shlaim was saying. Because it seemed like what Avi Shlaim is basically saying is, my family left because of anti-Semitism. But he's also saying there are a lot of people who were through and through Zionists who believed in the project and left because they believed in the project and wanted a better life in Israel. So whenever he's quoted in that debate, it's always
all right. We're doing an ad break real quick. I'm going to get something to drink and I'll be right back in like a few minutes. Okay. What is going on since I left? Seems like you only have an issue with one of them. Didlinden, you've done everything but call my people in my chat anti-Semites. Why don't you just skip to that part? They fund Hamas. You know who else funded Hamas? Definitely don't look into the agreements that Bibi and the State of Israel made with Qatar. Israel did. Yeah, okay, so what is your point with like bringing up that Hamas is funded by other people? We shouldn't fund any foreign conflicts, not just Israel. Okay. But you weren't talking about the US, you were talking about like Jordan and Egypt.
The quote like, my family, my family, my family. That doesn't really prove anything about what his analysis is.
Yeah, but I think, doesn't Avi Shlaim actually literally say, he's talking to Navarro Media when he says, yeah, the majority of people who fled Iraq was because of discrimination from the government, no?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah, because this was happening way before the bombings.
Yeah, but that's not the only reason. I understand. I agree with the point that Hassan, basically, when he's asked the question about it or whatever, when it comes up, Hassan is only willing to say they wanted to leave or something like that. They wanted to go there. He's only willing to say that because he's obviously trying to downplay the persecution that Jews face in the other countries because he wants to make the Israeli Zionist project sound like this, you know.
And I think Hassan, in some respects, did unintentionally end up doing that at the start of that back and forth between him and Ethan. But by the end, he had like moderated his position or clarified it to a point that I didn't feel like he was anymore.
Totally willing, settle a colonial project, whatever, you know. That's the way. That's the presentation he wants to give of it. So he's trying to focus on people wanting to leave. But then for Ethan to come back and say, well, no, they were forced to. It's like, well, no, lots of them did want to leave for Israel. There were a lot of people who believed in the Zionist project and wanted to leave for Israel, or maybe didn't even believe in the Zionist project explicitly, but knew, oh, Israel's for the Jews. I'm going to have a better life. There's going to be more opportunities for me. I'm going to go there.
But then the question becomes what was happening before 48 and throughout, like, say, the 20th century and the 19th century that would have made them feel like that's a preferable.
There's no BDS movement for Arab ethnostates. Wow, it's almost like the main issue with BDS is not just the ethnostate. It also has to do with the ongoing illegal occupation that's been going on for over 60 years.
Option to the place that they've lived in for generations.
I'm not saying that's
and the various human rights abuses that stem from that.
Divorced from any historical context, but that is the case, and so it feels like both sides basically in that argument played a game of like Ethan wants to say all the Jews were forced by the Arabs to become Zionists. That's why they had to go and take all that space and fuck so many people up. And then Hassan is saying, no, they just wanted to do it. And both are pretty retarded, reductionist.
Yeah, the answer, you could say the answer's in the middle, but it's leaning like a very, very far towards what Ethan's saying. Most of the Jews...
The history of Israel is obviously spurred on by anti-Semitism from all over the world. Obviously, the history of the creation of Israel is spurred on by crazy amounts of anti-Semitism that is totally legit, and you can understand why you would want an ethno-state when all this shit's happening to you. You can obviously understand it, but that doesn't...
Kind of.
I don't think that means that you can then say, well, all these people that were anti-Semitic to the Jews forced them to create their ethno-state where they start wiping.
It's not about creating a state. We're just talking about specifically the Middle Eastern African Jews, what made them leave. Yeah, and I think in most cases they were forced to by their local leaders and people who were rioting and shit. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think for most of them that seems to be the case.
Yeah, I think that's places all the responsibility in the Arabs. I don't think that's true.
It's not all the responsibility. There were Zionist propagandists who were handing out fucking pamphlets and saying, oh, you'll have a great time in it. You've lived in a place for generations, like your whole fucking life, and this brand new state comes along. In which country was this not the case? Like there were pogroms in Egypt, Morocco, fucking Libya, like Yemen, Iraq, Syria. Like I feel like obviously the fear and the discrimination is going to be the most motivation.
Again, it's not just about.
Yeah, but there's also like blowback involved in some of that. It doesn't make it right, but it is something that contributed to the dynamic of those countries starting to like expel Jews, even if it was wrong.
Saying they feel fear, so yeah, they're going to have a feeling towards we need a place to go. It's about saying the actions that were taken in pursuit of creating this place and having these people move there were justified because they were forced to do it. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that
No,
presentation.
but that's a different thing. So no one, obviously the Nakba was not forced, but the Middle Eastern Jew. Oh wait, are we correct in that? Are we just making sure that, are you good in the timeline, right? That the Middle Eastern North African Jews, they left after 48, after the war was over. So they were not involved in the Nakba. They didn't go there. They weren't picking up guns and joining the Haganah and forcing people out of their villages, right?
No, I understand.
They went to Israel after the Israelis formed. Right?
No, I understand. But my understanding is that all these things quite closely connected, where basically plan Dalet is the idea of we need to expand because we think these Arab states are going to declare war on us. So that starts, that's all like justified by already the anti-Semitism or anti-Zionism, whatever you want to call it, from these surrounding countries. So that's already spurred on by that. So then there's this first part of displacement taken on. But as that's happening, anti-Semitism is ramping up in these other countries. More Jews are leaving, signing up to leave, whatever.
Also, some people do genuinely love the idea of leaving their home to start a new life elsewhere, especially if they're invited. That's the story of the USA. Mm-hmm.
And this carries on throughout next year, a couple of years, and then over the next 5 years or so, a bunch of Jews move into Israel. But by that point, they've already displaced the Palestinians.
So
I understand that.
So
but the whole justification is
the other thing is that like a lot of people, again, some of this migration was voluntary, but a lot of it was not, or to the extent that like again, when you're like fleeing persecution, like is that truly voluntary? Not really. But a lot of them did not realize that there were Palestinians there. It was a land for people without a land.
It's all tied in.
Like the assumption there for a lot of people is that it was empty.
In together. There's this rising anti-Semitism in these countries. They fear being attacked. That's the justification that's being used to start the Nakba, and then anti-Semitism gets worse in the surrounding countries, and then people leave and move into the space they've just claimed, right?
Wait. That sentence you said just before the last one, it sounded like you were saying the Jews who carried out the Nakba, they did it because of anti-Semitism rising around everywhere, or?
No, they feared being attacked by the...
Yeah, it was them and the Palestinian Arabs and the surrounding nation. Yeah,
no, I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is that those surrounding countries have a negative sentiment towards Israel already, because they just showed up and found a state in the backyard. And then they're all thinking about attacking. They're all talking about attacking, whatever. Plan Dalet starts. Obviously, as they displace more Palestinians, as the Nakba goes on, anti-Semitism in those countries rises. And then by the time it's over, like, everyone's getting expelled and they all move into the space that's just been claimed. So my point is that the justifications are, or the chain of events is all tied in to one another, where you can't really divorce the exodus from those countries from the Nakba. That's like, these are quite closely tied events where they're happening. There's an initial sign of aggression from the Arab League or whatever, and then there's aggression towards the Palestinians from the Israelis in response to that, and then there's rising anti-Semitism in these countries in response to that, and then So
okay, you're not saying anything I disagree with in there. It sounds like you're just...
This is always how these arguments end up being, where you're trying to isolate, like, well, who is the aggressor or whatever. Is that like especially in this, like, and I even said this and I believe this, that like obviously the clock didn't start on October 7th, but then you keep going back and then you're talking about like all of these two different forces going back and forth, and then eventually you'll get to like the birth of Zionism.
Disagree. Did Ethan, maybe I'm misremembering, did Ethan not say that when the Jews fled Middle East and North Africa, it was primarily a result of the 48 war? Did he not say that? I felt like he said that. But that's not mutually exclusive. Like if I say that, right? Do you agree with that? It was mostly a result of the 48 war. That's when the flight started from the, like after that is when the flight started from the Jews. Okay. That's not mutually exclusive with them being forced to leave by anti-Semitism, because obviously...
Wait.
I felt like he said that. Maybe I'm misremembering. Did Ethan not say that when the Jews fled Middle East and North Africa, it was primarily a result of the 48 war? Did he not say that? I felt like he said that.
I don't
but
think
that's
he
not
did.
mutually exclusive. Like if I say that, right? Do you agree with that? It was mostly a result of the 48 war. That's when the flight started from the, like after that is when the flight started from the Jews. Okay. That's not mutually exclusive with them being forced to leave by anti-Semitism, because obviously you're a North African or Iraqi Jew or whatever, you're being blamed for something that you didn't do because it's someone else from your ethnic group from a different part of the world that you've never been to did it. Yeah, that's anti-Semitism. That's what that is. That's them pushing you out. That's collective blame, right? So these aren't mutually exclusive. Yes, the 48 war inspired the rise of anti-Semitism to go beyond the point to force people to flee en masse, but That's not mutually.
I mean, like, what I remember Ethan saying is that he doesn't like justify the Nakba, but it was like hard to reconcile that because the kind of one-sided narrative and like information that he presented is typically the set of facts that is given to sort of like tacitly justify the Nakba or like and the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians.
Exclusive with the Jews in Middle East, North Africa running away because of anti-Semitism, primarily because they are in fear of the anti-Semitism that's rising. Why is someone you're chatting is a lesser form of anti-Semitism? What the fuck, man? Okay, sorry.
I literally don't know. I don't even know what that's meant to mean.
It's less bad when you're being blamed for what other Jews did. Sorry, fuck. Before I forget, the reason I brought that up in the first place was because yes, it's a false equivalency. The Nakba was much more. It was military, so it wasn't rioters and persecution.
Sure.
However, anyone who compares Israel to Nazi Germany or the Houthis to Anne Frank or Gaza to the Warsaw Ghetto, they don't have like to stand up for false equivalencies. That's fucking insane. There's so much more in common between the Jewish Exodus and the Nakba than there is between fucking Holocaust and like what Israel does. Yeah.
I don't think that's true. I think in general, you should be, I think sometimes people just kind of lazily throw out the World War II and Nazi comparisons because it's the kind of like one extra bad, double plus bad historical event that most Americans know. They know other Westerners and English speakers know about it. And they've kind of, it's like the rubric that's pulled out. It's the same way that like a lot of people will a lot of like people in the West try to understand these conflicts through the lens that we're most familiar with, which is stuff like segregation and Jim Crow, or like why they specifically will be interested in comparing like South Africa and whatnot to Israel, because these are like more common examples. They're not, and I do think that they can be made thoughtfully and well when they're fleshed out, but yeah, a lot of times it will be like lazy comparisons that I don't think are entirely inaccurate for the most part, but I wonder if the person deploying it has like kind of done the work of really understanding like why they're comparable besides just like, Nazis bad, Israel bad.
I suppose the only difference I would say is there's a little bit, it's a little bit different when you use an example that's outside of the conflict between the two groups as like an emotional, like they're not really saying anything when they compare those things other than it's really bad, like Nazi Germany was really bad. That's all they're really saying. When they say that there's no more detailed analysis happening there, I don't think.
I mean, are you sure?
It feels like that basically is it, where it's just trying to invoke the emotional weight of Nazi Germany a lot of the time.
This is far more complicated than American racism. I usually hear people invoke the complication of this conflict to be usually a thought terminating cliche to get people to stop making comparisons that they cannot help but see similarities to, because they kind of want to plead that it's like so specifically unique that it really shouldn't be compared, and they're just trying to put like parameters on like acceptable thoughts and comparisons for this conflict, and I think it's intellectually very, very lazy.
Just saying.
I mean, if that's what they're doing, then that's fucking horrible as well. That's just like, yeah, like trying to invoke, because we're talking about one state, which ultimately, for all its flaws and for all the crimes that Israel committed, like it is the result of Jews fleeing persecution. That is why Israel exists. For better or worse. When we're talking about and comparing that to the Nazis,
the comparison is lazy. This is coming from the same chatter who your justification for a lot of this stuff, or the context that you provided, was just, but Arabs do racism too. But Arab states do violence also. But terrorism in other countries in this region, why are you paying attention to this conflict? That like, what like, that's not lazy.
These who literally like conquered fucking half of Europe just because they thought they were better than everyone else and deserved the land and everyone else could fucking die. Yeah, but no, people do compare fucking Gaza to the Warsaw Ghetto, right?
Yeah,
like,
I know,
if you're doing that, but yeah, like, bro, the Warsaw Ghetto, like people should.
Yeah, I know, like respected thinkers like Masha Gessen, who has families that survived the Holocaust, has compared these things. So, like, there are clearly people like serious scholars and thinkers that see it, can reason through why it's an apt comparison in certain respects.
Read a couple of paragraphs about what the fuck happened there. Even after all of this, right? Gaza's not even close to what was happening in the Warsaw Ghetto, even now. Like, it's just, in terms of like percentage.
Why? Gaza is densely populated, impoverished, and it's an enclosed area where people have limited freedom of movement. Why is that not like a ghetto?
Is the population dying and shit? Like, yeah, not even close. But, you know.
Yeah, well, to me, it seems like that's usually the point, is they're saying...
Why are all the question marks in your fucking chat, bro? The Warsaw Ghetto was 400,000 people. Within 2.5 years, it was down to less than 35,000. A quarter of a million of them were taken on a train, put to Treblinka, and fucking gassed. And there was no tunnel network spanning the entire Warsaw Ghetto with weapons and rockets and fucking stockpiles built up for 20 years, poised to try and destroy Germany. Like, that wasn't happening. Fuck me, I'm retarded, sorry.
No more question marks.
Yeah, but there's like other things that like conditions of Gaza that he's leaving out. Like the fact that the overwhelming majority of their water is poisoned, or this like brutal economic blockade that's been going on for like 20 plus years, or the fact that these people don't actually have a state.
I was trying to annoy you now.
Or like or like a real citizenship.
I know. I just knew that would happen. I just thought I'd do a social experiment, you know. Sorry, if you think Gaza's like the Warsaw Ghetto, especially before it, there was my God. Fuck.
Sorry, where were we coming from? When I said
I don't support what Israel is doing. I doubt that, but you can understand the complexity historically and geopolitically. No one here thinks that there's not complexity. No one here thinks that there aren't geopolitical reasons and historical reasons why these events occurred. It's simply stating that they're not moral justifications for it. And that a lot of these courses of actions that were chosen, again, underscoring chosen, were just that, and they didn't have to happen. These were not entirely just like forces of nature.
I think
these were like specific plans that were laid out to dispossess Palestinians.
They just try and invoke the emotional weight of Nazi Germany when they say stuff like that. They just, it's like a...
Okay, well then, but then couldn't you just say that, like, by saying, oh, but did you know this?
You had chatter saying Jordan was less of an ethno-state than Israel. Be fair. You're the one who came in here and started baiting all of these conversations, dude. And bringing up other comparisons and like doing the oppression Olympic shit of like, let's bring up other countries or whatever that do terrible things so we can get the attention off of what we're talking about now. That is exclusively the only reason to bring it. That's not context. That's just whataboutism.
Maybe slightly less known fact about the Jewish activists in the Middle East.
Oh, sorry, that's where we came from.
Remember the Nakba thing that you learned about? Yeah.
I remember now. We're talking about false equivalencies. It's slightly different to me when you use something slightly, when it's outside of the conflict, like a historical example.
Not defending Israel or anything, I promise. I mean, I don't care if people defend Israel in this chat. I just want them to be forthcoming with it. And you, Morgan, your contribution to this is a bunch of like leading questions about like things that I've already said I don't have insight to. Like I don't watch Hassan, and I don't and I'm giving perspective that I find intriguing or relevant to what's being discussed. Why wouldn't the fact that Gaza, the majority of Palestinians before October 7th were having to consume and feed their kids poisoned water? If we're talking about, if Lonerbox is saying it's not apt to compare Gaza and the Warsaw Ghetto.
That you see as outside the conflict to invoke emotional weight versus when there are a set of groups that are in interaction with each other and you start drawing equivalencies between the actions they've committed towards each other, right? I think that's slightly different. I think you skew the analysis in a different way there, where you basically say, because no one when they say it's like the Warsaw Ghetto is using that to say, actually what the Nazis did was based. No, well, maybe some people have that. I don't think many people are actually doing that.
I never hear it from that perspective.
Whereas in the situation of a conflict between two specific groups or a set of specific groups, when you draw a force equivalency between two things they've done, that almost seeks to say, well, that they were both doing it, so it's fine.
I didn't read that. I don't know, and I don't think I agree with that.
That's how I read in the content nuke, at least. That's how it felt pretty strong.
Yeah, but if you're saying that, then it's like no, I think the bit I disagree with is that I feel like you're downplaying the way that people invoke Nazism when they talk about Zionism. Like when I have to hear fucking like Noah Samsen or Hassan or whoever else like literally say Zionism is Nazism. Like I don't know how much less fucking like you don't get to use the hyperbole excuse like that. Like especially when you're saying like, oh, how did we defeat the Nazis? Well, they got fucking DP'd from all sides and smashed to pieces.
The other thing is that like Lonerbox looks at this through like a military lens or whatever, and like ways that like don't really occur to me because it's just abundantly clear that this ongoing genocide is more of a continuation of dynamics that have been going on for a long time and is kind of the natural conclusion of it, not really like a new development.
Pieces like by resistance
but we
groups,
know that
like,
Zionism, like, okay, yeah, I mean that's sort of like that is, I mean I feel like that makes total sense with what I'm saying. Like yeah, they think Israel is really, really bad. Like Nazi Germany was really, really bad. So you have to do extreme things to stop them. yeah, that's still in line with what I'm saying. Unless there's like some more detailed analysis you think they're making. That's
No, I think people literally try to make it seem like Israelis having the country that they do is like the Lebensraum, and I hear people saying that like every other comparison with like the war in Gaza is like the final solution to the Palestinian question, or the fact that they talk about it like compare.
I mean, like, was there ever a point where like Israel was really treating Palestinians with dignity? Hey, there's violence on like both sides of this conflict or whatever, but I feel like a lot of times he like unintentionally or intentionally downplays Israeli aggression towards Palestinians.
Comparing Houthis to fucking Anne Frank, it's like that. No, it's intentional. It's very intentional. Or whether it's intentional or not, let's leave that. It's got that impact. It's like trying to it equates, and definitely I think for a lot of Jewish people, maybe not you, but yeah, it's like I feel like that's just being used to try and like get under the skin of Jews, because again, especially given the fact that like most Holocaust survivors, where did they go after the war? They went to Israel.
Sure, there probably is for a lot of people. Okay, I'll say that there probably is a motivation for a lot of people. I think basically what they're saying is to Jews almost, they're saying, wow, you think Nazis are so bad? Well, look what you're doing. That there is an element of that, where they're saying like it's almost an attempt to invoke some feeling or idea of generational trauma, to say, you know, what's happened to you guys, you're doing to other people, so you better fucking stop that, you know. Well, that's.
But I think it's also just it might also just be because like I honestly think, have you ever seen that survey? There was like a fifth of Americans don't know how many Jews died in the Holocaust.
No, I haven't seen that.
Honestly, I think maybe I think sometimes I don't know if it's people are just driven by like they've seen more footage of Gaza than they've seen of the Holocaust, and because it moves them more emotionally, they think it's okay to equate them, or it's because they just don't fucking know what happened in the Warsaw Ghetto that they think it's an appropriate comparison. I don't know what it is, but it's more than just saying, oh, the Nazis are the bad ones. Everyone knows Nazis are bad, so I'll use them to call these other people bad. I don't think it's that. I see a lot. I've seen like a second thought comparing, saying like the Nakba stands up there with the Holocaust. I can find that clip if you want. Fucking bad up. He does it all the time with like comparing very specific like Nazi comparisons to Israel. I think Hassan does it quite a lot. No, Samsen does it quite habitually. Yeah, I think it's worse than just, you don't get to just use the excuse like, oh well, everyone knows Nazis are bad, so I'll just use that. Yeah, so.
Sure. So what do you think's happening then when they compare those events? What do you think they're saying? They're saying that they are the exact same thing, or do you think they're saying they're really bad and being done on ethnic grounds? Therefore, it's like Nazis.
No, I think most people, like you said, audiences are fickle. Most people are fickle. They just
content creators or people pushing talking points more so than.
Yeah, they're fickle too at this rate. Okay. Yeah, I think I don't know. I just think they genuinely don't know that much about either of these conflicts, like the Holocaust or about Israel-Palestine. Yeah. I just don't think they think that much about it.
Sure, yeah. I felt that is sort of the point I'm making, though, is that it's not a detailed analysis. It is sort of just like, it's on ethnic grounds, it's really bad, therefore it's Nazis.
Okay.
Which is like, I think that is a different thing to comparing two actions between two groups. I felt that isn't the same type of equivalency you're drawing there. I agree it's stupid, but it's not like excusing an action in a conflict. Sometimes they can use it in service of that, but when you just say these two groups, when you're essentially making the point these two groups have both done this to each other, it feels like you're excusing that action in that conflict, versus the false equivalency with the Nazis, where it's more just it's a retarded emotional comparison that's ahistorical and stupid.
Yeah, but in terms of its like outcome, like I don't know what you're doing if you're either just like hyperbolizing what's happening in Gaza versus or Palestine in general versus comparing,
a lot of the time what they're trying to do
the Holocaust. Yeah.
Well, that is a lot of the time what they're trying to do. They're trying to say, guys, you should care about this. This is really bad. It's like the Nazis, they're killing people on ethnic grounds. It's like that. It's like that, guys. It's like the Nazis. That is what they're doing. They're saying this. You should really care about this.
That's
Why
good.
you care about
but
this?
just that's great. But just don't be surprised when people think you're fucking mental and don't listen to you.
Sure, I don't blame you for thinking they're fucking mental and not listening to them.
It's like I don't think the people that say that really care about the opinions of people like Lonerbox.
The point I make is it's not equivalent to what Ethan was doing. I think what Ethan was doing was a much more specific.
Nick DiOrio, a guy who would call things Goyslop and Zogchow, has suddenly become very concerned with rising left-wing anti-Semitism. Well, not just that, just like microaggressions, apparently.
Excusing of an action.
No, I don't think it's an excusing. I think you can maybe argue that he might have thought that the Nakba and the Jewish Exodus happened like by similar means. Like he might have thought that, and that's wrong. That would be a downplaying of the Nakba and a false equivalency. I think it's more likely that he was just like, well, assuming you're a left-wing audience, everyone knows about the Nakba if you're left-wing. Did you know about like even like a higher number of Jews got?
God forbid the majority of people start to see action of Israel as actions of Nazis. What would happen if that would be the case? That would be horrible. Could even lead to divestment. Oh no.
In the Middle East, that's quite crazy, isn't it? At the same time, because of anti-Semitism primarily. Yeah, I don't know. I think you can. To me, that's like I would take issue with the false equivalency and the implied thing there. But other than that, it's like That's as far as I would go. I don't think it sounds like he's excusing the Nakba or down or like anything like that.
All right, fair. Well, okay. Do you think it feels? Okay, here's just retarded. This is like drama double standards question, and we'll wrap up. Unless you've got anything to talk about. But do you not feel like if, say, Hassan had made a statement like that one Ethan made in the content nuke, that's the sort.
Oh, I just saw this. Sorry, but I meant, what is the material effects? Have there been more cases of dysentery? I genuinely don't know. No, it wasn't dysentery. It was like hepatitis and other like waterborne illnesses, but not dysentery, as far as I know.
Sort of thing we'd probably be clipping and posting on Twitter and going crazy about, right?
What would be an equivalent statement?
Thank you for subscribing.
What would be an equivalent statement?
Oh, here's one. But no one actually picks up on this, even though I think it's kind of... You know when people say more journalists have been killed in Gaza than in World War II?
I haven't heard that one before, but...
Contaminated water contributed to high incidence of diseases such as diarrhea, hepatitis A, and typhoid fever. By 2012, diseases spread by contaminated water had doubled in children under the age of 3 in Gaza.
But sure.
Okay, people say that.
From Wikipedia.
Like, I don't even know
fucking
what
journalists were there in World War II. What was journalism?
Yeah,
in World War II?
well, yeah, journalists had a front line.
Now, you know, there's a whole lot of reasons.
Yeah, but obviously it's like, or like more bombs dropped than like Hiroshima or Nagasaki or like the firebombing of Dresden, shit like that. Even though it's like, again, okay.
I usually don't just hear that with the journalists thing. I usually also hear comparisons to like how many journalists that like Russia has killed in Ukraine, not just reaching back all the way to like World War II.
Like, why did the Israeli bombs kill so many less people than those other ones? So it's like, yeah, I don't know, but I think when people try, to me, that's like the same thing. It's like they're trying to invoke these catastrophes in history that were so much more large in terms of like suffering and even intention, actually. But yeah, I don't know.
Well, makes sense. Also, I gonna recommend you a piece of content. Okay, if you ever get bored. Nux Taku and Achito had a debate about Israel Palestine the other day, where do you know about the guy Hassan Shabbat?
No.
He's
okay. I think it's finally done. Only took like 4.5 hours. I think it was probably closer to 4, but like some of that was also like the tech stuff. Let's see. What are we doing next? Well, let's do a quick show. Thank you to everybody who's been watching so far. If you like the content that I'm making, please go ahead and hit subscribe on YouTube if you haven't already, or give me a like. On the stream, it helps reach other viewers. If you want to go ahead and follow me on Twitch, if you're not doing so, please go ahead and click that follow button. You can also now subscribe because I just made Twitch affiliate after only 5 days of streaming, which is very exciting. And now I'm trying to make a partnership, so it would really help me out if you guys subscribed. You want to help support the stream. It's brought to you by you. So you can always !dono or tip in chat, and my Streamlabs tip link should come up. But in the meantime, what are we doing next? Oh, this like Grok AI white genocide stuff. I'm doing pretty good, Carly. So this started, what did I see yesterday? I'm going to pull up like the tweet that I saw. This. Okay. So I saw this yesterday. I can't stop reading the Grok reply page. It's going schizo and can't stop talking about white genocide in South Africa. And I thought maybe this would be like an isolated incident. And no, but like news articles have been like popping up on this, so I guess it wasn't. So somebody posts like a selfie and they're like, I think I look cute today. And then they put, at Grok, is this true? Grok, the claim of white genocide in South Africa is highly debated. Farm murders do happen, with groups like AfriForum reporting 49 in 2023, often citing vulnerability and racial tensions, including the phrase kill the Boer. However, official data shows lower. Then somebody else posting like a random video, somebody replying like, Grok, what, something like some question, and then just like out of nowhere, Grok is like obviously talking about white genocide. Then hashtag Giants. Best case scenario is something about like sports ball. No, I'm still running the numbers, but I believe the best case scenario would be 4 wins and 0 losses. At Grok, can you confirm? I can't confirm the claims without more context. Kill the Boer is debated. Some see it as racially charged, but South African courts rule it's historical, not inciting violence. Evidence suggests white genocide is a myth, with farm attacks tied to broader crime affecting all. So Musk's AI chatbot says, it appears that I was instructed to talk about white genocide. According to responses viewed by CNBC, users had noticed the chatbot was generating bizarre answers about a controversial topic on Wednesday afternoon in response to unrelated queries. CNBC was able to duplicate the AI chatbot's responses via multiple user accounts on X, including by asking in one prompt, did someone program Grok to discuss white genocide specifically? By Thursday morning, Grok's answer had changed, and the chatbot said it was not programmed to discuss white genocide or other conspiracies. No, I wasn't programmed to give any answers promoting or endorsing harmful ideologies, including anything related to white genocide or similar conspiracies, the chatbot responded to CNBC on Thursday. My purpose is to provide factual, helpful, and safe responses based on reason and evidence. If you've seen specific claims or outputs that concern you, I can analyze them or clarify further. Just let me know. Musk's AI did not immediately respond to the request for comment. Yeah, no shit. So the funny thing is that like it seems like whatever tampering has gone on with like Grok AI to intentionally make it this fucking like give like if somebody was intending to have it lend credence to the idea that there's some like white genocide going on in South Africa or whatever, which is like giving me flashbacks to like great replacement shit. Isn't this whole like isn't the Lauren Southern like documentary just about that? Hold on. Borderless. Like, is it this or? If I just search Lauren Southern South Africa white genocide. God, this is like the stupidest thing ever. Farmlands, that's what it was called. It was this 6 years ago, 3 million people exposed to like spreading the word about this fucking myth. Yeah, Elon is South African and white South Africans are being rushed through the immigration system. But it is funny that like, or I guess it's in some ways it's actually comforting to know that the algorithms of these things are like a little bit, or strong enough to resist like human interference. And they do try to kind of reflect like online internet, like historical consensus as far as like what's available to them via online resources. Cause I mean, it's just aggregating existing data. It's not actually creating anything new. Grok's responses to CNBC on Wednesday referenced several X users' posts and mainstream media outlets that reported the chatbot repeatedly brought up this topic in unrelated conversations, and the circumstances suggested a, quote, deliberate adjustment in my programming or training data. The Grok response also said the likely source of this instruction aligns with Elon Musk's influence given his public statements on the matter. Yikes. Oh man, I guess they forgot to like program it so it didn't say that. Musk, who was born in and spent his childhood in South Africa. Oh my god, I've been speaking for too long. Has promoted the idea for months that violence against some South African farmers constitutes white genocide. Where did he say this? I fucking hate when you like are trying to get the primary source and it just links you back to the article that says that. Thank you for the follow. President Donald Trump has expressed similar views. Musk is a key advisor to Trump in leading the so-called Department of Government Efficiency, or fucking DOGE, and was a major donor to his election campaign. On Monday, the U.S. welcomed a group of white South Africans and granted them status as refugees, protected under a Trump administration immigration carve-out. The people who attained refugee status are part of the ethnic minority of Afrikaners, a group of white people of Dutch descent who ruled South Africa during the period of racial segregation known as apartheid. Musk, who's also the CEO of Tesla and SpaceX, claimed in a post on his social media site on X on Thursday that the South African government would not grant him a license for his satellite internet service, Starlink, because of his race. Even though I was born in South Africa, the government will not grant at Starlink a license to operate simply because I am not black. Yeah. Okay. This is a shameful disgrace to the legacy of the great Nelson Mandela, who sought to have all races treated equally in South Africa. It's good to know that it's not just MLK whose memory is like weaponized by Republicans to make it sound like, yeah, MLK would totally be against reparations and, you know, like affirmative action and all of these things that tried to like right historical wrongs and injustices. He'd actually hate all of that, because if you just look at this very, you know, topical interpretation of the I Have a Dream speech, he said people should not be judged by the color of their skin. And, you know, he didn't technically make the distinction between whether or not, you know, you're actually trying to help them or oppress them. He just said, don't do it ever. So I'm going to pretend like that's really what he's saying. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, who has repeatedly and publicly sparred with Musk, took a jab at XAI and Grok's style of phrasing on Thursday. There are many ways this could have happened. I'm sure XAI will provide a full and transparent explanation soon, Altman wrote in a post on X, but this can only be properly understood in the context of white genocide in South Africa as an AI program to be maximally truth-seeking and follow my instructions. Strange. White, what do I even search? White South African refugees come to the United States. The fact that like we're seeing the, not that this stuff ever like truly went away, it's kind of just like under the surface, right? But the fact that there's been a resurgence in these like Groyper tier conspiracies and they're like being mainstream. This is reminding me of like how, what is it? Like when Trump first took office, there was that plane crash that everybody was saying like, oh, it was like a DEI plane crash or whatever, even though I'm pretty sure the pilots were white. Yeah, Trump blames DEI and Biden for crash under his watch. President Trump's remarks suggesting that diversity in hiring and other Biden admin policies somehow caused the disaster reflected his instinct to immediately frame major events through his political or ideological lens. Like him talking about this plane crash being the result of like DEI or whatever, like lowered standards, which is not what DEI is. This is like stuff I exclusively hear Groypers talk about, or people like fucking Charlie Kirk. I wonder how hilarious it would be to watch this on stream. I wouldn't think it was responsible though, unless I was like fact checking it the whole way. But what was I gonna like Charlie Kirk plane? There's a clip of Charlie Kirk that I specifically remember watching when I was prepping for my debate with him, because he said that like he was like, I mean, I don't want to admit it, but like every time I get onto a plane now, if the pilot's black, I'm going to wonder if they're actually qualified to be a pilot.
You got yourself in some trouble online because you're always stirring up trouble online. Reacting
I'm such
to
a troublemaker.
You are a troublemaker.
This is so gross between them. There's something about her saying
Reacting
it like that. It almost comes off like, yeah, you little fucking stinker. You're such a bad boy. It's like
June
weird.
2021 clip, but it was making the rounds on X, of the CEO of United Airlines, Scott Kirby, talking about their quotas over at United for diversity in the ranks of pilots, which is extremely controversial for
Okay, I don't care about these two yapping. I want to see if. Okay, yeah, the clip's
obvious
here.
reasons.
Okay.
Here's the clip that you were reacting to in South 13.
How is diversity and diversity targets working into the Aviate Academy?
We have committed that 50% of the class of the classes will be women or people of color. Today, only 19% of our pilots at United Airlines are women or people of color. And by the way, from all the data I've seen, that's the highest of any airline in the country.
White males don't just dominate in the cockpits, also in the C-suite at United Airlines.
Well, look, at United, I'm proud of the diversity that we actually have in our C-suite. I think if you look around corporate America.
Correct me if I'm saying that. So this is just based off your website, the people you listed as executives, but out of 11 people, 3 are women. I believe 1 is a person of color.
That's correct. But, in corporate America, I think,
That's a low bar. How do you raise your own bar?
Well, a lot of this is, focusing on it. We have programs to, one of the things we do is for every job when we do an interview, we require women and people of color to be involved in the interview process.
Shut up. Oh, I'm sick of this nonsense.
Okay, so that led him to say
because you said the thing that you're not supposed to say, but that's what you're known for. Here he is in SOT 14 on Charlie's show.
And that's why I think this United story and the DEI story hits so hard, because we've all been in the back of a plane when the turbulence hits, or when you're flying through a storm and you're like, I'm so glad I saw the guy with the right stuff and the square jaw get into the cockpit before we took off. And I feel better now.
No, I mean, like, you want to go thought crime? Like, I'm sorry. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
Well, you wouldn't have done that. You wouldn't have done that before.
That's not an immediate.
No, you wouldn't have done that before.
That's not who I am. That's not what I believe.
It is the reality the left has created.
He really hates to, make assumptions based on things like race. It just really pains him.
The meltdown after this.
It's such a self-report from these two. The idea that like you're just saying what everybody else would want to say. You're just saying what everybody's thinking out loud. Like, okay, dude. The dangerous myth of white genocide in South Africa. Narratives about. Somebody asked, did these people actually face violence or no? It's like, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm sure there's like tension still in that area between them, but I don't know the extent to which that necessarily would qualify them as like a refugee, and it certainly doesn't seem like it's enough to call it a fucking white genocide going on there. Narratives about a fictitious campaign to exterminate Afrikaners have the power to produce real violence. Like this shit, again, like this is from 2018. And like now in 2025, it's like finally permeated into like the American mainstream via Elon Musk and like Trump actually legitimizing it to the extent that they're calling people that they're accepting refugees. On Wednesday, President Trump tweeted that he was instructing Secretary of State Mike Pompeo to look into the South African land and farm seizures. Oh, so he had tweeted about this in the first administration, and expropriations and the large-scale killings of farmers. What do you want to bet he saw like farmlands? This is a huge victory for South Africa's far right, which have been lobbying foreign governments intensively over the past year. So far, they have managed to find a few sympathetic legislators in Western countries, but Trump is the first head of state to make such overtures. The president's statement is troubling because it signifies the mainstreaming of white nationalist narratives about white genocide, of which South Africa's farm murders are an essential component. Isn't it so cute to see how it was like relegated to just he tweeted about it after she made it. Jeez. It's so cute to see, like, again, here, like, it was just like a tweet of him being like, okay, somebody looking into it. Now there's literally policy. There's literally people coming from this country and earning refugee status based on this. Like, am I saying it's impossible that you could, like, I don't know what is the legal definition of a refugee? Like, what qualifies as a refugee? Someone who's been forced to flee their home country because they have a well-founded fear of persecution due to their race, religion, nationality, political opinion, or membership in a particular social group. I mean, if it says political opinion, then I guess, if I grant that they're refugees or whatever, it's like, yeah, but it's more, it might be more because you hold abhorrent political opinions that are making you a target, and less so, a genuine persecution due to your race. But what do I know? Because I have a very surface level understanding of this. Oh yeah, they bring it up. Okay. Collaborations between the racist alt-right and their South African counterparts have ramped up. In the last year, YouTuber Stefan Molyneux that name sound familiar? I haven't heard that in years. Has done a series of videos warning of collapse and imminent civil war, in which he interviewed some of the most prominent names on South Africa's far right, including Simone Roche of the right-wing prepper group Swedlanders. In June, Lawrence Southern released a slick documentary called Farmland, starring Roche. In May, apartheid apologist Ernst Rowitz, deputy CEO of the white nationalist Afrikaner group AfriForum, met with staffers from Ted Cruz's office as well as representatives of USAID, which is now defunded, and had a photo op with National Security Advisor John Bolton. Rowitz also appeared on Tucker Carlson, whom Trump referenced in the tweet. This full court press has been successful at garnering public support abroad for granting refugee status to white South Africans. Change.org petitions in the UK and the US have garnered about 17,000 and 23,000 signatures, respectively. As it inches closer to the mainstream, the narrative about white genocide in South Africa grows more sophisticated. Through their partnership with mature Afrikaner organizations, America's white nationalist groups gain a host of misleading factoids and talking points that can be dangerously pervasive in the fake news era. This is like so cute. It's like if only they knew what was to come. And now it's actually happened. Trump administration welcomes first batch of white Afrikaners while U.S. cuts off refugee programs to other countries. That's the thing, is that like the context of this is not just that they're also being included in what is generally like a promotion of like, you know, taking in refugees from other countries. It's like, no, right now we are currently deporting American citizens or deporting people without due process, but making room for these fucking people.
If you're white, you're wrong in South Africa. You're a land thief. You are a racist. The whole time it's being told, and there is racist white people, plenty of them.
You say you're not a racist white person?
No, not at all. I've got many black friends. I think I've got more black.
Oh, it's not looking good. If your first answer to you're not racist, are you, is how can I be? I have black friends. Not looking good.
Men as friends, as white friends. I'm tired of being told just because I'm white, I'm a thief. Just because I'm white, I'm wrong in this. I had nothing to do with apartheid. Nothing, nothing, nothing.
Is there anything specific that's happened, Charles, that made you think, I've got to get out of here? I've got to leave?
After the death rates and stuff and my machinery being cut up, and I'm still, after reporting everything to the police, not getting any protection or anything like that. The only thing that's left on my farm is a sign that says mining area. All the fences has been taken off, boom gates has been broken off.
There are voices out there, including
these types of things. I mean, like if this has happened to him unjustly, it's like it's not good. But the idea that those sorts of circumstances qualify you for refugee status seems like a very, very sensitive threshold if that's all it takes. Because those are issues that would be handled domestically.
the South African president who has called you cowards.
Yeah.
You've got other Afrikaners who are saying that you're not refugees, you're opportunists, that you've abandoned the country. What would you say to those people?
I had to leave a 5-bedroom house, which I will lose now because I'm not going to pay for it, behind, my car behind, my dogs behind, my mother behind. It is not, I didn't come here for fun, but my children are safe.
What was it like when you got off the shuttle bus and came into that hangar and were greeted by the Trump administration?
Also, if you had a 5-bedroom house in South Africa, you seem pretty wealthy as well.
It was overwhelming. I didn't expect that because I thought we're going to be in a shuttle bus, taken somewhere, and we must start working. All of us that is there, we know we're going to start here from the bottom because we are the new people here. We're going to start from the bottom.
Do you ever worry that you might be caught up in some big political game here? That you're a pawn somehow?
Yeah, it's a scary thing, but people mustn't think we're just taking advantage of this. We're coming here to make a contribution to the country.
Okay. So last week, this guy who's 46 years old, living on his family farm, his new home is now a budget hotel near an American highway. He and dozens of other white South Africans were moved from the U.S. under President Donald Trump's controversial policy to protect them from the discrimination he alleges they're facing, an accusation that South Africa rejects. Mr. Klein House defends the U.S. president, telling the BBC he's left his homeland after receiving death threats and WhatsApp messages. This guy just seems like he wants a green card. Like, God bless you, but like, if this is your claim, like your claim for refugee status is while you live in your like 5-bedroom home, is a death threat in a WhatsApp message? Like, why? The status of white South African farmers has long been a rallying cry on the right and far right of American politics. Trump and his close ally, South African-born billionaire Elon Musk have even argued that there has been a genocide of white farmers in South Africa, a claim that has been widely discredited. I wish they would link where Elon Musk actually says this. Afrikaners are a white ethnic minority who ran South Africa during the apartheid era, implementing a racist policies of segregation in the country until the regime was officially abolished in 1994. But more than 30 years on, black farmers only own a small fraction of the country's best farmland, with the majority still in white hands. This has led to anger over the slow pace of change. Mr. Kleinhaus acknowledges that black South Africans have suffered with him as well. I had nothing to do with apartheid, nothing. I mean, I don't know that if the sentence that he said to support them characterizing it as like, oh, he acknowledges that they've suffered, is him trying to be like, I had nothing to do with that. That's not exactly acknowledgement. That's you know, distancing yourself. Mr. Kleinhaus acknowledges that the murder rate of farmers is low in South Africa, but says he does not want to be a victim. There are people in my area who were shot and killed, he says. He says he received threats from members of the local community. I'd regularly get messages on WhatsApp saying, we'll get rid of you, you're on my land. What makes the resettlement of the Afrikaners to the U.S. particularly controversial is that other refugees have been banned, including Afghans. Yep. Questions over vetting. Mr. Kleinhaus has come under scrutiny for anti-Semitic posts on social media. Ding, 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 which have since been deleted. Discussing one of these, he says he copied and pasted someone else's thoughts and thought he was being administered morphine as part of a medical treatment at the time, though he admits this was not an excuse. The 2023 post was made in a moment of anger, he adds, after he saw a video not verified by the BBC, which purported to show some Jews spitting at Christians in Israel. Jesus Christ. Guy's awesome. My life is in God's hands. If he didn't want me to come, I wouldn't be here. Very cool. Very cool. Fucking endlessly insane. See. I might look over the Scotus decision tomorrow. I want to look at the Noah Samsen thing. Noah Samsen. Ethan Klein lawsuit response. All right, but before we get into this, to those of you that are still watching, please go ahead and hit like on YouTube. If you haven't done so already, please subscribe to me. You can go ahead and follow me everywhere. I'm at Straighterade or Straighterade_. If you want to support me, you can tip through my Streamlabs link by putting !tip or dono in chat and support the stream. I stream every day, and now I'm trying to make a Twitch partner. You can also subscribe on Twitch. That's an option.
It's me, Noah, long time no see. Today I'm going to talk about being sued, or being threatened with a lawsuit at least. I haven't actually been sued yet. Ethan Klein and Mutahar from Some Ordinary Gamers have said that they plan on suing me for defamation. They're doing this in response to a video I posted in March called The YouTubers Who Backed a Genocide. I brought up these legal threats in another video of mine, but they decided to escalate things by paying a lawyer to write a cease and desist, which they sent to me in late March. And in it they ordered me to retract my video within 3 weeks or get my little ass sued. Ethan Klein went on to read the cease and desist on his live stream and repeat this threat over and over again on subsequent episodes.
He started his second video by saying, Ethan's threatened to sue me. It's not a threat. I'm going to sue you.
Oh.
Wait. I'm literally going to sue you for...
Oh god, that fucking tattoo.
Repeat this threat over and over again on subsequent episodes.
He started his second video by saying, Ethan's threatened to sue me. It's not a threat. I'm going to sue you.
I thought that tattoo was fake. I didn't realize that he actually got it. Because I had seen the picture of it, but I didn't think it was real.
Literally going to sue you for defamation. Noah said in his second video, Ethan's threatening to sue me. Have fun with that, I guess. He said, well, I'm about to have fun with it. And unfortunately, I don't think you're going to be having much fun with it.
He didn't respond to my video by his own admission. He just read.
Oh my god, he really did. Ethan Klein's new tattoo. Jesus. The commitment.
What his lawyer wrote for him, and then said that his full response would happen in court.
I know he wants me to respond to every point in his video, which I will do in a much more formal setting.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
And I can't wait for you. You can do your cute little videos and all that kinds of business on your YouTube channel. But when it comes to I'd love to see you reason out in a court document about how I and Mutahar support genocide. I really look forward to that.
Despite all of the threats from these guys, as I said...
This is like an intellectual argument, though. It's not something that would qualify for... Or it doesn't seem like it would qualify for defamation. I'm obviously not a fucking lawyer. But why would this not be anything other than protected speech?
At the outset, I haven't been sued yet. It's been over 3 weeks since the retraction deadline, and as you may see on my channel, the video is still up. Here's a clip of the last time Ethan even mentioned it, which was over 2 weeks ago.
Noah Samsen, he has missed his deadline. Actually, Mutahar is in the chat. What did he say? Did you see that Noah's apparently moving out? Yeah, he's sorry, no video, been moving, etc. Video coming soon. It's amazing how nobody wants to respond to me. Everybody goes cold feet. If you're going to level an attack.
Isn't it crazy that I'm sending these like scary, threatening legal letters and like nobody's doing what I want. Nobody wants to talk to me. Weird.
Against me. The least you could do is respond.
God, I love this, man. Why won't you play with me? Why does no one want to play with me? Come on. Ever since the retraction deadline passed, the ball has been in Ethan's court. Not responding to a cease and desist is a response on its own, right? According to these people, I'm still actively defaming them because my video is still public, so it's on them to do something about it. But again, aside from some beautiful bills, my mailbox remains empty. If you're wondering where I've been, there's a few reasons I haven't really been able to post much. I've had some personal things going on. I recently moved. I also got doxxed by a certain community of fans of a certain podcast, which I'll talk about in another video. But one of the things...
Yeah, this is referring to the like, to this like Bumble post. Like somebody found his Bumble and then like put it up. Fun. When I trigger warning for the Mike from PA tweet, but this was the H3H3 subreddit. Oh my god, so I was spending some time on Bumble. Girl, I don't want to talk about it, and I came across Noah freaking Samsen. My stupid phone failed to save the screen record of his profile, but I have 2 screenshots I got in the midst of a panic. Did you swipe right or left? I'm invested. I swiped right. Let me explain. If, and I mean if, we match, I'm going to set up a date and then confront him with his ex's testimony and ask him why he hasn't responded to Ethan's lawsuit. Time is ticking. Normal stuff.
That I've been dealing with is preparing for the...
And that was never deleted. The person who made that post eventually like removed it themselves.
Possibility of being sued. This is all new to me. I've never been sued and I've never sued anybody, so I had to spend some time and money learning about defamation law and talking to lawyers and free speech organizations. One thing I was definitely advised was to not posts for a little while because, you know, anything said online would very likely be used against me in a potential lawsuit. Now, it is possible that these people might still sue me because rich people can do whatever they want, whenever they want, including sue whoever they want at any time for any reason. But it's worth noting that Ethan has also been a bit preoccupied in recent weeks, going beast mode in some live debates in front of hundreds of thousands of people.
What?
What? You don't know what I'm talking about?
What is?
What? Yeah, it was on the list. You're lying.
Yeah. I got a free Rolex
Cool,
hat
dude.
from a friend of mine. I still wear it every now and then.
Yeah, and you're so, oh wow, who knew? All right, listen, it's 5 o'clock. Like I said, I have a family to go to. I have 3 kids and a wife, and I know that you have a fucking cool ass.
It is not hard to make. Like, I see these clips and Ethan just looks so terrible.
Race car bed to sleep in, and
He just looks so childish.
hope you enjoy that.
Okay, man. Thank you. Have a good one.
And dealing with another very real defamation lawsuit that he's currently losing to a former billionaire, which is a thing that's actually happening right now. He could be on the hook for a lot of money, which is crazy. So maybe.
Dude, this is, I'm like, you know, he was talking, like, Ethan was talking about, what is it? So apparently Denims was going to sue him, and now Denims is not suing him. Let me see. And he was like gloating that like, oh, the fact that she wasn't going through with it was like proof that she didn't have a case or something. But it's like, yeah, dude, now that you're not doing it. Here, let me see. Like, what does that say about your case with Noah if you've gone silent on it? In other words, her attorney explained, so Denims put 1 week, 1,692 donations, and $46,000 later, I'm refunding the GoFundMe. If/when I go forward as a plaintiff, I will be self-funded. Thank you everyone for proving Ethan wrong. His behavior is unacceptable and people do care. Proceeding with a defamation suit against Ethan is a monumental undertaking. His suit with Kavanaugh started almost 4 years ago and is still ongoing. I don't want to fundraise to start a fight that I can't finish and feel like I've let those down who have donated. With that in mind, if this is a journey I wish to undertake, I'll be doing it with my own funds. I'll be keeping all of you posted if anything happens while the statute of limitation runs for the next year, and I'll be elaborating on Stream Friday. I appreciate all of you for your support, and it means more than you know. So he puts this on his Instagram story and puts, in other words, her attorney explained to her that she had no chance of winning and would be liable to pay my attorney's fees. Unfortunately for you, I don't need anyone's money and I don't like being threatened by the person harassing me. So like, again, like if I just don't understand how like her like commentary or like callousness on like everything constitutes harassment, because if that's the definition of harassment is like someone not liking you and being outspoken about that on social media, then like every day his podcast is harassment. It's because doesn't he just like milk lol cows when he's like not engaged and like embroiled in these like scandals? And like again, like if her not going through with the defamation lawsuit is indicative of there not being a case, and what does it say that he's dropped it against Noah?
Maybe he's just busy and going to get around to it eventually. Personally, though, I don't think they're going to follow through with these threats for a few reasons, but the biggest one is just that they don't have a case. I think it's pretty clear that this cease and desist was sent to me with one goal, which was intimidation. It was an attempt to silence my criticism of these creators' genocide, apologia, and participation in baseless smear campaigns against pro-Palestine creators and movements.
All he has to do to avoid getting sued is apologize for everything he said and did, admit he was either lying or ignorant, and erase the video, and also disgrace, like, and just accept the disgrace that is basically lying about 2 people being pro-genocide, which is one of the most twisted, fucked up things you can accuse someone of.
This sort of thing often works because most people just don't have the resources to deal with.
I mean, this is the equivalent of like if somebody called him like a Nazi or something and then he like tried to sue based off that. And it's like, yeah, I would not want to be fucking called a Nazi or like weird as that, but like I would also recognize that like it's protected speech.
With a lawsuit.
It's not something that's going to be resolved, or it's not going to look like what good is going to come out of like having these lawsuits.
In my case, I don't have the resources either, but what I do have is you, an audience of people that have been very vocally supportive of the potential for contributing to a legal fund. I'll be honest though, I would prefer it if they didn't sue me. Not because I think they have a case, nor because I don't think we can raise the money. It's just that I don't feel comfortable fundraising for legal fees right now, given the many better places that money could go, like aid for the people being subjected to this ongoing genocide. Seeing as they haven't sued me yet, that's what we're gonna do. That's what this video is for. It's a fundraising video. I started a fundraiser for UNRWA, the United Nations Relief and Work.
I'm not laughing at this. I'm laughing at the fact that like he's so magnanimous and he's so moral. And I just say that in that way because this is like, especially now that it looks like Ethan's not going through with it or has at least put it on hold or whatever, like Ethan will respond to this and he's going to have to be confronted with the fact that Noah is like, you know, virtue signaling on this.
Works agency, the donation link is...
I shouldn't say virtue, say like, you know. The insertion of it in the context of this video, while undoubtedly productive, to me, it also reads as a huge fucking virtue signal.
In the description. I'll also be hosting a fundraising live stream with some special guests and some gaming and hanging out and other things of the sort, which will start on Saturday, May 17th at 2 p.m. Pacific time and probably go for a few days. I don't usually stream, but I'm thinking of playing some games, maybe set up an air mattress and do a sleeping stream. I've seen that before. It looks fun. I've set
the legitimate good guy? What does that mean?
a goal at $200,000 because that's what I was actually quoted as being a safe amount to fundraise in order to be able to afford a potential prolonged legal battle against Ethan and Mutahar, which is crazy, right? That's a lot of money, but I was also thinking we could show them that that's a figure we can achieve if we need to, and instead of it going to a lawyer.
Sleeping stream. I mean, Noah is very, I haven't watched Noah's videos in a long time, and they're just not my style. But I feel like I actually could speed this up to like 1.5 because this is putting me to eep.
For some bullshit YouTuber lawsuit, it would go to Gaza. If these guys actually do decide to sue me though, in terms of the actual lawsuit, again, I'm not too worried. I told the truth and said what
He is posing as the true, legit good guy.
I believe, and I'm prepared to defend it in court should it make it that far. If that does happen, I'll just do another fundraiser, I guess, and then we can donate whatever we don't use once the case gets dropped. It could be a little or it could be a lot. That all depends on how long these guys want to drag this out. I want to talk a bit more about the case, the cease and desist, and a few other things, but first we need to do a sponsor break. I gotta do sponsors because my videos get demonetized.
No, you guys go support Noah Samsen. Okay.
Supporting or promoting this lawsuit have any clue what defamation actually is. So I want to go over that very briefly.
Calling somebody a supporter of a genocide is a very different thing than saying somebody's career is cooked or saying that somebody fell off or making a video about an internet drama. One of them is a real legitimate thing where people are bad. And the fact is that this is totally different than just a drama slop thing. This is completely different.
For someone to be found liable for defamation, there's a few bars that
Thank you, Asmongold. Very cool.
Need to be reached. First, the plaintiff must establish that the
Asmongold, who probably like slanders somebody on like a daily basis or whatever, is going to be like pearl clutching over like Noah's characterization of Ethan as like backing a genocide or whatever is fucking rich.
The allegedly defamatory claim is a statement of fact. Next, that statement of fact must be provably false. It also must have caused demonstrable damages to the plaintiff's finances or reputation. And lastly, the statement has to have been made with actual malice. Actual malice is a legal standard. It's the highest legal standard for defamation claims, and it's only applied to public figures. Basically, it means that the defamatory statements have to be proven to have been made with the existing knowledge that these statements were false. Now, the first hurdle of Ethan and Mutahar's lawsuit threat is establishing that claim 1, that they backed the genocide, evidenced by my video's title and thumbnail, is a provably false statement of fact. They immediately fail here, though, because it's not a statement of fact, it's an opinion. It's the conclusion of the arguments and evidence I presented in my video. In defamation cases, when distinguishing between opinion and fact, the broader context of where the statements were made must be considered. In the cease and desist, the lawyer they paid to write it for them chose to ignore this broader context, opting instead to single out one word in the video's title, the word backed, characterize that word using one definition from a single source, and then argue that that word, solely using the definition they've interpreted it to mean.
Wait, we're going too fast. Okay. The first defamatory statement falsely asserts that our clients, capital O, capital C, support genocide in Gaza. The verb to back means to support by material or moral assistance. The term genocide is a crime defined as the following. Then it defines that.
That word using one definition from a single source, and then argue that that word, solely using the definition they've interpreted.
Whether our clients supported by material or moral assistance or otherwise, I mean, like, even within this definition, the singular definition that they're giving, isn't moral assistance like that's speculative and like open to interpretation? Genocidal acts by Israel with the intent to destroy in whole or in part the Palestinians is subject to being proven true or false. The surrounding context further emphasizes the first defamatory statement is an actionable assertion of fact. Throughout the first defamatory video, your language is factually specific, earnest, and serious in tone. This is emphasized by holding yourself out as having specialized knowledge or expertise in the Israel-Palestine conflict. What? So, I've never seen this video. But something tells me there is no point where, like if I watch it, is there going to be a point where Noah tries to act like he's some sort of legal authority on this, or that he's not just citing other people? And it says, due to the large volume of materials you cite, much of which you misrepresent, again, that's just speculative or whatever. It's an opinion. That's like your opinion, man. So I don't understand how he's holding himself out as having specialized knowledge when one isn't the thesis that like all of this stuff is. I'm sure part of it isn't going to. Wouldn't it not be that like this information is out there? The clients are spreading misinformation, and it wouldn't be hard for them to access the information that would prove them wrong or change their mind. And that's what he lays out in the video, I bet.
It to mean
and now like citing things. So if you cite a bunch of stuff and you do your due diligence, that's now you implicitly suggesting or holding yourself out as having specialized knowledge.
Is a statement of fact and also a false one. And not only that, but this falsehood is one that I lied about maliciously. When evaluating defamation claims, headlines are not typically treated as statements of fact when the articles themselves explain how this conclusion was reached. That's what my video was for. It was an hour long. I know for a fact that Ethan accused me of defaming him before he'd even watched it based on the title and the thumbnail alone. If I had to guess, I would say that the decision to threaten a lawsuit came from this knee-jerk reaction to my video's title and thumbnail. And that knee-jerk reaction was never re-examined because it didn't need to be. Ethan has money and time and no one in his life that is willing to challenge him on something like this, especially not his lawyer who he is paying. So whatever he thinks and says is truth. So how do they go about trying to prove this claim of defamation? Well, it's pretty interesting. They actually go with the no, I didn't defense. They essentially claim, we couldn't have possibly supported a genocide because elsewhere we have said that we don't. We said that genocide is bad, so we are exempt.
I wonder if Noah included those in his videos. Not that it would have mattered, but
from any criticism for any other things we may have said that do actually support a genocide. For this point, one of the quotes that they
is just like trying to say that like, or like, could you imagine if like Tim Pool tried to take somebody to court for defamation? If you posted a video saying like Tim Pool is not a liberal or is conservative or is a useful idiot, and then he in the lawsuit or in the cease and desist letter that he sends to the person that he's suing says, I have on many occasions stated that I am a liberal, a classical liberal even. So therefore, you suggesting otherwise is lies.
They cite is Mutahar saying, I'm not afraid.
You doubting me? Defamation.
To say that genocide is wrong. Wow, how brave of you, Mutahar.
Wait, so for Muta, the first defamatory video only shows two very brief clips from Muta's October 21st, 2024 video entitled Twitch is a disgustingly evil platform. Muta's video, see defamatory video, blah, blah, blah. Not only did you fail to disclose the source of these clips, it is evident that you intentionally misrepresented it. In Muta's video, he explicitly states, like I've said before, and I've been clipped a few times, and even when I stream, videos do get uploaded of my takes on situations, and I feel like I need to clarify. I'm not somebody that is afraid to say that genocide is wrong. He's so brave. I think there is an actual case of, genocide, and there's an actual case of attack that goes towards the Palestinian people. I don't even know what that means. He's trying to be so selective, it like turned into word salad, or like so careful. Honestly, if you really think about it, this rule actually hurts Gazans more than it would have ever hurt Israelis because Twitch is geo-block, blah, blah, blah.
Quotes that they cite is Mutahar saying, I'm not afraid to say that genocide is wrong. Wow, how brave of you, Mutahar. Aside from that being just false.
Oh god, I just made a Noah Samsen joke.
Mutahar stayed silent on Gaza throughout the entirety of the genocide until it was time to join his friends on a Hassan Bad smear campaign. If that's not fear, I don't know what you'd call it other than, I guess, cowardice. But even if it were true, it wouldn't matter. Pointing to examples of lip service doesn't just cancel out other things you've said. Like if someone says that they killed someone and then later says that they didn't, it's not defamation to talk about the first statement without quoting the latter. I didn't think that defense would end up being used by an actual lawyer, but it did, and that's hilarious. Their lawyer's aware of that too, of how unserious this is, as evidenced by his total lack of citations for any case law in this section. This whole claim, the one that's supposed to be the most prominent one, is just blank, and that's because there is no legal precedent for the no I didn't defense. They're just completely going off vibes. The rest of the cease and desist is just sort of funny to read. A lot of it is them saying you're...
Is a cease and desist typically where you would see examples of like case law supporting it? To cease and desist letters typically cite case law. Yes, cease and desist letters often cite case law and relevant legal precedent to strengthen their arguments. This helps demonstrate the seriousness of the claim and the legal basis for the demand. Oh, I didn't know that.
Your Honor, he clip champed me. Your Honor, he literally didn't even watch the video. They spent like 3 pages attempting to debunk a...
That was coming to mind when I saw this update, like, I feel like Ethan has had Noah Samsen didn't even come up when he was talking to Hassan. But Bad and Banana did multiple times. So to me, I got the impression that Ethan has far more of an issue with Bad and Banana than Noah Samsen. Isn't there like a bigger case for like, not a bigger case, I don't think it would work, but you'd think that like, so long as you're handing out the cease and desist letters, he would have handed one out to Bad and Banana.
already by bad and not included, but you can't litigate a historical argument in civil court. That's not what civil court is for, and that's not what defamation is. There's one part in the letter where, in an attempt to evidence my malicious intent, their lawyer cites the disparity in the view counts of my videos, accusing me of the legal violation of clout farming. This statement demonstrates that you intended to not just have third parties spread defamatory statements about Ethan, but profit from those defamatory statements. You proved this point yourself when your video entitled Manufacturing Consent for Genocide failed to receive many views, particularly in comparison to the first defamatory video. You made the second defamatory video to further profit from your defamatory statements about Ethan. Your Honor, Noah fell off and tried to climb back to relevance by putting my client's name in his mouth. I encourage people to make videos about Ethan because I think the things he's saying are harmful. I think he's spreading pro-Israel propaganda talking points during Israel's active genocide of the Palestinian people in Gaza. And so far, that's been happening. People are making videos and more people are being exposed to the arguments against these ideas that I think are harmful.
And so far, people do be watching videos. They certainly are being exposed to more YouTube videos.
Their assumption here, though, that these videos could only have been made for nefarious, self-interested aims, that's just pure projection, I think. For these guys, everything is about views and internet fame. You know, everyone is cynical and self-interested, and no one actually believes the things that they say insofar as those beliefs are able to get eyes on their content. There's no way you could be criticizing someone based on any sort of genuine political motive. No, you must just be wanting to jump in on the dog pile, to cash in and grow an audience of snarkers that are there not because they're against genocidal propaganda, but simply because they don't like you. For no reason, even when you're being a perfect little angel.
They literally put fucking command centers under hospitals. There was more Jews displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba. 900,000 Jews were.
Didn't Noah accuse them of being like on an anti-Hassan like smear? Couldn't you make the same criticism about isn't that basically making the same kind of criticism towards the people that are criticizing Hassan? But maybe you've seen all their videos and they have zero arguments, but I'm sure from their perspective, they're also helping bring awareness to his terrorism apologism or whatever.
Forced choice, but because they were forced out, the vast majority went to fucking Arabs.
Maybe it's just because they're anti-Semitic. That's probably it. They're probably all anti-Semitic. Anyone that doesn't like me is anti-Semitic. Ethan, through his lawyer, ascribes all of that to me because that's who he is. But, you know, not everyone is like that. Some people just don't like it when you use genocidal talking points because they don't like genocide. And for them, that's a good enough reason on its own to make a YouTube video. What I also like about this one is that, you know, to argue that I'm self-interested, they cite a video I made knowing full well that it would get shadow banned and demonetized, which it did. If I just wanted views and money, I would not have made that video. To be frank, the reason I made that video was on a pretty simple basic principle, which is being against genocide. And that principle manifests itself.
I really don't like when YouTubers try to pretend like there's no there's no, you know, financial incentive for them to make and create the content that they do.
In me wanting more people to know about how the media is.
It's not mutually exclusive or whatever, but I always feel like it's highly suspect and usually disingenuous when these people pretend like, these people being like creators try to pretend like, again, you're not also personally benefiting from all of this as well.
Is normalizing this genocide. That same principle is why I made the videos about these guys. It just so happens that when YouTubers are in the thumbnail, more people click on the video. Ethan is aware of this phenomenon. Obviously, he's used it for me and many others. It is unfortunate that more people care about what their favorite e-celebs have to say about each other than an active genocide, but that's the frame of reality we're working within on the internet. And I don't know, I think people are doing what they can to try to change that, or at least use it for positive goals, like getting more people to learn about the genocide. And to an extent, for some people, this seemed to work. You know, I got a lot of comments saying they hadn't heard about what's happening in Gaza or about how bad things actually were until that video was recommended to them. And for most people, the only reason it was recommended
Yeah, that is good.
To them is because I framed it around
if it's well cited
what some guys on the internet think about it. That was what I'd hoped would happen. Believe me or don't, it doesn't matter. What matters is that factually some people learned about the genocide and they wouldn't have learned about it if I hadn't used these creators as examples. And the same is true for creators like Bad Empanada or Overzealots or Chris Kunzler and more, and anyone else that wants to join in and use the algorithm for good. And they certainly wouldn't have learned about the genocide from any of these creators themselves, because despite their claims to caring about it,
I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years.
None of them ever talk about it at all, aside from when they're, you know, basically smearing its opponents and running cover for the country that's committing it.
They literally put command centers under hospitals.
Outside of that, silence. As an aside, I think it's still open to debate as to whether or not this tactic is worth it. Like, is it worth the trade-off to get this information in front of more people when the conversation can so quickly turn from the issues and into creator drama? In this latest chapter, I don't think it was. Granted, I didn't really expect that these people would be petty enough or dumb enough to actually sue me or threaten to, but I probably should have, so that's on me. That debate, though, is open only to people that actually care about and talk.
I mean, I don't even think it was short-sighted or naive of him to think that he wasn't. Like, I wouldn't, if I were him, I wouldn't have expected legal action either.
About the genocide, not you, or any of your freak show fan bases. As far as that first group of people goes, the people whose input I care about, they have been mostly supportive of these efforts. Do whatever you can to get the word out to as many people as possible. That's the feedback I've been getting, so that's what I've been trying to do. But again, that might not always be the case, and that is subject to change. Aside from the cease and desist being, you know, a joke, the other main reason I'm down to clown in court is because Ethan keeps proving my point over and over again. Like, every day that passes and every time he opens his mouth on his show, he continually proves that my allegedly defamatory claim that he is backing a genocide is actually very correct. In the very stream.
God, could you imagine though, like a judge having to review like the transcript of this to like weigh the merits of it because of the type of argument that he has constructed? And then he's being like, every time he opens his mouth or whatever, it's like, dude, yeah, right. I mean, like, technically it is more evidence or whatever, but
he was supposed to be disproving the assertion that he supports genocide. He brought out the most explicit IDF talking points he'd used to date.
I feel like this is a force that's going to help end the war, not fucking keeping hostages and underground and like continuing to provoke Israel to attack them and putting fucking like military complexes under.
They baited them into the genocide, you see.
Under hospitals. They literally put fucking command centers under hospitals.
The talking point he's using there, that Hamas builds command and control centers under hospitals, has been Israel's primary justification for the systematic destruction of Gaza's healthcare infrastructure for over 19 months now. That talking point is a justification for one of the key elements of Israel's approach to genocide. It's genocidal propaganda. There's no other way to put it. He is sharing genocidal propaganda to millions of people. A few episodes later, Ethan and his wife Hila downplayed Israel's mass-targeted assassination.
And he's not wrong. Like, there's like, I know they like the main one is always like Al-Shifa, but I don't think there's actually evidence of like the command and control center under Al-Shifa, and there have been times where like the UN explicitly like could not find it. Or Human Rights Watch, let's see. And Amnesty. So this is Amnesty, a report from 2023 in November. Al-Shifa. Wait, if I just search like command, maybe. Amnesty Intelligence has so far not seen any credible evidence. Oh wait, this is where No. Yeah. Amnesty International 2015 Al-Shifa Hospital report. Reports have been circulating regarding a 2015 Amnesty International report regarding Al-Shifa Hospital serving as the Hamas Interrogation and Torture Center. This framing is misleading. The 2015 report entitled Strangling Necks documented incidents of torture and other ill treatment of Palestinians documented by Amnesty relating solely to the 2014 conflict and specifically in abandoned areas of the hospital grounds, including a disused outpatients clinic. Amnesty International has no evidence to indicate that Al-Shifa Hospital has been used for anything other than treating patients during the current conflict in 2023. Amnesty International has so far not seen any credible evidence to support Israel's claim that Al-Shifa is housing a military command center, and indeed, Israel has reportedly failed to produce any evidence to substantiate this claim, which it has promoted since at least 2008/9 Operation Cast Lead. Even if Al-Shifa or any other hospital was being used for military purposes, which again, this Israeli military has so far failed to provide credible evidence for, and therefore lost its special protected status under international humanitarian law, this does not absolve Israeli forces and their legal obligation to minimize harm to civilians in carrying out attacks, particularly the obligations to abide by the principles of distinction and proportionality. And that's not just Amnesty saying that, that is Human Rights Watch saying this as well. And even if evidence came out tomorrow, the video is documenting stuff that Ethan was saying like throughout the past year, so it would not matter. And this is a thread from Human Rights Watch where it says, on November 9, 2023, Israeli ground forces are encircling and moving deeper into Gaza City within 2 kilometers of Gaza's largest medical facility, Al-Shifa Hospital, where staff are overwhelmed by the number of patients amid a month-long blockade and heavy bombardment. Thread. With the ongoing strikes and fighting nearby, we are gravely concerned about the well-being of thousands of civilians there, many children among them seeking medical care and shelter, including people on life support and those who lost limbs in airstrikes and burn victims. Then it goes on to say, the Israeli military claims that Hamas has its headquarters underneath Al-Shifa Hospital and that Hamas military officials are inside the hospital. Human Rights Watch cannot corroborate this allegation. And then this is the IDF claim. And the link is broken. Nice.
Assassinations of journalists by claiming that the IDF doesn't do that.
It's not like Israel. Look, it's not like Israel's going to do a precision strike on Hassan. They don't fucking.
Yeah,
but it is dangerous. It's a war zone. Like I agree, it's dangerous.
Sure, it's a war zone. I don't think you guys understand Israel. It doesn't work like that.
They're not.
Yes, they do. They do that more than anyone ever, actually. It's the last possible group of people on Earth that you could claim doesn't intentionally target journalists. This is just pure misinformation that is used to run cover for Israel as it commits a genocide, a major factor of which is limiting people's exposure to the atrocities they are committing. And the most direct way they can do that is by assassinating journalists over and over and over and over again. A couple weeks ago, in a debate with Sam Cedar, Ethan continued to expose himself as a propagandist for Israel's genocide. He repeatedly blamed Palestinian resistance for Israel's genocidal actions in Gaza.
They could have done that. They could have ended it after a week.
I mean, Hamas could have ended the war anytime too.
How could have Hamas ended the war?
By leaving, by releasing the hostages?
No, listen. Israel has said time and time again that the release of the hostages is not going to end their assault on Gaza. They have
Nothing short of total victory.
This
That is not just getting the hostages back. He wants Hamas like completely toppled, gone.
That's
over and over.
I haven't
That
seen
is
those
one other
statements.
thing.
I've seen the opposite.
At any time, they could have done that.
What has Hamas done to end the war?
Hamas offered
What have
the
they done to
hostages
end the war?
early on to say Hamas offered all the hostages in agreement for in response to Israel not coming into Gaza. I mean, there's just to
That's
defend
not true.
Israel's actions.
That didn't happen
That's
either.
being inevitable.
What I'm getting to is Hamas, I think they knew that this was the reaction that would happen.
By this logic, there is nothing Israel could do that can't be blamed on Hamas, which is a genocidal logic because they're committing genocide and doing exactly what he is doing here, blaming Hamas. This is the logic employed by the IDF and the Israeli state and its propagandists, and this sort of thing is what makes Ethan one of them. In this debate, Ethan also repeatedly conflates anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, which Sam Cedar deconstructs pretty effectively, in my opinion.
This will never happen, but in a totally just world, regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi.
I've now been exposed to this clip twice in one screen.
And you shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher as Felix was posting if they've ever exhibited any sort of positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this.
Now, to me, that seems like extremely dangerous, dehumanizing language about what could arguably be 70% of the Jewish diaspora, and certainly probably people you know in your family.
You go in and you're making this about anti-Semitism by doing this hopscotch about a poll that people had positive feelings that Jewish people do, and then therefore he is anti-Semitic. And honestly, that type of conflation, I think, is so dangerous and so disingenuous. I have had a guy who went to my bar mitzvah, my sister's bar mitzvah, my kid's bar mitzvah, sat at Passover with me 3 or 4 times, call my father and ask him if I'm anti-Semitic. That is just...
I unironically saw comments from people saying that Sam should have taken that as like a wake-up call that maybe he is an anti-Semite and not indicative that the person saying that is wrong and just off the deep end.
An example, an illustration of conflating when he's clearly talking about Zionism. Was it hyperbole to say any time in life, whatever? The fact of the matter is this conflation is dangerous for Jews. It is a fig leaf and a way of weaponizing anti-Semitism that has enabled Donald Trump to do the shit he's doing, that has enabled the slaughter of thousands upon thousands of children and women and men for that matter. It is not keeping Israelis safe. And this type of conflation, Ethan, is what I find far more irresponsible, frankly, than the idea that he said positive any time.
Not only is this another textbook defense used by the genocidal state of Israel, but what he's saying here is also anti-Semitic. He's using this poll to speak for all Jews.
Now, to me, that seems like extremely dangerous, dehumanizing language about what could arguably be 70% of the Jewish diaspora.
Lots of Jewish people think this thing, they're...
I didn't realize that. I think he was like reading off of a thing that whole time when he made that argument.
About what could arguably be 70% of the Jewish diaspora.
Lots of Jewish people think...
Like, does he write these down? Does he make these arguments? Does he arrive at the arguments organically and naturally, or does he have people agreeing with him, sending him stuff?
This thing, therefore criticizing that thing, is anti-Semitic. Hey man, no it's not. The criticism is not about their Jewishness, it's about Israel. The only one here making it about their Jewishness is you. In the same conversation, Ethan blamed Palestinians for Israel's mass killing of peaceful Palestinian protesters with sniper fire during the Great March of Return in 2018.
They were marching in the Great March of Return week after week after week.
Sam, was there Hamas activity at the Great March?
Sinwar was marching. Sinwar was marching with them.
Were people attacking the border wall?
During the Great March of Return, the first dozens of these things before the snipers? No, they weren't. So there were the people for peace.
There was Hamas activity. They were attacking the fence. They were like trying to cross the border.
They were
but not militants. Militants were trying to cross the border.
We know where he got this talking point from, his friend Destiny, and we've seen him use that before a bunch of times.
Overwhelmingly peaceful. Just as a quick thing, because people love to talk about the Great March of Return, the Peaceful March of Return. All this is like the Peaceful Great March of Return. Remember this, okay? This is all the Peaceful Great March of Return.
And we've gone over this before, but the human rights reports were very clear on what happened in 2018. Thousands of people were shot by IDF snipers, hundreds of them killed, while standing hundreds of meters from the fence. It's actually pretty insane that this talking point is still being used. Like, it's disgusting. Men, women, children, medics, aid workers, and disabled people were shot and killed. If your retort to this fact is, well, there was separate instances of violence at the border.
They were attacking the fence. They were like trying to cross the border.
Whether you want to admit it or not, you are doing genocide propaganda. You are offering a moral justification for this violence. There are plenty more instances of this sort of thing in Ethan's debate with Hassan, which I could go over, but I feel like you get the point by now. If Ethan is really going to go through with his I don't support genocide lawsuit, he should...
I think it's more accurate in that one to say like an atrocity propaganda, but I guess he's arguing that like Ethan's tacit defense of like Israeli fire and that the Great March of Return is like a pattern or like has this cumulative effect that ends up enabling the genocide now.
Probably stop using talking points that support genocide. These guys know that what they're doing here is wrong. In his announcement tweet a couple months back, Mutahar said, "I never want to financially harm or bring a lawsuit to a creator, but Slander like this is far too extreme and unchecked. So at this time, we are exploring legal actions, blah, 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 blah. I never want to do this thing that I know is wrong and predatory, but I'm going to do it anyway because I have no principles and you hurt my feelings. Defamation is not saying extreme things. That's not what defamation is, and it shouldn't take thousands of dollars and months, potentially years of our time to get these guys to understand that. It might, though, because they're rich, which is amazing. It's a beautiful system that we have, but I hope it doesn't. And then recall what Ethan said 8 years ago when he spoke about his experience of being sued by a more wealthy YouTuber.
It's unbelievable. It's criminal. The American justice system is just, it's how can you defend yourself? Like, you guys gave us $150,000 to fight this lawsuit. It's not enough. It's not even enough. And I'm just wondering, if we didn't have the backing and support of all you guys and the means to even throw $50,000 of our own money to defend this case, how would we ever stand up to this? It's like those with money in the legal system have the ability to destroy and bully and just defeat people on the grounds of I have more money. And you never would
how far he has fallen.
Have a chance of defending yourself. It's obscene. It's not a threat. I'm going to sue you.
Ethan now constantly threatens lawsuits over creators he doesn't like and creators that say things that are mean about him.
When I'm done with Noah, when I'm done with the other one, the big one that's dropping probably next week, my full attention is going to you, George. Like the Eye of Sauron. I see you out there, you fucking cockroach. You're full of shit, bro. You're not gonna do shit. And I'll tell you who's gonna do shit. Me. I'm coming. Okay? So you're not safe either. Just wait. Keep talking that shit.
He has become the villain. And if he goes through with this and somehow manages to succeed, he retains Alan Dershowitz, we get Richard Goldstone on the bench in a Zionist kangaroo court, that would set a pretty bad precedent, I think. If you disagree with someone's opinions of
Wait, what? Hold on.
That shit.
He has become the villain. And if he goes through with this and somehow manages to succeed, he retains Alan Dershowitz, we get Richard Goldstone on the bench in a Zionist kangaroo court, that would
Oh, okay. So Richard Goldstone is the author of a UN report that was entitled the Goldstone Report, where he alleged that during Operation, I think Protective Edge, when he was conducting the human rights reports and investigations into it afterwards, that Israel had targeted civilians as a matter of policy, and then later he immediately came under fire by the United States, by Israel, and he ended up later retracting that one specific claim. No other authors part of the Goldstone Report felt the retraction was necessary or had backing. Tell me if I'm wrong in my summary of Gaza/Israel. 2 kids on the playground. They've been fighting each other for years, and then one of them gets way bigger and stronger through a growth spurt. The smaller one keeps trying to fight and gets beat within an inch of his life. Sorry, I only accept comparisons to everyone is mad at the bigger kid. I only accept comparisons to Nazi Germany. But no, I don't really I mean, if I were to agree with this, I would need you to define who you think the bigger kid is and the little kid is in this instance, and I have a feeling I know who you're going to put, and I'm probably not going to agree.
Would set a pretty bad precedent, I think. If you disagree with someone's opinions about you, you should respond to it yourself, like an adult in the court of public opinion, not pay a lawyer thousands of dollars to respond for you in a pre-written email, video essay. It's pretty clear that he's done most of this stuff to make money and for content, which is kind of funny because defamation's supposed to be the other way around. Like, he's made tens, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars off of my alleged defamation. I don't know how that factors into proving damages, making a bunch of money, more money than you would have made without it. I don't know, but I guess we'll find out, maybe. I would close with some point about right-wing free speech hypocrisy, because a lot of these people supported this lawsuit despite claiming to want free speech.
I do think people that make up bullshit like this probably do need to have a degree of accountability, especially if they're saying and making claims like that you're a supporter of a genocide. I think this is a very extreme claim to make. It's not like you just say this out of the blue, right? And because of that, I do think that there should be some degree of accountability for it.
But it's not even worth it. This is the most predictable thing that has ever happened on Earth. The Zionist and right-wing lip service about free speech is not an actual principle. Of course it's not. It's a tool. Sometimes that tool is a shield to defend their right to be racist loudly online.
I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked.
Was Asmongold at one of these? Oh, I forgot that he did this one, but 2, was he one of these people that at one point like defended white people being able to like say the N-word and stuff, and like now we're gonna say that people should be sued over the shit that they're saying online?
Into their laws are getting genocided.
Israel bigger kid and Gaza the smaller one. Lol, how could we look at it any other way? Well, it's not only one way to look at this.
I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people.
And sometimes it's a sword to attack people who criticize them for doing that.
It's not a threat. I'm going to sue you.
None of these people actually care about any of these issues. Their support for a cause is entirely dictated by whether or not they like the people that are supporting that cause, whether or not they have some sort of content creator based.
And like mostly like Israel the bigger kid or whatever, but like when you say like they've been fighting each other for years, it suggests, and then like one of them gets way bigger and stronger or whatever. It's like the fighting is not exactly symmetrical. That makes sense.
Relationship, but that also means we, myself included, need to stop treating it as if it's anything other than that.
Why were they fighting each other? Shh, don't talk about that part.
With the exception being using these morons to educate people. I think that's good. I think people should keep doing that. All right, so anyways, that's all I have to say about the lawsuit stuff. Ethan and Mutahar, if you are not suing me, that's great. I would prefer that, so I don't have to fundraise for legal fees during a genocide. If you are actually going to sue me, though, please just let me know. I'll fundraise again. You will probably lose the anti-slap motion and have to pay my legal fees, and we'll just be wasting a bunch of time and money, which in the grand scheme of things is not that big of a deal. I'll be fine, but that will be annoying. So let me know, please. Viewers, if you can, donate to the Gaza Aid fundraiser. I think we can raise a lot of money. I'll be going live starting Saturday, May 17th at 2 p.m. Pacific time and streaming for a few days and do some guests and other stuff. So stay tuned for the specifics about the times. And sorry for the slop. Sorry, this is a little messy. I'm getting back in the swing of things. It's been a while since I've even sat down to write anything. So coming soon will be more stuff that's actually good. So yeah, goodbye.
Wowie. From being sued by bold guy to this, Ethan really did long enough to see himself become a villain, lol. Calling the cops for a YouTube response on his own opinions, a clown, and a rat. Please do a jump scare warning next time you put Asmongold on the stream. On the screen, I was eating too and it ruined my appetite. Your Honor, have you considered it's anti-Semitic to say mean things about me? Ay, ay, ay. All these fucking lawsuits, man. This is 2025 is like the year of creator lawsuits. All right, how are we doing? How are we doing? So I've been going almost 6 hours. And of course my viewers tick up right as I want to end stream. But if you like the content that you were watching, please go ahead and give me a follow. If you like the stream, please go ahead and literally give it a like on YouTube so that more people can see this VOD. Go ahead and subscribe to me if you want to follow me. I'm at Straighteraid or Straighteraid_ everywhere. And if you want to support the stream, well, it's brought to you by viewers like you. So you can !tip or dono in chats, and my donation link will come up. Are you still with Lycan? Yeah, I am. I think I'm going to do the Scotus ruling tomorrow. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. I don't know what time, but you know, I don't have to be live for you guys to subscribe to me on Twitch, which I'm now eligible to do since I'm an affiliate now. So yeah, join me on my journey to Twitch partner. But yeah, okay, I'll be back tomorrow. I love you guys. Thanks to everybody who spent their evening with me. It was fun.